Chapter 966. Fang Yinhua was an old bachelor. Because he was afraid of implicating himself, he didn't even find a wife. Therefore there was no need for him to celebrate the new year. Furthermore, with his status, it wasn't appropriate for him to go to someone else's house to celebrate the new year. It's all spades and plum blossoms. This is somewhat unlucky. Fang Yinhua pretended to read his fortune. In reality he didn't believe it at all. He was just playing around to pass time. Suddenly, a large limousine stopped at the entrance. A faint powerful aura caused Fang Yinhua to raise his head in surprise. It can't be that they're here to look for me, right? Then, a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, two elderly people, and two children walked out of the limousine. Looking at the signboard of Baduoduo Auction House, the middle-aged man stood there in a daze for a while. After tidying his clothes, he walked in. After interrogating him, the staff on duty brought him in and saw Fang Yinhua. Are you Brother Fang? The middle-aged man cupped his fists respectfully. Fang Yinhua's back was wet. His scalp was about to explode. The aura of the person in front of him was so powerful. I'm about to reach the returning profound realm. In front of this person I'm actually completely suppressed. Could it be that he's a Sky Realm expert? What's the matter? What business could a Sky Realm powerhouse have with me? Aren't you overestimating me? May I ask who you are? Fang Yinhua composed himself. I'm Guan Shanhe. Under the orders of young Master Zhua, I'm here to report to Brother Fang. The middle-aged man took out a letter and respectfully handed it to Fang Yinhua. Brother Fang, please take a look. Fang Yinhua instantly focused all his attention. He raised his guard and his entire cultivation base. A wisp of chi had already locked onto the window. Behind the window there was an alley. There were 8 turns in the alley and each of them had a hidden door. As long as he made a turn or two, he would be able to enter the escape tunnel that he had dug out during this period of time. He would be able to escape quickly and escape with his life. Then, he condensed his aura and took the letter. But when he opened the letter and read it, he immediately felt relieved. On the letter it said, Anua, I've assigned you an assistant cum bodyguard. Many. The inscription was a strangely shaped knife. After he finished drawing the knife, he seemed to have accidentally wiped it, causing the knife to look a little blurry. After Fang Yinhua read the letter, he felt completely relieved. He then laughed out loud. So it's Brother Guan. Brother Guan, you've graced us with your presence. Apologies for not going out to welcome you. Little brother? Haha, I'm used to being cautious. Haha. Guan Shanhe smiled bitterly. You were about to jump out of the window just now. Did you really think I didn't see it? However, he naturally could not mention this part. Guan Shanhe was very clear about his own situation. From now on, the lives of his family were undoubtedly tied to this fatty. Zhou Xiaoduo was still worried about him, so he sent him to this extremely cautious and wretched guy. Rather than calling it an inspection, it would be more accurate to call it surveillance. To put it simply, it was the so-called probation period, the internship period. Whether or not he could stay and work for a long time would depend on his subsequent performance. Then I will have to rely on Brother Fang in the future, Guan Shanhe said humbly and respectfully. You're welcome. Fang Yinhua was overjoyed. He did not expect that he would have a Sky Realm expert as his bodyguard. This level had soared all of a sudden. This happiness had really come too suddenly. Are these Brother Guan's family members? Yes, they are. These are my parents. These are my father-in-law and mother-in-law. This is my wife and these are my children. Guan Shanhe introduced them one by one and smiled. I moved my family to Fenghai. In the future, I will be relying on Brother Fang's protection. Fang Yinhua was even more delighted. Brother Guan, you're too polite. No problem. Brother Guan, do you have any requests for accommodation? How about this? There are 2 empty villas near the villa I'm staying in. The space is quite spacious. Brother Guan, you can stay there. If you find another place you like in the future, you can find another place. Won't I be disturbing Brother Fang? Not at all. If Brother Guan has no objections, then listen to me. Fang Yinhua was very enthusiastic. When he bought the villas, he bought 10 of them in one go. All of them were well decorated. In the beginning, he even took turns living in them every day to ensure his safety. Now that Guan Shanhe was here, he had a Sky Realm expert as his bodyguard. Naturally, he had to settle the villas as close to him as possible. He had only caught a glimpse of Guan Shanhe earlier, so he didn't take a closer look. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that not only was Guan Shanhe a Sky Realm expert, but his father-in-law also possessed a frightening cultivation. Even if he wasn't as strong as Guan Shanhe, he was still at the peak of the returning profound realm. However, his 5 colors were slightly uneven, as if he had suffered some internal injuries that had yet to recover. Not to mention Guan Shanhe, if this old man wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. Compared to his life, a villa was nothing. Money was just a worldly possession that was not worth mentioning. All these years he had paid tribute to young Master Zhou. If converted into money, it would be worth tens of billions. What Master Feng lacked the most now was money. The entire Fenghai city was his private bank. Whatever he wanted, he would just steal it. Under Feng Yinua's enthusiastic insistence, Guan Shanhe and his family finally settled down. Then Feng Yinua began to arrange a banquet to welcome them. In short, it was an extremely luxurious and sincere reception. While they were drinking, Feng Yinua jokingly said, "This is young Master Zhu's biggest logistics base. Young Master Zhu has always been very attentive to this place. When he has nothing to do, he would come here to inspect it. Also, the head butler comes here almost every day. That's only because it's the new year. If it's a normal day." Feng Yinua's words sounded very normal. However, he did not need to use a hammer to sound the drums. Guan Shanhe immediately became alert. Feng Yinua was trying to warn him and show him the importance of his position. He could not help but be even more careful. In short, both the host and the guest were happy and harmonious. Everyone was still busy celebrating the new year. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, who had not shown his face for a few days, almost no one noticed him. Only Li Chenglong was puzzled. Where did Zhou Xiaoduo go? He had not seen him for a few days, and he even missed the New Year's red packet. Did he go back to his hometown? Hence, he gave Hu Ruoyun a call and found out that Zhou Xiaoduo had indeed returned to Phoenix City a few days ago. He even had a meal at Hu Ruoyun's house. After confirming this news, Li Chenglong could not help but feel relieved. It seemed that Zhou was really not in Fenghai now. He just did not know if he was using this as an excuse to avoid the boss red packet. Well, according to a certain someone's stingy personality, this was not only very possible, it was very likely. Li Chenglong let go of his worries and focused on his cultivation. Previously, he had just broken through to the God-reigning realm and had time to stabilize his realm. Now that it was a critical moment, he had to work hard to improve. In between his cultivation, he would occasionally guide the work of Zhou Shuai's company, think about the arrangements of his brothers, and also check on the war situation and study the direction of the war. On this day, Li Chenglong browsed the internet as usual. As usual, he jumped over the wall to check the UMNO Alliance and the Dao League. However, at this moment, an accident occurred. The process of jumping over the wall at the Dao League was as easy as usual, but the website at the UMNO Alliance could not be opened no matter how hard he tried. After checking around, it turned out that there was an attack that caused the server to completely collapse. Now, it was under repair. Li Chenglong did not pay much attention to this. After all, things like network collapses were very common on the internet. Cultivate. Li Chenglong entered his palace again. At this moment, Xiang Bing was also cultivating inside. Hence, Li Chenglong stepped forward and, without caring about anything else, first practiced the dual cultivation divine skill of 56,000 words. Naturally, the two of them were so tired that they felt like mud and had a good sleep. Then they began to cultivate in the ordinary sense. On the other side, Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen'er joined forces. After fighting with this demonic beast that was almost beyond the Demon King level for 4 days, they finally killed it. Then they found a mine full of Astral Souls Jade in the demonic beast's cave. Normally, these Astral Souls Jade mines could be considered a considerable profit. However, when the two of them were digging the mine wantonly, they accidentally discovered a cave of an ancient almighty. The two of them were pleasantly surprised. Side by side they entered to explore. On the way back, Li Zhongming also encountered a fortuitous encounter. The process was comparable to the treatment of a protagonist in a novel. On the way back, he encountered several king-level demonic beasts fighting. Out of curiosity, he snuck in to observe. Then he saw 6 king-level demonic beasts fighting desperately. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. However, he did not know why. Finally, in the midst of the chaotic battle, a mountain collapsed. Suddenly, a ray of light shone out. As for the 6 demonic beasts, although their combat strength had been greatly reduced because of the battle, they did not suffer any fatal injuries and still had their foundation. However, when the light suddenly shone on them, they swayed for a while and fell to the ground one after another and fell asleep. For safety's sake, Li Zhongming stayed far away from the place where the demonic beasts fought. He was at least a few thousand meters away. But even so, he was still affected by the light. However, he had the Dream Divine technique in his body, so he was more resistant to the light. He barely held on and did not fall asleep. After a few revolutions, he rushed over to take a look at the source of the light. He found that the source of the light was a small bell. That the moment Li Zhangming laid his eyes on the bell, he felt that his spirit was shaken. How could he not know that this was a rare treasure? Moreover, it was quite compatible with his dream divine technique. He could not help but be overjoyed and quickly put it away. Looking at the 6 king-level demonic beasts, they were still sleeping soundly. Naturally, he raised his hand and slashed down. I'm rich. Chapter 967. Shangjing. Zhou Xiaoyan arrived and destroyed the third prince's mansion. However, she still couldn't find Jun Changkong. She didn't know where he went either. She only felt frustrated. How could he run away so fast? I'm so angry. She was summoned by the boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Jun Changkong has been grounded by the imperial family. This incident involves the military and the imperial family. In my opinion, why don't we be more magnanimous? Be more magnanimous? Zhou Xiaoyan didn't want to give up. However, she didn't dare to disobey her boss. However, he still brought it up. If there are any other related movements, then it means that they are seeking death. I will definitely kill them. No, I won't. I promise you that if there are any more incidents, you can do whatever you want. The boss smiled bitterly. Now Jun Changkong was really grounded. He was even sent to a place that even he didn't know. It would be difficult for Jun Changkong to come out and cause trouble or meet him again. However, the imperial family made a prompt decision this time. Zhou Xiaoyan returned to the spirit reigning area unhappily. As the boss, she called everyone for a meeting. From now on, pay close attention to the third prince's mansion and all his confidants, subordinates and relatives. If there are any suspicious incidents, report it immediately. Zhou Xiaoyan gave the order. Boss. Someone stood up. Monitoring the imperial family is beyond our authority. We need to. Zhou Xiaoyan glanced at them coldly. A cold aura filled the air. First, I didn't say monitor. I said, pay attention. Do you understand? Who asked you to monitor? Shouldn't you pay more attention? Second, who allowed you to speak when I gave the order? She waved her hand and a cold aura spread. The two of them immediately turned into ice sculptures. They were frozen there, dumbfounded. Does anyone else have any opinions about paying attention to the third prince's mansion? Zhou Xiaoyan said indifferently. If you do, just say it. No. Everyone said in unison. They all looked at the two fellows sympathetically. They estimated that this cold would last for at least 2 days. These two fellows would have a hard time. Big sister obviously wants to give the third prince a hard time, and you actually came out to sing a different tune. If I don't freeze you, who will I freeze? What's more, this word game is well played. We're just paying attention. There's been a lot of work to do recently. Everyone please do your best. Zhou Xiaoyan walked away expressionlessly. Everyone understood tacitly. Yes, I will definitely do my best to monitor the third prince. I don't want to be frozen. Zhou Xiaoyan went back to her room and took out her phone to call Zhou Xiaoduo, but the call did not go through. However, she did not think much of it. After all, this kind of situation was very common. Anyone who had the Tower of Annihilation and a lot of cultivation resources would be able to cultivate in seclusion all year round. Of course, she could not reach him through her phone. After leaving the usual message, he went into seclusion to prepare to break through to the returning profound realm. He had to speed up. He couldn't let the puppy catch up to him. This was his bottom line and he absolutely could not break it. Somewhere in Shangjing. A message was sent out again. The UMNO Alliance received a secret report again and translated it according to the secret method. The Star of Calamity has arrived. With the protection of the crepe myrtle star, it shows that there is an expert by his side. The heavenly kings are no match for him. If you try your best, even the heavenly kings will be in danger. It was still a drawing of a white cloud. It was obvious that this spy was hinting that no matter what, they could not let Zhou Xiaoduo go back. Their desire to kill Zhou Xiaoduo was so strong. Seeing this secret report, the few heavenly kings immediately broke out in cold sweat. That Zhou Xiaoduo was actually protected by someone? More importantly, the heavenly kings were no match for him. In other words, the person protecting Zhou Xiaoduo was actually a Grand Magus? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Fortunately, they did not send Fei Tian, otherwise no, this was too big. They had to report it. If the other party had such a person, there had to be a Grand Magus in charge. But now, all the Grand Magi had gone into seclusion. Well, there seemed to be one more who had not gone into seclusion. The heavenly kings looked at each other. You go. Now you go. I'm not going. Rock, paper, scissors. The heavenly king's faces were pale. Although it was a place of their own people, that place, they really did not dare to go. After an intense round of rock, paper, scissors, a heavenly king was finally defeated. He looked as if his parents had died. I'm too unlucky. Thus, this heavenly king gathered his courage and went to the poison hall. This was the place of the Grand Magi. Almost no one was allowed to come close. Within 1,000 miles there was not even a living mouse, let alone a human. If there was no such urgent matter, this heavenly king would not be willing to come here even if he had applied for the final battle at the Sun-Moon Pass. Although there was no danger, it was too terrifying. Sir, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Please. A hole opened in the poison array and let this heavenly king in. What's the matter? Sir, now. In such a situation, do you think you can? This heavenly king was trembling with fear. He was afraid that a poisonous fog would spurt out as he spoke. Hee. I'll go take a look, roar. The Grand Magi was very excited and surprised that there was an unforeseen event. Fuck, there's finally something for me to do. After all, there's something to do. I've really been bored out of my mind during this period of time. Previously, they didn't let me go to the Starlight Mountain Range Ruins trial. They also didn't let me go to the meeting of the Grand Magi. Those fellows also secretly hid it from me. Now, there's finally something happening in the Umno Alliance, and they even took the initiative to look for me. If I don't go now, when will I go? Roar. I'm going. The Grand Magi impatiently turned into a ball of black light and rushed into the sky. The heavenly king who was reporting outside was dumbfounded. My lord, I haven't finished my report yet. Why are you leaving? You can leave. But if I go out? Fuck, how am I going to get out of this poison array? At Lone Bamboo Mountain. Lei Jiuxiao and the others were making their last line of defense. Even though Lei Jiuxiao already knew in his heart that the army he was in no longer had the strength to stop Zhuo Duo, he still had to make one last effort. Especially after many fruitless searches, Lei Jiuxiao's heart was already certain. Zhuo Duo was definitely not dead. He was just waiting for a suitable time, or perhaps he was in a hiding place to recover his strength. Lei Jiuxiao was very confident that it was impossible for Zhuo Duo to not be injured at all when 500 people self-destructed. Even if he was a peak Skysoar cultivator, under such circumstances, he would at least be seriously injured. I've already tried my best to overestimate Zhuo Duo. I've taken out all the forces that can self-destruct. If you're still not injured at all, then the so-called seal now is just a piece of cake for you. You can leave easily. But if you're not injured, why haven't you come out for so long? You should know that the time after the self-destruction is the easiest time for you to break through the seal. Therefore, you must have been injured. But whether Zhuo Duo is seriously injured or not, it's hard to say. Are you confident? Yu Meng asked. Not at all. Lei Jiuxiao sighed and said, I have already sent out the news, asking all the experts who are hunting Zhuo Duo to go to the Lone Bamboo City and wait. I have also informed the 6 armies that are currently forming an encirclement that Zhuo Duo might break through our defense line, asking them to prepare. Even the self-destruction of 50 of our men of sacrifice couldn't kill Zhuo Duo. With the scattered forces sent by the various clans, it's even more impossible to stop Zhuo Duo. Now, our greatest hope lies on the 6 armies. Lei Jiuxiao sighed deeply. His face was filled with unconcealable disappointment and dejection. This was the greatest merit, and it was already destined to brush past him. That can't be right? That Zhuo Duo is actually that strong? Yu Meng was in disbelief. Let's wait and see. Lei Jiuxiao said. As long as Zhuo Duo dares to appear in our encirclement, breaking through Lone Bamboo Mountain will be a piece of cake. There won't be any obstacles. He turned to look at Yu Meng and said, although this is a huge blow to our morale. General Yu, if Zhuo Duo appears again. General Yu, you should command from afar. If Zhuo Duo gets killed while breaking through the encirclement, it would be a real loss for our army. Yu Meng took a deep breath. His face flushed red, but he thought carefully and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Don't be unconvinced. Lei Jiuxiao patted Yu Meng's shoulder. When dealing with such a peerless genius, no matter how careful you are, it's only right. This kind of person is destined to be the chosen one. Even if he dies prematurely, he won't die without paying a price. The more talented he is, the more people will have to be buried with him when he dies. Not only will they have to be buried with him, but they will also have to seek revenge after he dies. This will be extremely shocking and cruel. Lei Jiuxiao laughed bitterly and said, why is Zhuo Duo the #1 person on the human token? This was the biggest price that could be foreseen. Zuo wasn't famous before, but when his name appeared on the human token, he surpassed everyone and became the #1 person. The reason for this, to put it bluntly, is extremely terrifying. This ambush, we planned layer after layer and exhausted all our manpower, but we still couldn't kill Zuo as we wished. It looks like we didn't make a big contribution and it's a pity, but from another point of view, I'm also relieved. General, think about it. If Zuo really dies in our hands, will the Lei family be able to withstand the revenge that will follow? It's still uncertain. But the other direct beneficiary, General, you can't possibly withstand it. Lei Jiuxiao laughed bitterly. Yu Meng was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. Even the Lei family may not be able to withstand it? General Lei Yu, are you joking? Chapter 968. Lei Jiuxiao shook his head. Joking? Has the general ever seen me make a joke? If I say I don't have the confidence, then I really don't have the confidence. Even if our Lei family can withstand it, we will have to pay a considerable price, a price that will hurt the entire family. He pondered, then slowly said, after all, this is the first person of the human favor order. He originally wanted to explain the meaning behind the surname, Zhua. But after looking at Yu Meng, he did not say anything. Yu Meng's current position, current status, current cultivation, was not at the stage where he knew this surname. He was not qualified. He was not qualified in any of the aspects. The most important thing was that this person was not absolutely reliable, especially his mouth. Once the words that should not be said were spread out, many people who were about to participate in the hunt would not dare to come. Time passed little by little. It was noon. Zuo still had not come out. Lei Jiuxiao did not dare to lower his guard in the slightest. He raised his head to look at the sun. It was already high up in the sky, so he pulled Yu Meng and moved another 500 meters to the side, making way for the path to the peak. He remembered the information about Zuo very clearly. Zuo cultivated the flaming sun scripture. At noon, his battle strength would be slightly stronger than usual. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, they would overlook this slight difference. Because this slight difference was not worth much. But in the eyes of those who had a thorough understanding of power, they would definitely not overlook this slight difference. Especially now that they were 8,000 meters above sea level. Sometimes, a slight change in temperature was enough to change the entire situation in such an environment. As a disciple of one of the top families in the Alliance, Lei Jiuxiao was naturally familiar with this theory. He definitely would not and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. No. 12 o'clock sharp. When the sun shone the brightest, the snow was dazzling because of the light shining brightly. The entire mountain peak was like an illusion. A faint figure suddenly appeared. The moment this figure appeared, a magnificent scarlet glow erupted. Flames soared into the sky and the heat instantly swept out, enveloping the nearby snow-covered mountain slope. That faint figure appeared in a powerful manner and charged forward. The snow melted and the vegetation instantly withered. In the blink of an eye, he had already advanced 300 meters. The blood-curdling screams almost became a series of sounds. Along the way, all the Alliance martial artists were burned into charcoal, their bodies burning as they tumbled down. Seeing this, the 7 divine royal martial officers attacked at the same time. However, Zuo did not dodge at all, nor did he use his sword. Using only his bare hands, he charged into the encirclement of the 7 people like a ball of fire. With a loud explosion, the 7 people screamed in pain, their bodies on fire flying in 7 different directions. This momentary block did not stop Zuo at all, and he continued to break through the distance of more than 1,000 meters. Not enough. The pressure was not enough. What he wanted was an explosive breakthrough under extreme pressure. Then, at the moment of breakthrough, he would use the pressure to achieve the connection between man and heaven. His meridians would break through and he would absorb the power of the enemy's attack. Then he would rush forward on the path of divine royal martial artist. The 7 divine royal martial officers in front of him were far from the level of power that could make him feel the pressure. However, it did not matter. Above him, more than 100 Alliance soldiers had already appeared. They rushed forward together and launched a death charge towards him without fear of death. Zuo roared and the blazing flames on his body expanded another 10 meters. He did not dodge but met them head-on. As soon as he came into contact with them, a series of blood-curdling screams rang out. Everyone's hair and clothes were on fire the moment they came into contact with him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of countless spiritual forces colliding rang out almost continuously. At this moment, Duo also felt the long-lost sense of oppression. It was a heavy feeling that was mixed with blood, wrapped in cruelty, and wrapped in the crisis of life and death. Duo raised his head and roared. The power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, which had already reached its limit, rose sharply again. A gust of clear air appeared and rushed to the 9 heavens. It was a magnificent spectacle and captivating. With another loud boom, a huge whirlpool quickly formed above Zhuxiaoduo's head. The magnificent power from the sun increased several times at this moment. The light was unprecedentedly bright and dazzling as it rushed down and focused on Zhuxiaoduo's head. The surrounding spiritual energy also gathered in the direction of a tsunami. All these strange phenomena were completed in the blink of an eye. Lei Jiuxiao, who was watching and commanding from the side, suddenly changed his expression. He pulled Yu Meng and flew to the other side. "Run, leave this place as soon as possible. We have really encountered a monster this time." His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was full of disbelief. There was also a sense of loss after being shocked. How could this be? How could there be such a monster in this world? Commander Yu Meng was also dumbfounded. There really is a ferocious person who can break through in the middle of a battle. This is too much of a monster. I have never seen this before. Lei Jiuxiao could no longer be bothered to talk to Yu Meng. He ordered as he ran, "Disperse. Disperse. Don't block him anymore. Let him pass. Let Duo pass." At this juncture they had no choice but to disperse. Since the other party dared to choose such a time to make a breakthrough, and was not afraid of being disturbed and going berserk, there was only one possibility. He could absorb all the attack power and convert it into his own power at the moment of his breakthrough, and convert all the attacking power into power to break through. After breaking through in one go, he could use the attack to vent out the residual power of the attack. If that really happened, none of the people who were besieging him would be able to survive. Lei Jiuxiao's order was extremely timely, and his decision was correct. If they could completely follow Lei Jiuxiao's order, although they wouldn't be able to stop Duo from breaking out of the encirclement, the effect of his breakthrough would be greatly reduced. If they went forward to fight now, it would be a meaningless sacrifice. But now, at least for Duo, it was too late. Because he had already made all the preparations in the Tower of Annihilation. He had suppressed his state to the point where he could no longer suppress it for the 56th time. He had only rushed out when his inner yuan was about to go berserk. At the moment he came out, he came into contact with the spiritual energy of the outside world. The spiritual energy in his body had completely gone berserk. With another loud bang in the sky, a shadow seemed to appear. It was very illusory and unreal, but it was clear and fleeting. However, this scene clearly fell into the eyes of Lei Jiuxiao, who was not very far away. He was instantly dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. That's a divine consciousness projection. It's actually a divine consciousness projection. Duo broke through to the God reigning level? But how could it be a God reigning level? How could he stop at the God reigning level? The divine consciousness projection was a very illusory thing. Only when a warrior's divine consciousness was strong enough would it appear when he was breaking through and under the condition of heaven-man connection. However, this kind of situation was extremely rare. Generally speaking, one would need to reach the God reigning level before they could start to come into contact with divine consciousness and control it. However, this was only a theory. In reality, more than 80% of God reigning level martial artists did not know what divine consciousness was. In fact, there were quite a number of Sky Realm martial artists who were at the pinnacle of the Sky Realm and breaking through to the Dao integration stage. They might not even be able to form a complete divine consciousness projection like Zhuxiao was. Zhuxiao's divine consciousness projection was not only clear on his face, but even his hair, clothes and shoes could be seen clearly. Even if a Sky Realm martial artist were to break through to the Dao integration stage, a divine consciousness projection of this level would still be shocking. However, this was not the real reason for Lei Jiuxiao's shock. What truly shocked him was that Zhuxiao's cultivation had just broken through to the God reigning level. Didn't that mean that Duo was only at the pinnacle of the cloud transformation stage? As a pinnacle of the cloud transformation stage, he could easily kill a pinnacle of the profound returning stage cultivator. Two profound returning stage cultivators working together could not even self-detonate. They could not even harass him. After that, 50 people surrounded him and self-detonated. A mere pinnacle of the cloud transformation stage was able to escape unscathed and break through after a short period of concealment. What kind of godly maneuver was this? What kind of monster was Duo? Was he still human? Under Lei Jiuxiao's shocked gaze, Zhuoxiaoduo's divine consciousness projection disappeared in a flash. Following that, a gust of clear air rushed out from the top of his head. In that instant, the strength of his attack increased by several folds. His posture was still the same as before, and his attack power was still the same as before. However, the attribute of his strength had undergone a fundamental change. When the spirit cat sword reappeared, its magnificent sword light had turned into a jade color. It became even more profound and transparent. The moment the 100-meter sword light swept across, several people screamed and fell to the ground. As for the spiritual energy that was originally attacking Zhuoxiaoduo, the moment Zhuoxiaoduo broke through the formation of the spiritual energy vortex, it was immediately absorbed by the vortex. When it was spat out again, it had been completely transformed into Zhuoxiaoduo's unstoppable attack. At this moment, the 100 people who participated in the attack, in addition to the 30 to 40 people who joined in later, felt as if their chests had been hit heavily. At the same time, their divine consciousnesses were being attacked. The pain was unbearable, as if their heads were about to split open. In an instant, everyone's faces were as pale as paper. Zhuoxiaoduo let out a long howl. The spirit cat sword was waved to its heart's content. The dense sword light shone brightly. His advance was like cutting melons and vegetables. He rushed out a distance of 2,500 meters in a straight line. Behind him, there were broken limbs and broken bodies everywhere. Zhuoxiaoduo's body was like an illusion as he moved continuously in the air. The few experts who flew over to attack were all slashed back by his sword. Another long howl. Zhuoxiaoduo's tall and straight body stood on a protruding boulder at the top of the mountain. On the blade of the sword in his hand, a line of blood flowed down. Small red holes appeared on the snow under his feet. Chapter 969. Zhuoxiaoduo took a deep breath. His heart was exceptionally calm. The excitement of a breakthrough that he had anticipated did not appear. Instead, he was completely at peace. Because of the breakthrough, his sea of consciousness was rapidly expanding. Bai and Jiu swam happily within the sea of consciousness. They swam forward along the borders of the sea of consciousness. With the help of these crazy waves, the sea of consciousness expanded wherever the two little fellows swam. That he felt the power coursing through his body. His originally extremely violent true spirit chi was transformed into his meridians because of the sudden transformation. It was like a boundless and bottomless river that continued to swim calmly. However, Zhuoxiaoduo only needed to think about it. With just a thought, he could make that seemingly calm flow of water explode with a majestic force that could shake the heavens. Zhuoxiaoduo, who was standing on a large rock, turned his head and looked into the distance. He stared at Lei Jiuxiao and Yu Meng, who were 3,000 meters away. His gaze was like cold lightning. It was extremely menacing. Lei Jiuxiao and Yu Meng were clearly 3,000 meters away, but they both felt as if their cheeks had been abruptly pricked by burning needles. This was a pain that originated from the depths of their souls. It was extremely unbearable. Brother Zhuo, you have already broken through all the blockades that we have set up. You are truly impressive. Brother Zhuo, your journey will have nothing to do with us. Lei Jiuxiao smiled faintly and saluted from afar. He was refined and courteous. I am Lei Jiuxiao. I wish Brother Zhuo a safe journey. Zhuoxiaoduo stood on the large rock. He could feel that the sky was almost filled with flying Dao integration cultivators' divine intents. His eyes flickered as he said calmly, Lei Jiuxiao. Not a bad plan. His previous 3 moves had probably been calculated by this person. If not for the fact that his absolute combat strength was insufficient and that he had the hidden trump card of the space-destroying tower, he would have been in deep trouble this time. The Umno Alliance, which had always believed in its tyrannical strength, actually had such an intelligent person. They were indeed a galaxy of talents. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at Lei Jiuxiao. Killing intent involuntarily radiated from his body. Brother Zhuo, you flatter me. Lei Jiuxiao said regretfully, I have already done my best, but it was all in vain. I was unable to keep Brother Zhuo here. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed heartily. He pointed with his finger and said, It's easy to keep me here. 1 or 2 of the people up there can come down. Isn't that enough? Muffled groans could be heard from above. Clearly, there were already many Sky Soar Realm and even Dao integration stage experts gathered in the sky. Ah, seniors, there's no need to snort. It's been hard on all of you to escort me all this way. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed and said, Now that I've reached the highest peak of Lone Bamboo Mountain, I'm looking down at the mountains and rivers, and the scenery is picturesque. Suddenly, I'm in the mood to recite a poem. The wind was chilly high up in the sky, but Zhuoxiaoduo was determined to provoke them. Naturally, he would resort to any means necessary. This bit of cold wind had no effect on him at all. I used to be frozen into a popsicle by Nian Cat every day. Do you think I'm afraid of this cold? It had to be said that Zhuxiaoduo was a little proud. It was the kind of pride that said, "You don't understand my pride. If I can be frozen by Nian Cat every day, can you?" With this thought, he became more and more pleased with himself. His poetic mood was getting out of hand. Since he had already reached this point, how could he not be more unbridled? Just as everyone's eyes were about to spit fire, Zhuxiaoduo struck a pose that made people want to beat him up 3,600 times. He slowly recited, "When I first entered the mountains of the Umno Alliance, the roars of dragons and tigers filled the sky. With the Qingfeng sword in my hand, I stepped on the highest peak of the Wu people. With 1 against 10,000, I have nothing to fear. My heroic spirit is in my chest. Crossing 80,000 miles of the Umno Alliance's masters was #1 achievement." The sound of gnashing teeth could be heard continuously. How did this kid compose a poem? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go down and beat this little bastard to death. Someone in the clouds was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Take a break. If I could go down, I would have done so long ago. Another person's face turned purple with anger. Haven't you heard that the Dao Alliance lost a heavenly king because of this little bastard? And it was Patriarch Flood who did it himself. Do you dare to break the rules? Do you dare to break the rules set by Patriarch Flood? If you want to go down, I don't object. But I definitely won't allow our Umno Alliance to slap our own Patriarch in the face. I'd rather wait for this kid to soar into the sky and challenge him to a duel. That's right. It's because of this. I'm so angry. I used my inner vision just now. My liver is swollen from anger. A black-robed Dao integration stage cultivator said with a serious expression, "You only saw this little bastard's despicableness, but you didn't see his talent. This little bastard, perhaps. He really is a peerless prodigy who is even more talented and outstanding than Mo Yingfeng. Naturally, he's even more dangerous. The current situation is truly difficult to handle. If we don't send out a sky-level battle prowess, there's simply no one here who's a match for that brat. The only thing we can do is to watch him escape and swagger off." These words caused everyone to fall silent. This was the truth. Now, there were only 2 ways to make Zhuxiaoduo stay. First, the military blockade and use human lives to kill him. Then, the military formation would be used as a unit to self-destruct. Second, in a specific environment, the immolation token would be used to self-destruct consecutively or in an orderly manner until he was dead. Judging from the current situation, nascent soul reigning stage cultivators were no longer a threat to him in a one-on-one battle. Everyone had seen the battle just now. Hundreds of people, 6 nascent soul reigning stage cultivators led the team, more than 30 soul reigning stage cultivators, and more than 100 soul transformation stage cultivators, were all killed by Zhuxiaoduo in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Was he really just a newly advanced soul reigning stage cultivator? Wasn't this a little too inconceivable? Let's report this situation first and let the heavenly kings think carefully about what to do and whether to break the rules of the immolation token. A group of Umno Alliance cultivators were worried sick. The immolation token was indeed a restriction that couldn't be avoided, especially now that Zhuxiaoduo had caused a ruckus to the point where everyone knew about it. Although the Umno Alliance's external network communication had been completely cut off, it could only be said that ordinary people and ordinary martial artists wouldn't know about this matter. However, the higher-ups had no influence at all. The immolation token. Even Lei Changqian's biggest reliance was the immolation token. The immolation token was created by the Flood Witch, and the Flood Witch was the arbiter of the immolation token. She had arbitrated several times. The Flood Witch herself was the highest authority in the Umno Alliance. This was the biggest restriction. If the Umno Alliance sent experts above the fairy realm to deal with Zhuxiaoduo, then whether it was the Astral Souls or the Dao League, the Flood Witch would be ashamed. They probably didn't need to do much. The Flood Witch wouldn't be able to stand it if they casually said a few words. "Flood, you set the rules yourself, but even your own people don't follow them. What are you going to do?" The Dao League said, "We didn't do anything over there, and you came over to kill a heavenly king. Now it's your turn. Are you going to kill a grand shaman, or are you going to apologize with your own death?" The Astral Souls said, "We made a move over here. You killed 36 demon monarchs and beat up the demon ancestor until he disappeared for thousands of years. Now it's your turn. How many do you want to kill? Anyway, you can't kill less than 36 Dao integration stage experts. And you have to at least cripple a grand shaman, right? That situation could be imagined with just a little imagination. When that happened, the Flood Witch's state of mind would be more than just sour. It would be natural for her to break down. Great, the Flood Witch would be ashamed and angry. It wouldn't be impossible for her to kill herself. Just based on this consideration, the Umno Alliance would definitely not break the rules of the token of gratitude. The Flood Witch was the Umno Alliance's biggest pillar. He couldn't afford to lose face. He couldn't afford to lose face. Even if he wanted to do something, he definitely couldn't do it in the Umno Alliance's territory. He could go to the Astral Souls to assassinate her. That way he could find all kinds of reasons to shirk responsibility. But if it really happened in the Umno Alliance's territory, then don't think about it. Previously, the Dao League sent a fairy to deal with Zhuoxiao Duo, but Zhuoxiao Duo was still alive. The Flood Witch went to the Dao League's territory and killed a Heavenly King with 2 strikes of her hammer. And now it was still Zhuoxiao Duo. Who would dare to act rashly? Try to act rashly? Everyone in the Umno Alliance knew this very well. No matter how ashamed and angry they were, they could only allow Zhuoxiao Duo to taunt them. They couldn't do anything and they didn't dare to act rashly. On the mountaintop, Zhuoxiao Duo laughed. Ha 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 ha. Then he suddenly somersaulted and fell straight down. He crashed through the clouds in the sky and disappeared below. Everyone could hear the continuous rumbling and the sounds of battle. Zhuoxiao Duo descended at an extremely fast speed. High up in the sky, all the fairy realm Dao integration experts frowned. They really shouldn't have come. They came. Were they just here to be bullied? But if they didn't see this little bastard being torn to pieces and beaten to death, they wouldn't be satisfied. The next moment the countless experts in the sky were suddenly thrown into disarray by the wind. Where was Zhuoxiao Duo? Why did Zhuoxiao Duo's life aura suddenly disappear without a trace? Why was there no sign of life left? He jumped down in such a grand and heroic manner. How did he disappear just like that? What's going on now? One of the Umno Alliance Dao integration experts looked at the others in astonishment. Seems like it. Another person also had an indescribable toothache. That bastard acted like he was the best, then jumped down and fled. This was simply... oh. Chapter 970. That kind of heroic spirit, that kind of fighting spirit. Was it just for show? To pave the way? But how did that kind of emotion come about? His state of mind doesn't match at all. Fuck. Numerous experts of the Wizard Alliance cursed in unison in the sky, expressing everyone's thoughts at the moment. What the hell is this? Lei Changtian was still hiding in the dark. He didn't say anything. He didn't feel angry that these Umno Alliance fighters were cursing at his grandson. In fact, he even had a faint feeling that these guys had helped him speak his mind. Because Lei Changtian, old demon tears, also wanted to curse in his heart. Fuck. What the hell is this? What kind of parents could give birth to such a despicable son? No, my daughter has inherited my genes. She can't be like this. It must be Zhuo Changchang's fault. He must have passed on some bad genes to his daughter. Just now, Zhuoxiao Duo's arrogant and overbearing attitude was insufferably arrogant, but he was very clear in his heart. Although those guys up there wouldn't really come down to deal with him, they would try their best to locate him. They would stare at him as if they didn't want to die. In other words, he had thousands of accurate radars on his head at all times. They could locate his current position and share it with everyone around him. Everyone in the Umno Alliance. What the fuck? How could he feel good? Therefore, after his heroic act just now, he jumped down without saying a word. He could create a huge momentum of death as well as a commotion. Then, he imitated his own momentum with a stream of elemental energy and rolled down the mountain with a big rock. With a swoosh, he entered the space exterminating pagoda. Well, go and chase after me. I need to take a rest. That act of showing off just now has used up all my strength and courage. I need to save my energy and recharge my energy. Then I'll go and fight with you guys again. In any case, I've just broken through to the Royal God reigning realm, so I need to consolidate my current realm. I won't accompany you any longer. The group of Dao integration stage and Skysoar realm experts in the sky rushed to the foot of the mountain in disbelief. They searched everywhere with their divine senses, and after a long while, they confirmed that there was really nothing left. However, everyone who came to this conclusion couldn't help but look at each other. Where did that kid go? No idea. Could it be that this brat has a void transformation stone with him? Someone guessed. That makes sense. Immediately, many people seemed to have come to a sudden realization and agreed one after another. As Dao-fusing Soar Realm experts, aside from being high-level cultivators, they were all experienced and knowledgeable people. Even if they hadn't seen some things with their own eyes, they would still have heard of them. The current situation could only be explained by Zhuo Duo possessing a rare treasure like the Void Transformation Stone. If that brat really has a Void Transformation Stone with him, then he has too many trump cards. How are we going to kill him? We'll be lucky if we don't get killed by him instead. Aumno Alliance's peak stage Skysoar Realm expert muttered. At this moment, other than feeling a hint of jealousy from that person's words, there was also a hint of fear. Among the experts present, which one of them hadn't been nurtured as a genius from a young age? But now, looking at Zhuo's equipment, they couldn't help but feel dejected and ashamed of their inferiority. When I was his age, I didn't have a single one of those things. Even now, I've already reached the Skysoar realm, but I still don't have a single one of those things. Look at the sword in his hand. I've been nurturing this sword with my soul for so many years. If it were to clash head-on with that brat's sword, it would probably turn into a sawtooth in an instant. Is the golden-scaled shamans group here yet? Someone asked. That's right. Right now, only Sir Jin Lin's group. No, Sir Lei Bao, Sir Shihai, Sir Ranju, and the others with special cultivation techniques can restrain Zhuo's abilities. But I don't know if they're here yet. Just another 300 li and we'll reach Lone Bamboo City. One of the experts said worriedly, I'm guessing that Zhuo's next goal is to enter Lone Bamboo City. No matter how much loot we get from the battle when it comes to supplies, entering the city is still the most convenient. As long as we enter the city, we won't have to search on our own, and we won't have to worry about being schemed against. After all, it's still a city. We can't use a city as the price to cut off Zhuo's supplies. That's right. Let's see what happens next. If you have any ideas, you can inform us at any time. We're just passing on information and it won't count as us doing anything. You don't have to tell me that. I'm thinking. But other than personally killing him, what else can we do? Big brain. You've thought of something? Let's go to Lone Bamboo City. Zhuo Duo left a long time ago. What if he didn't leave? You're such a retard. What else can you do besides retard? What if he really didn't leave? If he didn't leave, would he stay here and retire? You're such a retard. Who are you talking about? Don't go. Tell me, who are you calling a retard? Who's the retard? Stop right there. Tell me clearly. How am I a retard? A large group of people walked towards Lone Bamboo City. In the middle of the crowd, there was a retard's voice. After walking for a few hundred li, he still didn't give up. How am I a retard? What did I retard? You're playing dead. Tell me, retard. What's wrong with being a retard? Did I eat your rice? High up in the sky, a faintly discernible cloud floated back and forth. Previously, when so many people gathered here, they still didn't notice the presence of this person above them. Moreover, it had indeed confirmed the saying that there was always someone better than you, and there was always someone better than you. Lei Changtian. Of course, Grandpa didn't leave. He was a shrewd man. How could he not see that those who could pose a threat to his grandson were those people? After following Zhuo Duo for such a long time, Lei Zhangtian had already understood that this little bastard had never left after witnessing Zhuo's mysterious disappearance several times. He was just hiding for the time being. Although he still didn't know what method that kid used, it didn't stop him from coming to the conclusion that he hadn't left yet. Sure enough, by the time the sky turned dark, there were countless groups of people in the sky. They were all rushing towards Lone Bamboo City. The sky was completely dark. On the half-destroyed Lone Bamboo Mountain, there were only a few sighs and sobs from the Umno Alliance soldiers. There was also the sound of chanting. Other than that, there was no other sound. Then, near the foot of the mountain, Zhuo's aura appeared in a faintly discernible but real manner. Although this aura was faint and almost undetectable, it was enough for Lei Changtian, who had been carefully searching for traces of Zhuo Duo. This kid had actually used some unknown method to conceal more than 99% of his aura. He had even changed his appearance and dressing up like this and that. This was the conclusion that Lei Changtian came to when he used his divine sense to take a look. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. When the old man glanced over, he choked on the wind in the air and coughed non-stop. Tears almost came out of his eyes. This kid is too fucking talented. Because what was reflected in the old man's divine sense was a stunning beauty. The beauty that appeared was tall and slender. She was about 7,576 meters tall. She had willowy eyebrows, cherry lips, an oval face and pink skin. Her lips were red without any lipstick, and her eyebrows were black without any makeup. She was indescribably beautiful. Her eyes were like ripples in the autumn water. Her body was like a willow tree swaying in the breeze. Her chest was high, her waist was slender and her buttocks were round. She had a pair of straight, pink and slender legs. Everything was so harmonious and pleasing to the eye. Her white clothes and her hair were like clouds and waterfalls. It hung down to her slender waist. She was too beautiful, too beautiful. There were no more ornaments on the beauty's head. There was only a simple purple jade hairpin. She gently tied up her hair. She looked very casual. She held the lady's sword in her hand and wore snow-white boots made of demon beast skin. As she walked, her elegant fragrance drifted with the wind. It made people feel more relaxed and happy. Only her face was covered with a layer of iciness like an iceberg, adding to the feeling of being isolated from the world, like a winter plum blossom. Such a beauty could only be admired from afar. She was not to be touched. The beauty showed off all the way. She did not hide her tracks at all. She leisurely walked towards Lone Bamboo City. She walked in the sky openly. Her light purple ribbons trailed behind her slim body. She flew more than 100 feet. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Along the way, countless experts of the Wizard Alliance were dumbfounded. Who is that in front? So beautiful. Such a flirtatious aura. Slurp. Oh, I'm drunk. I feel like I'm in love. Bang. If you want to fly, then fly. Why did you bump into me? Don't you have eyes? The person who was scolded stared blankly. He did not care about being scolded. He looked in that direction and said, "So beautiful." Whoosh! A group of people came from afar. There were about 60 to 70 of them. They saw this beautiful woman from afar. Seeing such a beauty in front of them, they all had the same empathy. They all ran as fast as they could to catch up. Looking at the beautiful Zhua who was flying leisurely in front of them, a young man who was leading the group shouted anxiously, "Miss? Miss, please wait. Miss, please wait. I am the Thunder Cat of the Lei family. It is my honor to see you today." Chapter 971. This young man named Thunder Cat was quite handsome. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a smile. His eyes were filled with warmth. Even his body was slender at first glance. However, if one were to step on the ground, they would be able to see that his body proportions were seriously unbalanced. His upper body was long and his lower body was short. Her entire body was about 1.78 meters, which could be considered tall. However, her upper body, including her head, was about 1.3 meters. Her lower body, from her thighs to her feet, was less than 50 centimeters. Her proportions were really uncoordinated to a considerable extent. Beauty's was stopped in her tracks. She walked slowly because she wanted to hook up with the rich guy. Otherwise, even if she disguised herself, a single woman entering the Lone Bamboo City would be suspicious. Once she made a move, she would be exposed immediately. To be able to enter the city with a big family was definitely the best choice. Of course, she couldn't agree too quickly. She had to be reserved, play hard to get, and play hard to get. So she looked at him coldly with her clear eyes. She opened her red lips and asked suspiciously, "Thundercat? Are you from the Lei family?" That small voice was cool and pleasant to the ear, like a clear spring in the mountains, tinkling and ringing, making one's bones go limp as soon as one heard it. The Thundercat's bones had already melted. That voice was too pleasant to listen to. Sobbed that he suddenly became spirited and made a pose that he thought was very cool. He smiled and said, "You know about the Lei family? Ah, may I know your name?" "My surname is Su." Zhuo said coldly, "Mr. Lei, please." "Heard that your name was special, so I wanted to ask you." "Ah, no need." "Why not?" Thundercat's heart was itching. He looked at the beauty in front of him. "All this 1.76 meters tall? She weighs less than 100 pounds? At most, she is no more than 100 pounds. Her chest is about 92 pounds? Waist should be 59 pounds? 60. Hips 93 pounds? The ratio of the upper body to the lower body is about 5:8 in the golden ratio? Maybe even a little more, like 8:5. This body is really slurp." The Thundercat boasted that he had seen countless women. With just a glance, he could remember the basic number of women in his mind, and the error would not be more than 3 millimeters. But after so many years, this was the first time he had seen a woman with such a perfect figure. She was so devastatingly beautiful that she could cause the downfall of a country. Therefore, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Miss Su, my name. Haha, my name actually has a very interesting story. Zhuoxiaoduo ignored him completely. She had really learned from Zhuoxiaoyan's cold aura. She drifted away with the wind. Her long hair fluttered, her clothes fluttered, her fragrance fluttered, and her ribbons fluttered. Of course, the Thunder Cat was followed by Yufeng. They walked side by side. Looking at the beautiful side profile of the beauty, he could only feel his heart thumping wildly. I'm in love. I'm really in love. Back then, my mother loved to raise animals. My family used to raise a few pandas, but one of them was very weak. Compared to other pandas, its legs were shorter, as if it did not have any legs at all. My mother loved it very much. She always said, Panda, if you don't have legs, won't you become a cat? The corner of Zhuoxiaoyan's mouth twitched as if she wanted to laugh, but she held it back. Then she continued to move forward with the wind. The Thunder Cat saw the beauty's reaction and he was very happy. So he continued to talk. I was born that year. When I was born, my father said, Why are the children's legs so short? But my mother liked it very much. Among all my siblings, she liked me the most. It was probably because of my short legs. She even gave me the name Thunder Cat. The Thunder Cat laughed. My mother hoped that I could live a carefree life like a panda. So she named me Thunder Cat. Yes, that's it. Ah, this is the origin of my name. It's not bad. It's very popular. Originally, this name had brought me a lot of troubles and I didn't like it when I was young. But as I grew up, I understood my mother's painstaking efforts. So I liked it more and more. My mother gave me the nickname Mighty Cat. And I did live up to this name. I'm really big everywhere. The kind of big that makes others envious. The Thunder Cat looked like a filial son. However, the Lei family guards who were following behind him almost vomited out blood. Little cat. Don't brag. Who doesn't know that the name you dislike the most is your own name? Last month you were beaten up because you wanted to change your name. For so many years, if anyone dared to mention the name, Thunder Cat, in front of you, it would be the prelude to your anger. No, this name had caused a lot of people's lives, so the word, punching, was not enough to describe it. Now, you actually said that you like your own name the most just because you want to pick up girls. We really want to ask, doesn't your conscience hurt when you talk like this? Do you even believe in your own long-winded and irrefutable arguments? You actually called yourself Mighty Cat. But the beauty in front of him obviously agreed with the Thunder Cat's statement. Although she was still cold, she nodded for the first time and said, Yes. You are so filial to your parents. I guess your mother must be very pleased with your filial piety. The Thunder Cat blinked his eyes. Suddenly his eyes turned red. He sighed and tried to hold back his tears. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, My mother, I haven't seen her for 3 years. She. Beauty Zhuo was surprised. I'm sorry, I didn't know she had. Just when Zhuoxiaoduo was about to say the word, passed away, she has been in seclusion for a long time. The Thunder Cat blinked his eyes hard. Tears almost came out of his eyes. I haven't enjoyed a mother's love. For 3 years. Beauty Zhuo's expression immediately turned speechless, and she rolled her eyes coquettishly. Fuck, I thought your mother. But she was in seclusion. Young Master Lei, don't make such jokes to your elders. Beauty Zhuo scolded. Well, Beauty Zhuo was greedy, stingy and timid, but she would not forget her morals for profit. She especially valued filial piety. Any disobedient and unfilial behavior would not work for her. Of course, except for foolish filial piety and blind obedience. Yes, you are right. The Thunder Cat nodded like a chicken pecking rice. I will listen to you from now on. I will listen to you forever. Beauty Zhuo, who obviously didn't want to offend someone, continued to ride the wind and even sped up. Miss, where are you going? The Thunder Cat followed suit and asked eagerly. No answer. She continued to fly forward coldly and expressionlessly. Her speed was even faster. Miss Su, why are you standing on the sidewalk? Although you're skilled and brave, the streets of Jianghu aren't peaceful. Now, a great devil has appeared in our wizard alliance. He's ruthless, kills people like flies, commits all sorts of crimes and is insane. No answer. She continued to be cold and aloof. The big devil is called Zhuoxiaoduo. He is a man of astral souls. The Thunder Cat followed behind the beauty and kept talking, introducing, describing and adding more adjectives. He added more and more adjectives to Zhuoxiaoduo. Most importantly, he repeatedly said that this guy was a super pervert. He would not be able to walk away when he saw a beautiful woman. He would definitely do that and that and that. He was a perverted, disgusting thing. Although Beauty's would continue to move forward coldly, she finally slowed down a little. Because of the anger in her heart, she almost couldn't help but slap this guy into meat paste. This bastard. How dare he slander me like this? Damn you. How could he spout such nonsense? Yet, he said it in such a serious manner as if it was true. He was vicious and merciless. It was fine if he killed and robbed, but he wasn't afraid of others talking about it. It was all legitimate operations, legitimate self-defense, okay? But since when can I walk away when I see a beautiful woman? Why do I have to do that and that? I'm still a real man, okay? Once I'm out of danger, I'll definitely skin you alive and grind your bones to dust, you bastard. At this time, the lone bamboo city was in sight. The Thundercat saw that Beauty's will was moving slower and slower. He was overjoyed and thought that the beauty was scared. Wasn't this a great opportunity for him to please her? Miss Sue, look, I have so many guards with me. Every one of them is an expert, he. The best of the best. No matter how arrogant Wuxia Duo is, he won't dare to be presumptuous in front of me. In front of me he is just a little brother. Miss Sue, can you tell me where you are going? I can escort you there. The Thundercat then began to boast. To be honest, Miss Sue, the Lei family is quite powerful in the Umno Alliance. Beauty's one nodded slightly, the shocking Thunder family of the 12 ancient families. No matter how ignorant I am, I have heard of it. I am here to catch Wuxia Duo and bring him to justice. The Thundercat first pretended to be cool with an indifferent expression, indicating that catching Wuxia Duo was a piece of cake. Then he said flatteringly, so, you are free to do whatever you want. Miss Sue, where are you going? I can send you there. This is not a good idea? Beauty's wa hesitated. Her bright eyes flickered. Master Lei has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. I am a burden. I am afraid that I will delay his work. It won't delay. You are so smart and pure. How can it delay you? The Thundercat patted his chest loudly. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. I, the Thundercat, am definitely worth anything. Including your lifelong commitment. The Thundercat added in his heart. I'm not an ungrateful person. I thank you for your kindness. But I really don't know how to repay you. Beauty's face finally softened. The Thundercat was overjoyed. She called herself his little sister. Good. Cough. Chapter 972. What else do you need? The Thundercat laughed heartily and said, I feel like old friends with you at first sight. This is the fate between people, a fate bestowed by the heavens. Haha, it is my honor that you are willing to travel with me. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Stop calling me Mr. Lei. Just call me Almighty Cat. Almighty Cat, haha, this name sounds familiar to me. The Thundercat smiled warmly and winked at her. The great beauty suddenly burst out laughing. Her laughter was like 100 flowers blooming, magnificent and boundless. Her cherry lips opened slightly and she said in a crisp voice, Almighty Cat. Almighty Cat. The guards of the Lei family looked up at the sky. The speechlessness in their hearts was enough to fill the whole Umno Alliance. They felt like they were cursing in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, they had lost count of how many times they had cursed. Mr. Lei, who would dare to call you Almighty Cat? If they did, it would be a light punishment for them to exterminate their entire family. Now, at this moment, at this place, you actually agreed so easily? Can you be any more despicable? According to the information we have, the target of this trip, Wuxia Duo, is known as the Despicable King. His despicable behavior has no bottom line. Everyone knows that. But compared to his deeds, what you have done today is enough to replace him and become the new Despicable King. On the other side, the shameless conversation was still going on. May I know Miss Sue's name? I won't tell you. How can a girl's name be told to others? I feel like old friends with Miss Sue at first sight. Thundercat is here. May I know your name? I told you I can't tell you. Almighty Cat is tearfully asking for Miss Sue's name. My name is Muo. Muo? What do you mean by Muo? Isn't that so? Why do you think she doesn't want to say her name? Isn't it because the name is too tacky? Once people hear it. Anyway, this name isn't good. But this is the name my mother gave me. What can I do? This is the old lady's bad taste. What can I do? It's pretty good. Lots of wealth, lots of beauty, lots of blessings, lots of water. Anyway, it's not good. Almighty Cat thinks this name is pretty good. Many. Don't shout. Many. This is clearly a good name, A very, very good name. Almighty Cat thinks it's great. I'm angry. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. I can cry like a cat and admit my mistakes. Sister Duo, can you forgive me? Humph, you're not allowed to call me Sister Duo. Hee, then what should I call you? Whatever. I'm most afraid of being casual. How much do I call you girly? Sister Duo. Sister Duo. Along the way they chatted and laughed and the atmosphere gradually thawed. By the time they entered Lone Bamboo City, the guards of the Lei family had already escorted Zhuo safely into Lone Bamboo City, as if they were the stars surrounding the moon, like the stars surrounding the moon. This part of the journey was really easy and relaxing. Lord Demon, who was watching from above, was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Damn. How could this be? He is indeed Zhuo Changzhang's son. He is full of schemes and tricks. He is indeed my daughter's son. He is so smart and resourceful. He is the best of his generation. The old man sighed in amazement as he quietly followed him. This kid must be up to something by spending so much effort to enter Lone Bamboo City that the Thundercat's heart almost melted when he saw that he could travel with a beauty. He waved his hand and booked the best suite on the top floor of the most luxurious Lone Bamboo Hotel. Countless Lei family guards admired the ninth young master's flirting skills from the bottom of their hearts. He did not care about his image, did not care about acting cool, and used his stupidity to act cute. What a good move. So skillful. So common. So tried and tested. Our ninth young master was able to win over such a cold beauty with just a few words. Now, it was obvious that they were going to stick together like glue. Otherwise, he would not be called the 10,000 killer. He is indeed worthy of our admiration. What a powerful man. His skills are worthy of admiration but difficult to imitate. We are not that cheap. But a few people had already started to bet. Guess how long it will take for our ninth young master to hit a home run? I bet 3 days. What about you? I don't want to bet anymore. Another person looked sad. Such a beauty. She is so beautiful. I can't bear to think about it. I don't want to bet anymore. Damn, we have someone who cares about women. I didn't expect that. The entire Lone Bamboo City, except for the Lei family, was filled with tension. The aura of the Dao integration stage flying in the sky almost crushed the entire Lone Bamboo City, a city with more than 5 million people. The natives of Lone Bamboo City were all trembling in fear. The people who were originally in charge of patrolling the city's security were all replaced. Now, the weakest patrolling on the streets was at the cloud transformation stage. In the past, a cloud transformation stage expert was enough to dominate an area. But now that they were all gone. When it came to soul transformation stage experts, they were already gone. Cloud transformation stage experts were no better than dogs. God reigning stage experts were everywhere. Mystic returning stage experts were nothing. Only Dao integration stage experts could barely be considered experts. Countless experts were still rushing over from all directions, like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea. Outside Lone Bamboo City there was no sound. There was an aura of life everywhere. Such a lineup proved with their lives that Zhuo had not left. After Zhuo came down from Lone Bamboo Mountain, he entered Lone Bamboo City directly. Until now he was still in the city. As long as he was in the city, there was a way to trap him and kill him. Especially the descendants of the major clans. Everyone knew that this was an opportunity. At the same time, it was also the most dangerous opportunity. Because experts above the sky realm were not allowed to make a move. Then, the highest level was at the mystic returning stage. In other words, if a mystic returning stage expert killed Zhuo, the Flood Witch and all the higher-ups of the astral souls could only watch. They could not do anything. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they could only find another opportunity on the battlefield. Because what the other party did was in accordance with the rules. But now, the most obvious thing was, even the strongest mystic returning stage expert in the Umno Alliance was no match for Zhuo. This was a difficult problem. It was almost unsolvable. But for the young masters, this was not a problem at all. If one mystic returning stage expert could not do it, how about 10? How about 100? How about 1,000? How about 10,000? 100,000 would also be very kawaii. What we have is people and we have resources. It would be worth it even if you were killed. Countless battle formations had already been rehearsed. They were just waiting for the moment when the target appeared and could be put to use. As long as Zhuo appeared, this group of people would rush forward and not give him a chance to escape. They would not stop until he was dead. Now, even a few families in the Lone Bamboo Hotel had started a meeting. Everyone come to the biggest meeting room. Let's have a meeting. When the time comes, let's not rush together. If we kill Zhuo Duo, who will it belong to? If we don't make this clear in advance, if we fight, it will be a joke. That's true. This time there were many people from the 12 clans. A total of 7 clans came. Other than the Hong, Lai, Wu, Feng and Bing clans, the rest were all here. Especially the Golden Scale Witches Sha clan, there were many extra people this time. Let's have a meeting. Where are the Lei clan people? Where did the Lei clan people go? Who came this time? I heard it's the Thunder Cat. That pervert. Where is he? He hit on a girl when he just arrived. I saw him go up. Fuck. A few people scolded in unison. How can he still be in the mood to hit on girls? Hurry up and drag him down for a meeting. No matter how good he is at hitting on girls, he can't make Zhuo Duo disappear. Hurry up and come down. The Thunder Cat was lying in Beauty Zhuo's room. Miss Su, your hand doesn't look like a swordsman's. There are no traces at all. The so-called slender hand is just like this. As he said, he touched her hand. Beauty Zhuo retracted her hand and snorted. Do I need any traces to practice swordsmanship? Hee hee. The Thunder Cat smelled the fragrance of the orchid and musk and said, Miss Su, your hand is really beautiful. Turn it over and let me see your palm print. Let me tell you, I know how to read palms. I have done a lot of research in this area. I can read anyone's marriage and marriage. Everyone says that I am very good at reading people's faces. I can read people's faces very accurately. People say that I can read people's faces very accurately. No need. I don't really believe in that. Oh, I have nothing to do anyway. It's just for fun. The Thunder Cat was trying to flatter her, but Beauty Zhuo was trying her best to reject his flattery. Beauty Zhuo was trying her best to suppress her urge to tell the fortune of the Thunder Cat and his subordinates. Beauty Zhuo was trying her best to suppress her urge. Thunder Cat. An earth-shattering roar came from outside. The roar was full of exasperation. Come to the meeting. The meeting room on the 3rd floor. The Thunder Cat's face darkened when he heard the sudden roar. He shouted angrily, What kind of shitty hotel is this? Why is the soundproofing so bad? He picked up the phone and made a call. What meeting? I have something important to deal with. Let's have a meeting to discuss how to deal with Zhuo Duo. A strong voice came from the phone. We're waiting for you. Hurry up and come here. What's there to discuss about Zhuo Duo? It's not as important as my business. The Thunder Cat was not willing to go down. He clearly felt that he was about to succeed, especially when he mentioned palmistry just now. Looking at the beautiful woman's expression, it was obvious that she was very interested in fortune-telling. Chapter 973. The Thunder Cat was very reluctant. He believed that if he had a little more time, he would be able to hit a safe home run. 1 hour. No, half an hour would be enough. Just now, Beauty Sue's heart was fluttering, and her eyebrows were flying. That now was the perfect time to take advantage of the situation and take her down in one fell swoop. Every minute of the night was worth 1,000 gold, and it was the best time to make love. If he went down now, this opportunity to strike while the iron was hot would be gone in the blink of an eye. He really didn't know when the next time would be. Beauty Zhuo looked over with her beautiful eyes curiously and said very considerately, How to deal with Zhuo Duo? That peerless master? This is a serious matter. Young Master Lei, don't delay. Go ahead. The Thunder Cat became more and more depressed and complained, What peerless master? It's just a piece of shit Zhuo Duo, and you make it sound like a big deal. What a bummer. What? Beauty Zhuo said in surprise. But young Master Lei, didn't you just say that Zhuo Duo is very powerful, has killed countless people, and his cultivation is even more profound? He's also a peerless master and he's very lecherous and asked me to be careful? Is this person not to be feared? What you said just now, were you just coaxing me? The Thunder Cat's face changed. No, I made a mistake just now. Although Zhuo Duo is not a peerless expert, he is still a peerless ruthless man. He is a genius and can easily kill high-level practitioners. Moreover, he is also a lecherous man and will commit all kinds of evil deeds. He is extremely lecherous. My partner asked me to have a meeting to end this man as soon as possible. I will go down to the meeting first. Miss Su, you can have a good rest here. You will be safe here. I will come back soon. When I come back, I will read your palm. I'll be back soon. Zhuo Duo blinked and said, Okay, I'll wait for you. Actually, I also like to read fortunes. He cursed in his heart, "What do you mean by, piece of shit Duo? How am I lecherous and lecherous? This bastard is simply spouting nonsense. He deserves to die. When you come back, I will read your fortune and send you back to your hometown." The upper echelons of the young masters gathered together for a meeting. The bodyguards they brought, other than their personal bodyguards, all dispersed. This time the meeting didn't come back as soon as the Thunder Cat said. Instead it lasted for 2 hours. As for the arrangements, formations and tactics of the various clans, they all communicated with each other. As a result, conflicts between the various clans were unavoidable. Although Duo had not appeared yet, everyone knew that Duo was in Lone Bamboo City. With so many experts from the various clans, it would not be difficult for them to kill Duo here. No matter how much of a genius Duo was, there was a limit to human strength. In the end he would not be able to escape death. Even a ferocious tiger would be afraid of a pack of wolves. Moreover, not only was Duo not a ferocious tiger, but they were also not comparable to a pack of wolves. It would be more appropriate to say that it was a group of tigers devouring sheep. Then came the most direct question. There was only one Duo. Because of him there was only one reward and reputation. Who would it be for? Each and every one of the young masters of the great clans had come from afar with a purpose. It was obvious that each of their clan's intentions were straightforward and clear. They were here to kill Duo and gild their names. Whoever could kill Duo would be the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Wizard Alliance. Needless to say, everyone clearly understood this in their hearts. Not convinced? Why should they not be convinced? Why aren't you the one who killed Duo? The first discussion about who should go first caused a dispute. You go first? Then after you go first, will I still have a share? Why shouldn't I go first? How am I worse than you? No. Absolutely not. How can there be an order? Once the topic was pointed out, the scene fell into chaos. Amongst the people present, which one of them wasn't an arrogant person that looked down upon everyone else? How could they be willing to fall behind? It looked like a huge farce was about to unfold. Knock knock knock. Sha Hun and Hai Hun Shan from the West Sea Grandwich clan on the other side knocked on the table at the same time. They all had a headache. Be quiet for a while. Don't talk. The Sand Soul knocked on the table so hard that it almost broke the table, but it didn't work at all. You are powerful in the Sha clan. You have the right to speak in the Sha clan. That's your home. No matter how powerful you are in your home, you can't control me. Who do you think you are? Sha Hun had no choice but to stand up and say, "Everyone, I Sha Hun have something to say. Maybe it can solve the current situation. If you think it's unreasonable, it won't be too late to do it." He said this 3 times in a row and then gradually quieted down. The 16 young masters of the 7 families all tilted their heads and looked at Sand Soul with discontent on their faces. The scene was chaotic just now, but everyone knew that if they continued to argue like this, it would be difficult to get a result. Since Sha Hun proposed a feasible plan, they were willing to listen. After all, there were 16 of them plus the 3 from the Sha clan. There were 19 people in total. It was really a gathering of heroes. The leaders of the younger generation of the Umno Alliance had gathered. Sha Hun took a deep breath, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "What I'm going to say may not be pleasant to hear. Brothers, please bear with me. It's better to say the ugly words first. It's better than hurting the harmony within the Umno Alliance when the time comes." Hai Hun Shan from the West Sea Grandwich clan was a big and burly man. He had a bulbous nose, a toad mouth, triangular eyes and broom-like eyebrows. He was abnormally tall and sturdy. He sat there like a huge toad and said in a rough voice, "Say it." Sha Hun nodded and said, "I have to say these ugly words. As the younger generation, although we are not young compared to Duo, we are obviously not on the same level." It was indeed ugly words. They were really unpleasant to hear. Many young masters snorted from their nostrils, and their faces changed color. There were even a few people who glared at Sha Hun. "I know that you don't like to hear it. Most of us here have already reached the returning mysterious realm. There are even a few people who have suppressed the agitation of their vital essence several times after reaching the peak of the returning mysterious realm. They can break through to the sky realm at any time. But I still want to remind everyone here, Zhuo's current cultivation base, although he has just broken through to the royal god realm not long ago, his battle strength, according to the latest information collected from the recent battles, can be confirmed that his battle strength is far beyond the peak of the returning mysterious realm. The peak of the returning mysterious realm here includes those who have suppressed the agitation of their vital essence many times. To be fair, even if we send out ordinary Sky Realm cultivators, it would be difficult to be Zhuxiaoduo's opponent. Sha Hun said word by word in an orderly manner. Every word was sonorous and meaningful. And the favor order made by the Flood Ancestor basically restricts us from sending out Sky Realm cultivators and above to help in this battle, further making Zhuxiaoduo invincible at this stage. It is said that Lei Jiuxiao of the Lei family once met Zhuxiaoduo. He immediately sent out the peak of the returning mysterious realm to restrain him with his life, as well as 50 death warriors to self-destruct, but it was still futile. Sha Hun's voice was very heavy. Combining all the information and reality above, this Zhuxiaoduo's battle strength has probably reached the level of our parents' generation, or even our ancestors' generation. If we don't have a proper plan and act rashly, not only will it be futile, but it will also consume the strength in our hands and die in vain. The young masters shook their heads and tongues, but they were speechless for a long time. Obviously, they knew that Sha Hun was telling the truth and had nothing to say. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it and how it hurt their pride, they had to admit that Zhuxiaoduo's current strength had indeed reached this level. So what we need to consider the most now is how to kill Zhuxiaoduo. The so-called merit is just a trivial matter. Sha Hun said soberly, as long as we get rid of this enemy with terrifying potential, the higher-ups will definitely reward us handsomely. If we work together we might get a small share of the profits. But if we continue to argue like this, there is only one possibility, and that is that Zhuxiaoduo will break through our defense line one by one and then leave calmly. I even dare to say that even if any of the clans were to use all their strength below the Sky Realm, it would still not be enough to stop Zhuxiaoduo. They might even be killed by Zhuxiaoduo one by one, to the point where every clan will be wiped out. This is definitely not an alarmist talk, this is the current situation. Every clan has to face the truth. Our clans are indeed very powerful, but in the face of the current predicament, we are helpless and powerless. This is the reality. Because we can't do things in the name of Lord Flood. None of us can bear that kind of responsibility. If everyone is willing to work together to deal with Zhuxiaoduo, the Sha clan is willing to do our best to participate in this grand undertaking. But if everyone still wants to fight for themselves and monopolize the profits, then Sha Hun squinted his eyes and smiled. We, the Sha clan, will leave this place immediately. Because there is no other meaning in staying here except for the danger of losing our lives. Hai Hushan rolled his triangular eyes and pouted his toad-like mouth. His slender tongue licked the tip of his nose, and then he said seriously, "Then tell me, what should we do? How should we work together?" The others also looked at Sha Hun thoughtfully, waiting for him to continue. It had to be said that Sha Hun's mind was still very clear. Sha Hun said, "The most important thing now is to make sure that all the clans work together and eliminate the possibility of our own clans dragging our own clans down. As for the way to stop Zhuxiaoduo, it's easy to talk about. First, cooperate with the Burning Body Order. Second, seal the soul. Third, seal the space. Fourth, crush the strength. Fifth, completely cut off Zhuxiaoduo's escape route." The direction that I wrote before was a little wrong. It caused a lot of problems here. The manuscript is ruined. Originally, I wanted to dress as a woman and trick him directly. But that would be too insulting to my intelligence. So I rewrote this paragraph. Chapter 974. Sha Hun spoke very slowly. As he spoke, he quickly organized all the information in his mind. His voice was clear as he said, "From the information sent by Lei Jiuxiao as well as the information from these few snipes, we can confirm that Zhuxiaoduo has a spatial equipment in his hands. It is very likely to be the hidden dragon martial arts master Yi Changqing's Mia tower. So, when our people self-destruct, he will be fine as long as he hides in the tower. This is what I mentioned before. Zhuxiaoduo's last step, where his escape route lies. How can we be sure that when the people with the incineration order self-destruct, Zhuxiaoduo will not be able to escape? This is the most important factor. If we can't cut off his escape route, no matter how many incineration orders we have, we will only let Zhuxiaoduo watch the fireworks in vain. His sacrifice will be in vain. It will be meaningless." He said with a heavy tone, "Everyone has their own treasures. I have no intention to elaborate on this. Everyone knows what they are doing. But if you are unwilling to take it out, or if some people take it out and some don't want to take it out, it may cause all our efforts to be in vain. If Zhuxiaoduo escapes, countless people will be implicated and sacrificed in vain." Everyone is the leader of the younger generation. It is impossible that you do not understand this principle. Sha Han said, I will say this much. If there is anything that I have not said or if it is unpleasant, please forgive me. He bowed and sat down. Although they sat down, everyone calmed down. The whole place was silent for a long time. These people were the leaders of the younger generation of the big families. Naturally, none of them were ordinary people. They had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although all of them were either lecherous, gambling-loving, boorish, stingy, or temperamental in appearance, none of them were easy to get along with. If they underestimated any one of them because of their external performance, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Therefore, although everyone knew that Sha Han wanted to use the treasures of their families, they did not object at first. Instead, they were deep in thought. For example, Hai Hun Shan, who was ugly and had dark skin, was wearing a snow-white robe. He looked extremely rough, but in fact he was a very meticulous person. At the same time, his own strength was also in the top 3 among all the people who came here. Everyone knew the name, Toad King Hai Hun Shan. He was fierce, vicious, and cruel. However, his ugly appearance could make people instinctively afraid. Perhaps because he was ugly, people did not want to take a second look at him and let their guard down. Everyone present was well aware of what was going on. Hai Hun Shan stood up. With a slurp, his long tongue licked the tip of his nose. He said seriously, Sha Han is right. This matter is not something that can be fought for. What we are doing now is to eliminate a great enemy for the future of our Umno alliance. Everyone nodded slowly. This was a good statement. This general direction and premise were real and true. With Zhuxiaoduo's current level of cultivation, his true combat strength, and the time he had spent cultivating was not enough to describe him as a heaven-defying monster. If he was allowed to grow, wouldn't he become another Sky Inspector throne? The Astral Souls had painstakingly made the Sky Inspector throne appear out of nowhere. This was a reversal of the situation where they were suppressed by the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. There were already too many of such people. The other one had to be nipped in the bud. If he was allowed to grow, it would not be a question of whether he was easy to kill. Instead, it would be impossible to kill him. Let me add a plan to deal with Zhuxiaoduo. I have with me a piece of the immortal binding lock that was broken when Lord Zhu Wu battled with a mighty figure. When the time is right, I will take it out and use it. Hai Hun Shan frowned and said, although my immortal binding lock is severely damaged and I only have one piece, it can still bind even a Tao integration stage expert if he is caught off guard. Hai Hun Shan was the first to state his position. Sha Han said, this time I have with me the soul-wounding arrow of the Sha family. Unfortunately, the 7 emotions bow that goes with it has been lost for a long time. Now it can only be used as a hidden weapon. As long as the soul-wounding arrow can hit Zhuxiaoduo, it can immediately cause serious damage to his soul and instantly remove the connection with the treasure that is connected to his soul. However, this soul-wounding arrow is incomplete, so I cannot be 100% sure that it will work. There must be a backup plan. In case it does not work, I must use a treasure that can keep up. Kami no Su of the Shun family, the Zhumang Grand Shaman's family, said lightly, I also have the space-shaking gong. Once it rings, it will be enough to shock Zhuxiaoduo for a few breaths and create an opening. The Thunder Cat coughed and said, I have the ecstasy fog. Hearing this, the others all scolded, Thunder Cat, what is the use of your aphrodisiac? Hai Hun Shan looked at the Thunder Cat with his bright eyes and said in a deep voice, Thunder Cat, if I remember correctly, the Thunder Mirror of the Lei family is a destructive magic weapon that can cause thousands of thunderbolts to roar. It is also a treasure that the core disciples of the Lei family must carry with them when they go out for training. This time you came here with a purpose. Don't tell me you did not bring this treasure with you? The Thunder Cat said with a painful face, that thing has been worn out for a long time and cannot be used again. It needs to be stored in the Thunder Prison for 100 years before it can be used 3 times. Cut the crap and stop pretending. The others looked at him with disdain. We all know each other. Even if you pretend to be lecherous and stingy, do you think we will believe you? The Thunder Cat's face twisted. He really wanted to say, I am not pretending this time. But he had to say, okay, I promise to use the Thunder Mirror once to complete this task. Then, everyone's eyes turned to Yen Ziki from the Burning Candle Witch's family. Yen Ziki sighed and said, I will adjust the Yin-Yang mirror at the last moment and separate Zhuxiaoduo from his annihilation. Small tower. The Annihilation Tower was a taboo topic now. If there was no one else and it was only the family members who talked about it, they could talk about it without any scruples. But with so many descendants of the great wizards here, the words, Annihilation Tower, were taboo words that could not be spoken easily. Although no one from the great wizard Dan Kong's D family came, who could guarantee that it would not be spread to other people's ears? Hai Hunshan said, since that is the case, the plan is set. As long as Wuxia Duo appears, we will first send people to intercept him and try to determine his location as soon as possible and limit him to a certain range. Then Kami no Su will activate the sky-shaking gong and break the space in an indiscriminate attack mode. Then he will control Wuxiaoduo's movements and locks Wuxiao Duo in this area. Then Sha Hun will use the soul-hurting arrow, it must hit the target. Then the Thunder Cat will attack and suppress him with the range of the Thunder Mirror. My immortal tying lock will then bind and imprison him. The Yin-Yang Mirror will completely isolate him and the burning token will explode immediately. Hai Hunshan said, the immortal tying lock, Sky Thunder Mirror, Yin-Yang Mirror, and soul-hurting arrow can all be controlled remotely and improvised. But this sky-shaking gong. Wuxia, are you sure you can protect yourself? If you can't succeed in the first step and pin down Wuxiao Duo, all the subsequent steps will not be valid. Kami no Su's handsome face was a little dull. She said, I can trigger the spiritual sense of the elders, there is no need to worry. Hai Hunshan said, to be safe, you wear my sea spirit shirt, it will help you withstand a fatal blow. Kami no Su was moved. She said, thank you, brother Hai. Hai Hunshan's sea spirit shirt sounded exactly the same, but the sea spirit shirt was a treasure left by the West Sea Shaman. It was a defensive treasure refined from the water of the sea. The West Sea Shaman spent 100 years and only managed to refine 3 of them. Hai Hunshan was actually willing to lend such a treasure, it was really a big deal. People couldn't help but be moved. Needless to say, this series of arrangements was both offensive and defensive, and it was appropriate to advance and retreat. The layers of arrangements were watertight and vicious to the extreme. Everyone discussed once more, and they seriously considered where there were still loopholes that needed to be perfected. After a long time they finally decided. Things were settled like this. After constructing such a meticulous arrangement, the young masters even had a feeling. Even if they were targeting a Heavenly King stage powerhouse, they would still fall into our trap. It should be known that the construction of this sure-kill trap could be said to be an all-round 3-dimensional attack. Moreover, the main targets of the attack were all dreamlike items, legendary treasures. If one had to say that there was something lacking, it would probably be that the attacking power of these people was relatively limited. Even though they could use many magic treasures to plot against the Heavenly King stage powerhouses, they were still unable to break through the most basic physical defense of the opponent. This was the absolute difference between the ranks, not the fault of the battle. But if the target was changed as Wuxiao Duo, what was Amir's Wuxiao Duo worth? It was not a problem. After the meeting, the Thunder Cat could not wait to go upstairs and knock on the door. Miss Su, it's me, the mighty cat. In a moment the door opened. Beautieswa flipped her long hair and said with a smile, Young Master Lei, why did the meeting take so long? Didn't you say you would be back soon? Who said so? It's so annoying. The Thunder Cat said as he tried to squeeze into the door. Young Master Lei, please behave yourself. Men and women should not touch each other. It is inconvenient for a man and a woman to be alone. It is already so late. Let's wait for another day. The beauty was very reserved. I have been annoyed by those people for too long, and I want to talk to Miss Toto to make myself feel better. I have brought some good tea with me this time, so let's have some tea. The Thunder Cat said, I promise I won't do anything. Beautieswa rolled her eyes and stepped aside helplessly. She walked to the sofa and sat down. She said in a seemingly unintentional tone, this meeting must have been effective. After such a long time, if it is still successful. Alas, they are a group of second-generation young masters. None of them are good. It could have been done with a few words, but it was delayed until now. They wasted a lot of good time. The Thunder Cat sat on the sofa opposite her and crossed his legs. He belittled all the others with one sentence. Miss Su, if you see these people, you must be careful. None of them are kind, especially those who are a little bit ugly. Haven't you heard that Mr. Bai is the worst? Among these people there were quite a few who were very handsome. She had to be prepared in advance and label them as bad people first. Oh, thank you for your advice. There are so many young masters gathered here. Wuxiao Duo will not be able to escape. I wonder which young master will capture him in the end. Beautieswa smiled sweetly. Anyway, I think I will be safe for the rest of my journey, right? With me here, who dares to touch you? Just Amir's Wuxiao Duo is nothing. As long as he dares to show up, he will definitely die. The Thunder Cat's face was filled with a calm smile as if everything was under his control. You're so sure? Didn't young master say that Zhuxiaoduo was so powerful and so amazing? Beauty Zhua exclaimed. That was then and this is now. What do you mean? We have discussed a foolproof plan. Ah. Chapter 975. A foolproof plan? Against Zhuxiaoduo? That's great. Beauty Zhua was relieved and said, Finally there's good news. These days Zhuxiaoduo really scared me. The Thunder Cat laughed and said, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Ah. He looked like a hero. Yes. Almighty Cat is really capable. Beauty Zhua smiled and praised him. Ha ha ha. The Almighty Cat felt lighter and said, I'm known as the Almighty Cat. Of course I'm capable. Ha ha ha. So what's the foolproof plan? Beauty Zhua's eyes were full of curiosity. She smiled and said, You've aroused my curiosity but you stopped abruptly. Do you want me to ask you more? Beauty Zhua was getting more and more into character. Every frown and smile of hers was so charming that it tugged at people's heartstrings. The Thunder Cat was fascinated by her beauty. He squinted his eyes and laughed, There's no need for you to ask. I'm here for you. I'll tell you about our research. No need. It's confidential. If it's leaked out, you might tell me that you've told me. Zhuxiaoduo was very considerate and said, Even if I have a clear conscience, your reputation will be tarnished. Tarnish what? The Thunder Cat smiled faintly and said, Give them the guts. But this time I did put in a lot of effort into the plan. I arranged many layers of the plan in great detail, hoping that it would succeed in one strike. In order to be absolutely safe, under my suggestion, the aristocratic families have mobilized a total of 5 great spiritual treasures. The Thunder Cat first explained the magical features of each treasure in detail, which made Beauty Zhua gasp in amazement. Her eyes were shining brightly. They are all good stuff. I'm so tempted. The Thunder Cat laughed and said, We have plenty of such good stuff. Really? Beauty Zhua's eyes were like searchlights, full of endless greed that he hurriedly lowered his head to hide his desire. The Thunder Cat continued, This lineup is really luxurious. Let alone Zhuxiaoduo, even if the king of Zhuolu from the astral souls were here, he would still be trapped for 100 seconds. Hearing this, Zhuxiaoduo could not stop laughing. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. She covered her mouth with one hand and said, Brilliant plan, brilliant plan. With such a tight arrangement, even if that Zhuxiaoduo has the ability to reach the heavens, he will still be defeated. Although he was joking, he sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. Who said that the people of the Umno Alliance only have muscles for brains? This plan was so detailed that as long as he dared to appear, he would definitely die. Yes, he would definitely die. If Zhuxiaoduo didn't know what was going on, he would definitely die if he faced it head-on. There would definitely be no other outcome. He wouldn't even have the chance to be trapped in the city and wait for rescue. After showing off for a while, the Thunder Cat felt that he had shown off enough. He gradually became restless. Previously, he had not hesitated to reveal such secrets and implicated himself in all the plans and arrangements. It was to show that his family background, strength, and wisdom were all superior to others. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens, far superior to his peers. He was the best choice for a girl. Marrying me is definitely the best choice. Such a family background, such ability, such a genius. What are you still hesitating for? But Beauty Zhua was obviously not moved. This made the Thunder Cat even more excited. She was indeed a lady from a famous family. She could still be so reserved in front of a handsome and peerless genius like me. This sky thunder mirror. Zhuxiaoduo coughed and said, Is it beautiful? The Thunder Cat laughed and said, It's ugly. How can it be beautiful when used in battle? Zhuxiaoduo made it very clear. But the Thunder Cat's answer made Zhuxiaoduo's eyes flash. Not showing it to me? Guarding against me? Or Miss Su Yu. The Thunder Cat wanted to touch her hand. Let's play chess. Beauty Zhua's body flashed and she began to suggest. Crush the opponent. In response to the other party's invitation, the Thunder Cat was instantly energized. Sure. He smiled and said, To tell you the truth, I, the Thunder Cat, am the #1 chess player among the young generation in the Umno Alliance. I have been the champion in chess competitions for several years. I have always been known as the chess saint. After saying that, he really took out the photos of his championship trophy, and when he received the award, he showed them to the beauty to prove that what he said was true. He said proudly, I can let Miss Su have 3 pieces. Or let's play some guided chess? Beauties was smiled faintly and said reservedly, "Chess is just a small game. I play chess to cultivate my mind. I don't care about winning or losing. Let's play a game first. If you are much better than me, I will ask you to let me have 3 pieces." Okay. The Thunder Cat took out his chess set from the space ring elegantly. He insisted on letting Duo play black first. Beauties was willing to take advantage of the situation, even if it was just a game of chess. Duo gladly obeyed and played black first. The first move was the center of the sky. In chess there was a saying, golden horn, silver edge and grass belly. Even beginners knew that the center of the sky was not useful. However, Duo's first move was right there. The Thunder Cat was indeed a chess master. He ignored Duo's first move when both sides entered the game. He chose the small stone in the upper right corner. Duo took the upper left corner, the Thunder Cat took the lower right corner, and Duo took the lower left corner. The Thunder Cat took a big step and flew out from the lower right corner. He took the edge and threatened the central area. Duo, on the other hand, placed a piece into the top right corner with a pa sound, forcefully attacking and attempting to break a corner first. The Thunder Cat changed the situation quickly. Obviously he wanted to test Duo's chess skills. However, Duo made a quick decision and cut off the Thunder Cat's first move. From this point on, the two sides were caught in a life-and-death battle. The Thunder Elemental Cat focused its attention and after 3 moves, Duo made another sneaky move. He took the lead and a heavenly soldier flew down and smashed into the lower right corner of the Thunder Elemental Cat, forming a 2-sided attack to protect the center. The Thunder Cat was slightly surprised. However, it was just the beginning of the game and everything was still undecided. Leaving so early just to form a form of cooperation was like abandoning a child to fight to be the first. It was still suspicious of being too hasty. Therefore he focused on the game. The two sides fought back and forth for an hour. Duo's face was full of joy. He played 1 piece and locked the Thunder Cat's dragon tail. He also played the entire upper right corner and half of the dragon's side. The game was set and the winner was clear. The Thunder Cat's forehead was sweating. This game was really frustrating for him. His opponent's first move was the Tianyuan point. It was obviously a bad move. However, as the game went on, it became more and more like a coordinated attack. In the end, it became a coordinated attack. No matter which direction the opponent moved, the Thunder Cat had to respond. The Thunder Cat had no time to take care of other things, while the Thunder Cat still had time to set up a trap. However, the opponent's layers of traps made it impossible for him to remove the nail in the middle. Furthermore, his line of defense was slightly impacted and gradually fell apart. The thick and sturdy dragon was actually broken into 2 at the waist and separated into 2 parts. The dragon's tail was also slaughtered and covered in ink. "I lost. Lady, you are really good at Go." The Thunder Cat praised, but he was not convinced. He had been studying Go for many years. He had won many championships with real swords and spears. How could he lose this game so easily? Well, it must be because he thought he was going to win and let his guard down. Otherwise, how could his opponent win so easily? It was absolutely unreasonable. Duo smiled faintly and started the second game. In this round it was still Duo who went first. But this time he took the upper right corner of the screen and started a strange formation called the Avalanche set. He advanced triumphantly and once again defeated the Thunder Cat. In the third round, Duo used the great slanting demon blade to kill the Thunder Cat 3 times, leaving not a single piece of armor behind. In the dream world, Duo was a psychic. How could he not know how to play Go? These sets had been passed down for countless years. For Duo, who had been studying Go in and out of his dream world, with his brain power that was thousands of times stronger than normal people, it would be an exaggeration to say that he had never lost a game. He did not care about winning or losing because he could not lose at all. No matter how much the Thunder Cat studied Go, no matter how much he studied Go theory, he could not jump out of the shackles of the current world. After losing 3 games in a row, the Thunder Cat was so depressed that he did not even have the heart to flirt with the girl. Before this, he was bragging that he was the champion of the Umno Alliance, the #1 player of the younger generation, the Sage of Go. However, in front of this girl he lost 3 games in a row, and each game was worse than the previous one. In the last game he even killed the dragon in the middle board. He really did not leave a single piece of armor behind. What's more, the 3 games played by this girl were very different from each other, as if they were played by 3 different groups of people. However, these 3 groups formed their own structure, and each group was far beyond the Thunder Cat's knowledge. The gap between their chess skills was really too big. The Thunder Cat, who had come to this conclusion, felt that his self-esteem was hurt. He, the mighty cat, also wanted to save face. So, Miss Sue is such a master of Go. She really is a master of Go. The Thunder Cat wiped the sweat on his face. Even though he was still a little unwilling, how could he not know that he had lost, admitted defeat, and lost everything? However, the change in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. When he first saw this girl, he only wanted to chase her because she was too beautiful. He just wanted to kiss her for her beauty. Of course, it would be better if he could go further. But now, his heart had fundamentally changed. This Miss Sue was not only devastatingly beautiful, but she was also a rare and wondrous woman. At such a young age, she had already reached the God-reigning level, and her foundation was very solid. She was not inferior to the Thunder Cat at all. After personally experiencing her temperament, it was also the best, natural and dignified. It seemed that she was proficient in music, Go, calligraphy, and painting. Such a girl could be said to be a natural candidate for the master's wife. Chapter 976. For such a girl, it would be a waste if he only indulged her for one night. Moreover, judging from her appearance, even if he had the intention, she would never do that kind of thing. Moreover, in these 3 consecutive losses, she had defeated him in 3 different ways. She had already faintly expressed her intention of rejecting him. All of a sudden, the Thunder Cat felt that his heart was really moved. It was budding. Miss Sue, you are indeed beautiful and intelligent. You are so talented that you are not inferior to men. The Thunder Cat's eyes suddenly became clear, and his face became more serious. The flirtatious look from before was completely gone. Duo did not understand the change in this guy's heart at all. He smiled faintly. Do you want to play again? No. The depth of your knowledge in the art of chess is not something I can compare to. The Thunder Cat said with a respectful attitude. I will go out to arrange something first. I will come back later to invite you to dinner. Okay. Duo felt strange that this guy suddenly respected him so much. It was a kind of politeness of an equal exchange. But he did not think too much about it and agreed casually. The Thunder Cat walked out and sighed softly. If it was just a short-lived marriage, it wouldn't take much thought. However, if he wanted to marry the other party as his wife, it would be extremely difficult. It seems that I need to investigate Miss Sue's family background carefully. The Thunder Cat frowned. At that time, I may need the help of my family to settle the marriage as soon as possible. Otherwise, based on my previous flirtatious behavior, I am afraid that Miss Sue will not agree at all. Now that I am surrounded by wolves, if someone else beats me to it, alas. At this moment, the Thunder Cat was very melancholy. He felt sincere regret for his previous behavior. If you meet the one you love, you will never be different. Alas, until now, I really understand the true meaning of this sentence. The mighty cat was very melancholy. Have you sent the information of Miss Sue back to the family? Yes, I have. Still no reply from the family? Cough, cough. The guard was speechless. Today you flirt with a girl, tomorrow you want the family to check on you? How can they have so much free time? His family's intelligence agency also needed to rest. I'm serious this time. Sigh, forget it, I'll call 7th Uncle myself. The Thunder Cat was well aware of its reputation in the past. But this time I really wasn't playing around. He took out his phone and dialed, 7th Uncle, I'm a cat. What's the matter? If you're here to pick up girls, then don't bother me. No, 7th Uncle, I'm serious this time. I want to marry her. The Thunder Cat begged, I'm serious this time. If I can marry her, I promise I'll be honest for the rest of my life. Are you serious? 7th Uncle's voice also became serious. From his tone, it seemed that this nephew was going to turn over a new leaf. This was a good thing. What's your name? Pass it to me again. Okay, right away. The Thunder Cat was very obedient. Please, 7th Uncle. And if she's really a girl from a good family, you should get married early, settle down, and do some proper work. What's so bad about competing? It's a waste of your talent to act frivolously every day. 7th Uncle lectured. 7th Uncle is right. After putting down the phone, the Thunder Cat was exultant. There was hope. As long as the family was willing to step in, there was a 90% chance of success. In the UMNO alliance, no family could refuse the marriage proposal from the Lei family. The remaining 10% would be Miss Sue's opinion. But it didn't matter. In the room, Duo frowned and pondered. Previously, he had tried to get information from the Thunder Cat a few times, wanting to take a look at the so-called Sky Thunder Mirror. However, although the Thunder Cat was infatuated, he still interrupted him. It sounded like he didn't care, but Zhuxiaoduo knew that how could such a person be so casual? Unless he was pretending to be stupid. This time, Zhuxiaoduo intended to train himself. Just like what the old man had said, this was a rare opportunity for him to practice with real swords and spears. Zhuxiaoduo never thought of cutting corners. On the contrary, he wanted more excitement. It would be even better if he could directly break through to the Sky Realm in the Umno Alliance. Before this, Zhuxiaoduo didn't even dare to dream of doing this. However, since the old man had already forced him to this extent and threw him here, he would be letting himself down if he didn't properly train himself. Therefore this time he gave up on all the conveniences and wanted to train himself. Actually, Zhuxiaoduo knew that no matter how harsh the old man's words were, with his ability, it wasn't difficult for him to return safely. He could just find a place to hide and cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation for a month or two. Then, when he came out, he would be able to reach the profound mastery level. However, on the path of martial arts, every step of the way was very important. For example, when you have a strength of 1,000 kilograms, do you know how to use it? How to save it? What kind of strength would you encounter and what would be the best solution? Only knowing the theory wouldn't do. A tiger cub would imitate a dead wolf hunting for its whole life, but it wouldn't dare to attack a real wolf. Even if it attacked, it might not be a match for the wolf. This was the reason. Only by strengthening the foundation at every step would it work. If 1,000 kilograms of strength was raised to 10,000 kilograms without experience in battle, the gap between each level of strength would be a gap that could never be filled. When it came to a profound level of strength, it was necessary to control each output. The greater the gap between the same level and the same level of strength, the greater the gap between them. Why was it that when two people were at the peak of the Sky Realm, both had the same cultivation technique, and both suppressed their cultivation for a certain number of times, the outcome of the battle could be decided so quickly? That was the reason. Therefore, Zhuxiaoduo didn't even prepare to use the Heaven Men's Stone this time. It was only in existence as a trump card. They fought in the land of the Wizard Alliance. Real injuries, real healing, and real battles. Charge. Fight. Fight. Other than life-saving methods, Zhuxiaoduo didn't intend to let himself enjoy too much of the cheat-like benefits. It could be used as a skill, but it definitely couldn't be relied on because it wasn't pure strength. Zhuxiaoduo knew this very well. He also knew that if he disguised himself as a man and came to Lone Bamboo City, his identity would be exposed sooner or later. Because no matter how good his disguise was, he couldn't let this person who made something out of nothing have a real history and family background. Lone Bamboo City was just a transit station for him. And now, whether it was the Thunder Cat or the other families, someone should be investigating his identity. Zhuxiaoduo would never underestimate anyone in this aspect. Especially after experiencing the fierce battle at Lone Bamboo Mountain and hearing the plan from the Thunder Cat, Zhuxiaoduo knew this very well. There really wasn't anyone who was stupid. Including the Thunder Cat, who wasn't stupid. There wasn't much time left for him to leave safely. While Zhuxiaoduo and the Thunder Cat were playing chess, countless people from the 7 families outside had already turned Lone Bamboo City upside down. They were trying their best to find Zhuxiaoduo. Their spiritual power reached up to 8,000 meters above the ground and down to 1,000 meters below the ground. It was an all-encompassing search. Everyone from the 7 families, including the Flying Heavens and Tao integration experts who were watching from the sky. Including the Umno Alliance martial artists who came spontaneously from all over the place, as well as the people under the incineration order who had already gathered here. All of them were dumbfounded. Where was Zhuxiaoduo? Where did this kid go? Even after such a thorough search, not a single strand of Zhuxiaoduo's hair could be found. Wasn't this too illogical? How could such a living person turn into air and disappear? But even if he turned into air, there should still be soul waves, right? Everyone was confused. Then they had no choice but to fly up to the clouds to find their seniors. The seniors had been watching from the sky, but did they see Zhuxiaoduo? They didn't need to do anything. Even if it wasn't convenient for them to say it out loud, they could just give them a hint or point them in the direction. But in the clouds, most of the experts were expressionless and unmoving, but they were cursing in their hearts. We didn't see Zhuxiaoduo either. A few Tao integration experts narrowed their eyes and said, Zhuxiaoduo didn't leave. His soul is still in Lone Bamboo City, but it's very faint. It's in a state where he hasn't condensed his energy, is not using his spells, and is not using his energy. It's just like an ordinary person with his vital energy restrained. He must have put on some makeup and disguised himself as someone else. The people below understood and bowed respectfully. He was still in Lone Bamboo City, but they didn't know where he was hiding for now. As long as they could confirm that he was in Lone Bamboo City. They were afraid that he wasn't there. Above the clouds, a few people looked at each other. You can feel Wuxiao's soul waves? I can't. Then you said that his soul waves were still in Lone Bamboo City? And what's with his vital energy restrained? An ordinary person? I'm using common sense to infer that he can only be in Lone Bamboo City. Where else can he go? How can he not be searched by our divine senses? He can only be in a state where his vital energy is restrained and he's an ordinary person. What else? Do you have any other explanation? Aren't you lying to the people below? I've already made the judgment that best fits the current situation. Do you really want to say that all of us old fellows are going to say that we don't know? Is that really a good thing? Damn, what you said makes sense. Great wisdom, great wisdom. The people who came up to ask immediately went down to report. Wuxiao's soul waves are still in Lone Bamboo City. He must be in a state where his vital energy is restrained. He must have put on some makeup and disguised himself as someone else. That's right. No matter how bold Wuxiao is, he wouldn't dare to enter Lone Bamboo City with his original appearance. Isn't that asking for death? It's good that we can confirm that he's in Lone Bamboo City. But if he disguised himself as someone else, his vital energy wouldn't be obvious. It would be troublesome. There are almost 6 million people in Lone Bamboo City. The 7 young masters of the 7 families met again to discuss the next step. What we lack now is a way to force Wuxiao out. Everyone stared at him. Everyone's eyes fell on Sha Hun, Hai Hunshan, Sha Yu and Kami no Su. Especially this time, there was another young master from the Sha family. This young master was famous for not using his brain. He was only a martial arts fanatic. He was crazy about martial arts and had amazing strength, but he never used his brain. Straight to the point. This young master was called Sha Diao. Sha Diao said, "Could Wuxiao have disguised himself as a woman? If that's the case, we can only look for men and not find out." Everyone took a deep breath. If you can't think about it, then shut up. We're used to ignoring it. We can't think of a way, but you're still causing trouble. It's easy for a man to dress up as a woman. Men and women are different. Is it so easy to dress up? But Sha Hun, Hai Hunshan, and a few others suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat after the habitual scolding. This. Chapter 977. Okay. Sha Diao was scolded and immediately shut up. Sha Hun and Hai Hunshan frowned and pondered. A young woman? A woman? The two of them looked at each other thoughtfully. This was the same direction. The Thunder Cat was calm. He had been thinking about how to get closer to the beautiful woman when he got back. He didn't even think about it. The Thunder Cat had brought a female companion into Lone Bamboo City. Obviously, no one was suspicious of their companions. Is there a way to search the divine soul? Sha Yu whispered. As long as they could collect Wuxiao's divine soul mark, everything would be easy. Everyone looked at the other young master. Tu Yunxiao. He was from the Tu family of the Endless Witch. Tu Yunxiao looked helpless. He said, "I know that you all want my divine soul mark. But there is a limit to the divine soul mark. You need to seize Wuxiao and find Wuxiao's divine soul within a limited distance. Only then can you activate the divine soul mark and find Wuxiao. But we haven't seen Wuxiao yet. The divine soul mark isn't that effective." Hearing Tu Yunxiao's words, all the young masters felt a sense of powerlessness and disappointment. Indeed, they had prepared a trap and were determined to get Wuxiao. As long as Wuxiao showed up, he would be dead for sure. But Wuxiao was strange. He didn't show up and hid in the crowd as an ordinary person. What should they do? Show us Wuxiao's information, appearance, etc. Let's look at it a few more times and study it, Sha Hun suggested. And so, Wuxiao's heroic image appeared in the Umno Alliance's meeting room again. The young master's eyes lit up. So handsome. On the other hand, several unprepossessing young masters had black lines running down their foreheads. At a time like this, she was still paying attention to whether the other party was handsome or not. Was there something wrong with her focus? A woman's way of thinking was truly incomprehensible. However, after several hours of discussion, they still felt helpless. Do we have no choice but to passively wait for Wuxiao to appear? Sha Zhe frowned. That's all we can do for now. Sha Hun narrowed his eyes and frowned, exchanging glances with Hai Hunshan and the others. Search all female martial artists above the nascent soul transformation stage who are not registered in the Lone Bamboo City. Sha Hun transmitted his voice. Hai Hunshan nodded slowly. Hai Hunshan immediately sent a voice transmission to issue the order. However, as he was in the process of issuing the order, he suddenly remembered something. Hurriedly he sent a message to Sha Hun, that thunder cat. I heard that it hooked up with a girl before it arrived at Lone Bamboo City? Sha Hun was stunned. You didn't bring it from home? Suddenly he focused his gaze. Both of them turned to look at the thunder cat. While they were having the meeting, Zhou Xiaoduo was also at the window on the top floor, observing the surrounding environment. His heart was itching unbearably. The trap set by the other party was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Death was at hand. But the 5 treasures mentioned by the mighty cat really made Master's heart beat faster. Sky-shaking gong. Soul-hurting arrow. Heavenly thunder mirror. Immortal tying lock. Yin-yang mirror. Just from the sound of it, one could tell that it was something good. He really wanted it. But they definitely wouldn't give it to him. What should he do? He thought about it seriously and his brows furrowed slightly. This scene seemed even more beautiful and magnificent when it entered into the eyes of others. A peerless beauty sat leisurely by the window. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, her gaze was deep, and her brows were lightly knit together. She seemed delicate and powerless, yet she possessed an immortal aura that seemed as if she wanted to ride the wind and leave. Sitting deep and frowning, no one knew who the beauty was thinking of. She was really too beautiful. Zhou Xiaoduo was still racking his brains, painstakingly plotting to get the other party's treasures. Suddenly Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes widened. What was that thing down there? As far as his eyes could see, there was a long line of carriages the size of a matchbox, pulling something all the way to the west. This was Zhou Xiaoduo recognized it at a glance. He was too familiar with this thing. That was the Astral Soul's jade powder. Oh my god. How could there be such a large quantity? Could there be a Umno Alliance High Martial Arts School here? This now was the crucial time for the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Should he take a risk for the Astral Soul's jade powder? Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while but still did not want to let it go. After all this time he did not know how long it would take for him to return. Would the meridians in the Tower of Annihilation not be replenished for a few months? Obviously this would not work. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned, watching the carriages disappear around the corner. His eyes flashed and suddenly he took out a bottle of laurel honey from the space ring and opened it bit by bit. He used the extremely precious laurel honey to stimulate the scent, and used it as a perfume. It filled the air for a while, and then her delicate body was immersed in the fragrance for a moment. Then she opened the window and her white dress fluttered. Whoosh, she floated out like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her posture was elegant, beautiful, and overflowing with radiance. She was devastatingly beautiful. In an instant, the entire sky above the Lone Bamboo Hotel was suddenly filled with the rich and elegant scent of osmanthus. Within a few thousand meters, as long as one smelled it, they could not help but feel that their minds were suddenly much clearer. Countless people could not help but look up. In midair they saw a fairy in white, her clothes fluttering and her hair dancing in the wind. The nimble and graceful figure that flashed by carried boundless beauty and boundless immortal energy as it vanished into the distance. Although that peerless fairy's speed was extremely fast, everyone could clearly feel that it was as if she was moving in slow motion. This kind of extreme beauty, this kind of scene of a fairy descending to the mortal world, lingered in their hearts, replaying over and over again. In a flash, the beauty had disappeared into the distance, but the 2 ribbons still seemed to ripple in front of their eyes. Intoxicated, like a fairy, like a dream, it made people linger and forget to return, infinitely intoxicated. Countless people would remember this day, especially the graceful figure and the rich scent of bay laurel. There were many people who would never be able to forget it. In fact, there were even quite a few people who became poets on this day. The legend of the fairy descending to the mortal world also spread in Lone Bamboo City for a long time. Laurel fragrance floats in the 9 heavens, the blue sky is filled with colorful dresses, dreamlike like a fairy's presence. It makes me yearn for it. The young masters of the various clans who were still in the meeting also smelled the pervasive scent of bay laurel. Their minds raced as they stood up one by one. What is this smell? I can feel that. My soul is in an unprecedented state of clarity. Is there a treasure? The young masters who were facing the window unintentionally raised their heads and saw the beautiful figure flash by. Immediately their souls became ethereal. Their eyes were full of intoxication. There is a beauty, a young master said with a groan. The Thunder Cat subconsciously stood up. Where is she? Everyone frowned at the same time. The Thunder Cat felt more and more uneasy, and hurriedly floated out and went straight to the top of the building. He felt more and more fragrant, but that intoxicating fragrance was slowly dispersing. He opened the door and went in and could not help but be stunned. The beauty was nowhere to be found. All of a sudden the Thunder Cat felt lost. Miss Duo, where did you go? At this time Shahan walked over. Thunder Cat, that girl of yours? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the Thunder Cat fly out in a hurry, ignoring what Shahan said. Shahan was stunned, but the Thunder Cat had already disappeared. Duo flew out in such a brazen manner. Wherever he went, countless people would fall head over heels for him. That omnipresent fragrance, that fairy-like and dreamlike feeling. She flew all the way and finally she saw the team slowly leave the city and go to a huge waste site. Duo looked at it and was overjoyed. It turned out that this was a place specially for discarding Astral Soul's jade powder. Although there were many other things, most of them were piles of Astral Soul's jade powder. Although the taste was not very good, how could Duo dislike it? God knows how many years of Astral Soul's jade powder had been piled up here. The beauty's figure flashed in the air and instantly turned into mist. She left behind a fragrance and disappeared in the forest opposite the waste site. That strong fragrance was blown all the way to the depths of the forest by the mountain wind. As for Duo, he had already drilled into the ground. For the sake of caution, he controlled his spirit sense and didn't disperse it. He even used his true essence to wrap around the aura of his flaming sun scripture, only burning 3 feet away from his body. He slowly sank down a few hundred meters. Then, he changed his path and extended in that direction. Nothing was more important than safety. At this time at the city gate, the Thunder Cat chased out anxiously, following the fragrance, and shouted, Miss Su, where are you? Sister Duo, Sister Duo. It was as if it was chasing crazily. The guards of the Lei family were following behind it, but they were speechless. An hour later, in this waste site that was rarely visited by people, the piles of Astral Soul's jade powder began to disappear. After a long time, Duo took away most of the Star Soul jade powder and went back to where he came from. Then he started digging a hole in the opposite direction from where he was at the start of his stealth. In a desolate mountain, the Thunder Cat was anxiously looking for a beautiful woman with a group of people. Sister Duo. The Thunder Cat was really about to cry. His heart felt as if it had been divided into several pieces by blood. Don't go. I really fell in love with you. I want to take you as my wife. I'm not just playing around. Woo-woo. I'm serious this time, but why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why is that? What did I do wrong? I'll change, okay? His heart was beating fast and he was in a panic. It was a panic of, I'm about to lose. I'll never pick up girls again. I'll be loyal to you until the end. The Thunder Cat beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting. All of a sudden, a cold voice suddenly sounded, Have you picked up a lot of girls before? Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 978. The Thunder Cat felt as if he was struck by lightning. He turned around in a daze and saw a beautiful woman smiling amidst a field of mountain flowers. She was in a snow-white dress, floating in the air. The elegant scent of laurel was refreshing. Miss Su. The Thunder Cat choked with sobs. You scared me to death. I thought you had left. Ignored me. Something came up, but it's done now. Miss Su smiled and said, Shall we go back? Good. Let's go back. The Thunder Cat kept nodding. The people of the Lei family surrounded Miss Su, as if they were escorting the only treasure in their lives, and walked back to the lone bamboo city. Unlike the Thunder Cat, who was glad that he got back what he had lost, the guards of the Lei family were more or less confused. Something was not right. Why did Miss Su come out? And the way she disappeared was weird, and the way she appeared now was even weirder. But our 9th young master was enchanted and did not ask anything. It seemed that he did not dare to ask anything. The only thing in his mind was that the beauty would disappear again. Maybe this is the so-called beauty's privilege. A guard sighed. That's right. But she's so fragrant. Even if it were me, I would only wholeheartedly protect such a woman. Questioning such a woman is a crime. Another guard said faintly. That's right. That beauty, that fragrance, she smells so good. A guard said. On the way, the Thunder Cat could not completely ignore the situation. Miss Su, may I ask why you came out this time? The Thunder Cat tried to sound her out. Young Master Lei. Are you questioning me? Duo sneered and said with a cold face. No, 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 I don't mean that. I wouldn't dare. The Thunder Cat had completely entered the mindset of a henpecked husband. He said carefully, I am just worried about you. Duo snorted and said lightly, I heard you say that you had a lot of girls. Can you tell me how many you had? A women-only counterattack to change the topic. Duo used him so well. The main reason was that he had been tormented by this move countless times. A layer of cold sweat appeared on the Thunder Cat's face. She wished she could slap her own mouth. Just now, she only cared about regretting what she had said and regretted what she shouldn't have said. Now the consequences had arrived. The most important thing was that the consequences were not easy to talk about, nor were they pleasant. There was no way to talk about it at all. When he thought of this, he was no longer in the mood to ask the beauty why she came out for such a trivial matter. His mind was filled with thoughts of how he should exonerate himself and how he could obtain the beauty's forgiveness. Duo snorted and arrogantly flew toward the city with a cold face. The Thunder Cat followed behind him with its tail between its legs. It became more and more attentive and attentive. Looking at the Thunder Cat's careful behavior, Duo understood the mentality of the person in front of him very well. Wasn't this the same mentality he had all along? Every time he quarreled with Zhuxiaoyan or Zhuxiaoyan was at loggerheads with him, it was exactly like this. It was not just similar, it was exactly the same. As a girl, she didn't need to explain anything. She only needed to find a reason to be angry, and the rest was up to the man's imagination. I can appear and disappear as I please. This is my freedom. Who are you to ask? You are just looking for trouble. Don't be angry. I'm just worried about you. The Thunder Cat explained in a low voice. Duo flew forward with a cold face, still ignoring him. Explaining was covering up, and covering up meant that it was true. The more you explained, the more you were wrong. I won't ask, okay? It's my fault. It's all my fault. The Thunder Cat continued to speak in a low voice. Continue to ignore him. Only by ignoring him could he consolidate all the mistakes on the person in front of him. If he ignored him now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Say something. You're making me nervous. Continue to ignore him. He had completely destroyed the defense in his opponent's heart. What on earth do you want me to do? The Thunder Cat pulled his hair painfully. Duo turned around and suddenly got angry. Why are you so fierce? Are you throwing a tantrum at me? The Thunder Cat was stunned. I'm not angry. When did I lose my temper? If you're not angry, why are you so loud? And you say you're not angry? Duo stared at him. I'm wrong. It's all my fault. Tell me, what did you do wrong? I shouldn't be angry. I shouldn't be loud. I shouldn't be angry with you. See, you're really angry. You just said you weren't angry. You were angry with me, but you still lied and denied it. The Thunder Cat had a feeling of wanting to die. It was out of control. Why are there more and more accusations? I didn't do anything. What do you mean by suddenly not talking? You don't even want to talk to me. You're playing with me. Scumbag. Sure enough, men were not good things. Even you are not an exception? So you're also like this. I'm wrong. What's wrong? As the cycle of mistakes continued, the guards of the Lei family began to pity their master. This Miss Su really wasn't someone to be trifled with. If this marriage was successful, the Thunder Cat would definitely be a slave to his wife for the rest of his life, and he would never be able to turn over a new leaf. On the way back to the hotel, the Thunder Cat still didn't manage to coax the beauty. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He was so anxious that his clothes were soaked with sweat. He bumped into the young masters who were already in the hotel lobby. Duo walked through the crowd with a cold face as if there was no one around. But he was still so elegant and cold. Only the scent of laurel gradually filled the air. All the young masters were shocked. So, it was this beauty from before. She was indeed an outstanding beauty, unparalleled and unparalleled. Especially this cold and noble temperament. She was really too beautiful. Looking at the Thunder Cat chasing after the beauty like a pug, he didn't even stop to talk to the crowd. So the Thunder Cat has been chasing after this girl. She is really a beauty that can topple a country. It's rare to see. Sha Hun squinted his eyes and looked at the Thunder Cat, who was apologizing like a pug. Although he was praising the beauty, he had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that something was not right, as if something was not right. But what exactly he wanted to say, he couldn't say anything. It didn't seem like a man dressed as a woman. The investigation results were not out yet. Hai Hunshan frowned and said, You still have the time to think about other people's romance? Don't just stand there, think about how to find Zhuxiao Duo. Sha Han squinted and said, I have an idea, but I'm afraid you won't dare to do it. What idea? Everyone asked together. According to the basic information about Zhuxiao Duo, his cultivation is not bad, his combat power is even higher, and his appearance is also outstanding. He is good at many kinds of weapons, fists, palms, swords, and hidden weapons. He is good at everything. But he has one weakness, which is that he is greedy. He sees money as his life. Wherever he goes, the sky is 9 feet high. Sha Han said lightly, my idea is to lure him with money and spread the news that we have treasures. With Zhuxiao's greed, he will definitely do something. Everyone's eyes lit up. You mean? Lure the snake out of its hole? Sha Han smiled and didn't say anything. However, everyone's face became gloomy, and they all fell into silence and thought. It was indeed an idea, and it was a very feasible one. But the risk factor of this idea was also too high. If they were suddenly attacked by Zhuxiao Duo and lost their lives, it would be no laughing matter. Based on the strength that Zhuxiao Duo had shown so far, compared to their own strength, Zhuxiao's sudden attack was enough to kill any one of them. The disciples of the big families of the Umno Alliance had the protection of their elders' divine sense, so they weren't afraid of Zhuxiao's sudden attack. But there were also those who didn't have the protection of divine sense. Once such a situation occurred, the person involved would be in more danger. Let's do it this way. Hai Hunshan waved his hand. If we delay any longer, Zhuxiao Duo might quietly return to the astral souls. We can only talk about strategy on paper. Everyone smiled bitterly. What he said made sense. Tu Yunxiao has already gone to Lone Bamboo Mountain to collect Zhuxiao's residual aura. Should we wait? As long as his spiritual seal can capture a little bit, it will be easy to find Zhuxiao Duo. Or maybe we just need to lock down Lone Bamboo Mountain and make sure that no one leaves. Someone suggested. We can't wait any longer. Hai Hunshan and Sha Han shook their heads in unison. It was just a battle. As long as Zhuxiao's spiritual seal wasn't injured, even if they collected a little bit of Zhuxiao's residual aura, it might not be useful. Tu Yunxiao's trip was just a test, and he didn't have much hope. Let's start tonight. Everyone had made up their minds. Sha Han narrowed his eyes and walked towards his room. He was still thinking that when he saw that beautiful woman he felt that something was wrong. But what could be wrong with such a fairy-like person? Seeing Sha Yu walking in front of him, Sha Han's narrowed eyes flashed with a flash of light. Suddenly he shouted, Sha Yu. What's the matter? That woman. What do you think? Sha Han asked. You like her? Sha Yu curled her lips. The only person who could resist the charm of a great beauty to the greatest extent was a noble lady from an extraordinary family. No, I always feel that. The sudden appearance of such an outstanding woman is a bit abrupt, Sha Han said. The moment he said this, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment surging in his heart. He finally understood what was wrong. The Umno Alliance was no doubt huge and each family had hidden geniuses. This was not surprising. However, such a peerless beauty would not be unknown, let alone appear in Lone Bamboo City so abruptly. This in itself was a big point of suspicion and full of dissonance. If the Sha family had such a woman, would our family be so assured to let her come out alone? Although her strength is not bad when it comes to protecting herself, her peerless appearance is not enough. Sha Han asked himself. Then he took a deep breath. Sha Yu stood in front of him and after a while he didn't speak. She frowned and asked, What's wrong? Sha Han narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, I stopped you just now to let you change into the long dress and walk around. But now it seems that there is no need for that. Sha Yu also narrowed her eyes. She was also a smart person. She said, Are you doubting this beautiful woman? I'm no longer doubting her. Sha Han took a deep breath and said, I am almost certain that there is something strange about this woman. Sha Yu said lightly, I will check her background. Okay, you must be careful. It may be very dangerous, far more dangerous than the strength she has shown. Understood, I will be careful. Sha Han immediately took out his phone and asked Hai Hunshan and the others to gather in the big meeting room. When everyone received the notice they were all confused. Didn't the meeting just end? What was going on? Everyone went to the meeting room in confusion. Sha Han narrowed his eyes and smiled, Everyone, please wait patiently for a moment. I think as long as we wait we will get some good news. What good news? Have you found Zhuxiao's tracks? Sha Han just smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't give any more information. Everyone was burning with anxiety, but no matter how they asked, he did not speak or respond. Everyone was helpless, but they could only patiently wait with him. A few of the more impatient ones were so anxious that they almost wanted to beat him up. On the other side, Xiaoyu had already taken the elevator to the top floor. Xiaoyu found the guards of the Thunder Cat and asked a few questions. Then she came down. Surname Su? Many? This name may not be true. Xiaoyu immediately started to send out orders. First, she investigated the big families near Lone Bamboo City. Xiaoyu also asked for information about some of the lower middle families, but she didn't have much hope. After all, a girl who looked to be at most in her 20s was already at the god-reigning level. This was not something that a small family could cultivate. At the same time, secretly cultivating a young genius god-reigning level master was not a secret that a small family could keep. Such a beauty that could bring disaster to a country was not a good resource that an ordinary family could protect. Yes, resources, good resources. As a woman, Xiaoyu strongly disagreed with this theory. But she had to admit that beauty was a resource in the current world, a good resource. And it was a resource that only the strong could enjoy. The weak couldn't protect such a good resource. For this investigation to be on the safe side, they directly investigated an area with a radius of 15,000 miles. With the order, the UMNO Alliance immediately started to work. In less than 30 minutes, all the information about the families was sent to them. There were also key notes and comments. Xiaoyu quickly went through the list. She first confirmed that there were no big clans with the surname Su. There were 2 medium-sized clans with the surname Su. However, there were many names that didn't appear in these 2 clans. If this girl is not Xiaoduo disguised as a man, then she must be using a fake name. Many of the names are full of bad taste. After checking again and confirming the situation, Xiaoyu stood up without saying anything and went downstairs. From the beginning to the end, she was very calm and didn't alert the evil at all. Xiaoduo was still in the room chatting with the Thunder Cat. Xiaoduo was also calculating the time and paying attention to the time. At this time, under such circumstances, there was not much time left. It was almost time for his whereabouts to be exposed. A young girl who suddenly appeared, and such an outstanding girl, it would be strange if she wasn't investigated. Xiaoduo believed that it was quite lucky for him to be able to delay until now without being exposed. And the Thunder Cat in front of him seemed to be obedient to him, but when it came to investigating his background, this guy was definitely the most active one. Who knew which Su family had been investigated to now? These days I feel that the atmosphere is not right and the pressure is extremely heavy. Beauty's cold voice carried some concern. She said, when Xiaoduo shows up, it will be the time of a fierce battle. Child Lei, you must remember to take care of yourself. Nothing else is important except your life. Hearing the beauty's concern, the Thunder Cat felt lighter all over. He said proudly, don't worry unless Xiaoduo doesn't show up as long as he shows up. I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Beauty's asked curiously, is Child Lei's heavenly thunder mirror so powerful? No chance of survival, no chance of rescue? What's the big deal about death? My mirror is more powerful than this. The Thunder Cat laughed and his face was full of high spirits. I wonder how powerful this heavenly lightning mirror is? Beauty's said, it's just a mirror. It's already amazing that there is no chance of rescue, no chance of survival. The Thunder Cat hesitated and did not give an immediate answer. Beauty's laughed and said lightly, Child's heavenly thunder mirror is the key to the battle against Xiaoduo. It's right to be vigilant against an outsider like me. Child, you don't have to feel embarrassed, I won't ask any more. She paused and said, actually it's just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Since I don't have the chance to see it, I'll leave it for another day. After that, he didn't say anything else. This was the second time this topic was brought up, especially after she got angry that the Thunder Cat was so anxious that he almost had acne on his face. He immediately took out a mirror from his ring and said, as you said, the heavenly thunder mirror is just a mirror. This is it. Beauty's laughed but did not say anything. She did not even turn her eyes. It showed that I wasn't that interested in this. It's really this. The Thunder Cat said anxiously, look, with this mirror in hand you only need to. At this moment, the Thunder Cat's phone rang. Moreover, the phone had been ringing non-stop since the beginning. The Thunder Cat looked frustrated. It might be something urgent. I have to answer the phone first. He stepped back a few steps and picked up the phone, saying directly, who is it? What's the matter? Don't you know that it's a great crime to disturb someone's sleep? Hai Hunshin's voice came from the phone. Thundercat, are you okay now? Come here, I have something important to tell you. The Thundercat said, what important thing can you have? I'm the one who has something important to tell you. The other side paused and then said in a normal voice, it's really urgent. Come here right now. I have something important to tell you, but it's hard to explain it over the phone. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes flashed, and then he became indifferent again. On the other side of the phone, Hai Hunshan grabbed the phone and made a gesture. Sha Hun and the others understood, and started to make arrangements immediately. The Thundercat said, what's so important that you can't tell me over the phone? Hai Hunshan said, I told you to come down, so come down. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up. It's urgent. The Thundercat cursed and hung up the phone. When he was about to talk to Beauty Zhua, the phone rang again. He looked at it and hurriedly picked it up. Seventh uncle? When he asked his family to investigate this girl, he asked Seventh uncle, the head of the Lei family's intelligence organization. An anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Neng Mao, are you still with that Miss Su? At the side, Zhuoxiaoduo narrowed his eyes. The Thundercat was embarrassed, saying, Seventh uncle, this. You. Seventh uncle understood as soon as he heard this. He chuckled and said, Miss Su is a good girl. You have to cherish her. And if it's convenient for you, step aside. Your mother asked me to tell you something. Oh, okay. The Thundercat took the phone and walked out. However, to show his sincerity, to get the beauty's forgiveness, or to be misled by the words Miss Su is a good girl, you should cherish her, he put the Sky Thunder mirror on the table and didn't take it out. I'll come back after answering a call. When the Thundercat went to open the door, Zhuoxiaoduo made a prompt decision, and put the Sky Thunder mirror into the space ring at lightning speed. Then his body flashed and he rushed to the window in a semi-energy state. His identity was exposed. There was no doubt about it and there was no luck. But it was an unexpected surprise that he could get a little extra benefit at the last moment. Finally, he got the Sky Thunder mirror. But just as Zhuoxiaoduo's figure rushed out of the window, a thunderous roar suddenly resounded. Miss, where are you going? Following which, a golden light shot towards him. Zhuoxiaoduo's body flashed as half of his body and half of his body turned into energy. He dodged the golden light by a hair's breadth and soared into the sky. However, at this moment, there was already a huge net of hands in the air, heading towards him. With a whistling sound, a lot of black spots shot out from Zhuoxiaoduo's hand. Eternal star stones. Densely packed, they rushed out like a raging tide. Chapter 979. Puff, 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 puff. A series of blood-curdling screams could be heard. How could Zhuoxiaoduo not know that this was a matter of life and death? Naturally, he didn't dare to hold back anymore. The first thing he did was to use the Starry Sky indestructible stones. A total of 200 stones were shot out in one go. More than 30 people were hit on their foreheads, and more than 70 people were hit on other parts of their bodies. Some of the unlucky ones were hit by 3 or 4 stones, but more than 20 stones missed their targets. After Hai Hunshan called the Thundercat, he started to make arrangements without waiting for the Thundercat to come down. However, Zhuoxiaoduo was alerted. When Zhuoxiaoduo rushed out, Hai Hunshan's men had just arrived. The time difference was less than a second, or even less than half a second. However, Zhuoxiaoduo had already rushed out of the window. That was the difference of half a second. If Zhuoxiaoduo had been slower by half a second, he would have fallen into a heavy encirclement. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens if he wanted to escape. But now, although the situation was still bad, at least it was not the worst situation yet. There was still room to maneuver. Behind him, the Thundercat rushed to the window like a whirlwind and looked at Zhuoxiaoduo in disbelief. He roared angrily, You? Who are you? Who are you? Zhuoxiaoduo laughed. He turned his long sword and sent out waves of snow. Sword chi overflowed. Then he turned into a shooting star with a long roar. There were more than 170 Starry Sky indestructible stones that were sent out before. They all followed Zhuoxiaoduo as if they were responding to her call. Zhuoxiaoduo grabbed them and disappeared in a flash. In the sky, a young man in white was standing upright with a big seal in his hand. It was shining. Who else could it be but Tu Yunxiao? The big seal had collected all the soul waves and aura of the fighters. Hai Hunshan's white robe flashed as he rushed in front of Tu Yunxiao and said, Have you collected Zhuoxiaoduo's soul fluctuations? He moved at such a close distance. Of course he can't escape. Tu Yunxiao lightly breathed in, his face filled with boundless joy. Luckily, I didn't bring up my soul imprint during the meeting that day. Hai Hunshan took a deep breath and said seriously, "You are really lucky. Sai, this is really..." The two of them had nothing else to say except that they were lucky. When Zhuoxiaoduo rushed out of the window, he spread his half-energy spiritual seal. This was the best way to prevent their original plan. He was on guard. In this way the soul-hurting arrow and yin-yang mirror would not work. He was definitely prepared. This Thunder Cat. Everyone was speechless. Looking back at the window. The Thunder Cat stood in the air in a daze, staring blankly at the direction where Zhuoxiaoduo disappeared. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Suddenly he shouted himself hoarse, "Liar!" Tears flowed out of his eyes. Zhuoxiaoduo rushed out a few hundred zhang like lightning and stopped for half a second. What he was facing now was more than a dozen Returnant's profound realm experts. Their divine souls were completely connected as one, and they were coming at him with a resolute momentum. Countless attacks were coming from all directions, and they were concentrated in the middle like a storm. Sword light burst forth, shattering the space and causing black cracks to appear. At the moment when the spiritual seals were about to hit him, Zhuoxiaoduo let out a muffled groan. The wide white gauze dress that covered his body suddenly exploded into pieces and turned into white butterflies. But under the influence of the abundant spiritual qi, they flew in all directions like steel blades. At the same time, with the sound of breaking air, 16 small gourds followed behind the scattered pieces of white gauze, adding to their destructive power. But behind the small gourds, there were 16 star immortal stone hexagonal particles. Using a mysterious method they attacked. As expected, the sounds of continuous attacks rang out. The returning Shen cultivators who were heading towards them were already prepared to die and were going all out. At this moment they completely ignored the scattered pieces of white gauze. Although they saw the small gourds following closely behind, what they wanted was to get close to Zhuoxiaoduo as quickly as possible and launch a self-detonating attack. Even though they knew that they would be injured if they took the small gourds head-on, they would rather be injured and take advantage of the situation. Then they felt the small gourds hit their bodies. They only felt pain for a moment. The spiritual qi that had already been detonated dissipated the impact. They couldn't help but feel more relieved. They took the opportunity to get closer to Zhuoxiaoduo. But in the next moment all of them without exception were hit. Their eyes bulged and their faces twisted. The star immortal stone hexagonal particles that followed closely behind the small gourds all hit their bodies. And unlike the small gourds, which couldn't break through their protective spiritual qi, their destructive power was extremely great. With a whoosh they entered their bodies and tore their bodies apart. Their blood and flesh were torn apart, and their meridians were broken. The people who were hit were in intense pain. They could no longer maintain their spiritual qi. They screamed in agony, "What kind of hidden weapon is this?" Zhuoxiaoduo put his palms together and then separated them. With a muffled boom, endless spiritual qi surged like a tsunami. The formation of the 16 people that had been heavily injured by the star immortal stone disintegrated instantly. They flew out in 16 directions. With another flash of lightning, another 3 swords attacked in a triangular formation. It was 3 people who had used the body and sword as one technique to attack. Zhuoxiaoduo snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 16-star immortal stone hexagonal particles in the air shone brightly and met the attacking swords head-on. Because of the sudden change, the hexagonal particles didn't have time to aim accurately. Instead, they forced their way into the sword light. A series of crackling sounds could be heard, and the sword light actually showed signs of disarray. As the party involved, the 3 people holding the swords were the most shocked. They rode on their swords and used the body and sword as one technique. Before they even got close, their momentum had already risen. Zhuoxiaoduo had clearly just broken the previous 16 people's joint attack. He should have been short of breath. Although he forced himself to use the flying hidden weapon to resist the enemy, he could barely maintain it. How could it be powerful? But the reality was strange. The 3 people couldn't see what kind of small hidden weapon it was. It actually made small holes in the swords in their hands. The soul link that they had immersed themselves in for half their lives also lost its effect. How could the 3 people not be shocked? But the 3 people were also people who had the will to die. They still rushed forward with all their might. They didn't care about the damage to their weapons and still pounced forward. Their spiritual qi even surged violently. At the same time, more than 30 people fell from the sky one after another. Kami no Su, who was at the top, saw the opportunity. With a long whistle, her white clothes fluttered in the air. She held a sparkling small gong made of unknown material in her hand. She used her spiritual qi as the handle and her spiritual qi as a hammer. With a boom she hit the small gong. Immediately Kami no Su's face turned pale. She had exhausted all her strength. She could only use the space-shaking gong once. Space-shaking gong. It attacked indiscriminately. Boom. Everyone who was affected by the sound of the gong, whether they were in the middle of the battle or those who were waiting outside, all felt a roar in their heads. There were only countless stars in front of their eyes. Their minds fell into a continuous blank. In an instant they were confused and muddle-headed, unable to think about anything. The whole space was completely shattered. In fact, the spatial cracks even caused countless bloody wounds to appear on the bodies of the people in this space. Fresh blood sprayed in the air like fountains. Zhuoxiaoduo was also disturbed by the sound of the gong. He was confused for a moment. But his body, which had already turned into mist, suddenly became solid. His mind instantly became clear, but he deliberately made it look like his mind was blank. Like the 30 people around him, they all fell down powerlessly. Thin lines of blood also appeared on his body, shooting out in all directions. It seemed that he was also cut by the space cracks. A black light shone brightly. The six-pointed star of the star Immortal Stone returned and surrounded his body. But because the spiritual connection was interrupted by the sound of the gong, it was like a group of little chicks who were calling for their mother but were not answered. They flew around in panic like headless flies. Arrow? Kami no Su was overjoyed and roared. According to the original plan, Sha Hun's arrow should have been shot at this time. After all, the space-shaking gong had successfully created a temporary distraction for Zhuoxiaoduo's spiritual qi. No matter how short this temporary distraction was, it finally appeared. For those who had been waiting for a long time, it was enough. But now at this moment Sha Hun did not shoot. Not only did he not shoot, but he also took a step back. Sha Hun was a smart person. He was thinking about one thing at this moment. When Zhuoxiaoduo broke through the window, it was obvious that he had made thorough preparations. Based on the Thundercat's infatuation with him, it was estimated that he had already revealed the details of everyone on his side. Since he had already taken precautions, then their established plan would most likely not work. He had already rushed out just now. With the cultivation strength he had shown, he had already escaped. Although there were many people on the scene, they still could not catch up with him. Even if there were many sniping points set up outside, everyone knew that those arrangements were useless. They could not stop Zhuoxiaoduo's footsteps at all. Although the gap just now was only half a second, with Zhuoxiaoduo's previous performance, how could he not take advantage of it? But Zhuoxiaoduo did not take advantage of it. Instead he was intercepted. No, it should be said that he took advantage of it, but there was a strange pause. On the surface, it seemed that he was shocked by the big battle outside the window. But how could Sha Hun believe that? At this moment he even acted as if his soul had been shaken by Kami no Su's space-shaking gong, that he clearly knew that there was a space-shaking gong. How could he fall for it? Sha Hun was cautious and resourceful. The first thought that came to his mind was that there was a trap. This guy wants to trick me into using my soul-wrenching arrow. Sha Hun did not move forward. Instead he retreated. Sure enough, when Zhuoxiaoduo's body fell, he did not get the soul-wrenching arrow that he expected. He was disappointed. Coward! You dare not shoot. Zhuoxiaoduo was furious. I have been acting for so long, but it turned out to be a one-man show. Suddenly he was filled with anger. The magnificent sword light suddenly spread out, and those Wizard Alliance experts who were truly shaken down by the space-shaking gong were all cut in half by his sword effortlessly. Chapter 980. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly burst out with all his strength. There was a sudden soft sound, and the magnificent sword light exploded in all directions, but there was another light spot, which went straight to the 9 heavens. It went straight to Kami no Su. After the sword light, there was a string of faint shadows like a shadow, which was the hexagram of the starry sky eternal stone. The speed of Zhuoxiaoduo's sword at this moment could be said to be extremely fast, and in a flash, it had already arrived in front of Kami no Su. Kami no Su was at the moment of extreme anger. He was puzzled. We have already agreed that such a good opportunity, why didn't you, Sha Hun, make your move? In the blink of an eye, Zhuoxiaoduo's fatal sword light had already arrived in front of him. A cold star went straight to the vital part of his chest. The cat spirit sword, with the speed of chasing stars and lightning, went straight to the vital part of Kami no Su's chest. With a puff, the sword tip had already pierced the vital part of his chest. But the sword tip could not pierce through. A blue water suddenly burst out, and it turned out that Hai Hunshin's sea soul shirt had taken effect, and suppressed the fatal sword. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Zhuxiaoduo was not willing to give up. The power of the cat spirit sword suddenly burst out, and the sword power increased by 30%, making a sound like muffled thunder, and it was strong enough to destroy the protective power of the Sea Soul shirt. There was only a moment of stalemate, and the Sea Soul shirt was almost torn apart by Zhuxiaoduo's tremendous strength. The sword tip pierced Kami no Su, and it was directly pushed out more than 3,000 meters in the air. Crack, 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 several bones in Kami no Su's chest were broken. At this moment his internal organs were almost all shattered. With another muffled sound, the sea blue light from the Sea Soul shirt suddenly flickered, and it was on the verge of collapse. Kami no Su was scared out of his wits. Open! The projection of a divine soul came out of his body, and with a bang, it hit Zhuxiaoduo with a palm. Kami no Su screamed and his body rolled out, quickly moving away from Zhuxiaoduo. However, Zhuxiaoduo had already grabbed the sky-shaking gong and pulled it hard. Give it to me! The shadow that emerged from Kami no Su's body had a serious face, and its palm hit down. Let go! Zhuxiaoduo snorted. I've got it, you think I will let it go? I was already at a disadvantage for not being able to attract that soul-wounding arrow. He pulled with his hand and the sword chi suddenly flashed. It flashed on the wrist of the frantically retreating Xinwu. The sky sword spirit sword was the sword, the shadows was the sky, the swords was the sky. The hammer was already in his hand, and he swung it with all his might. With a hum, it smashed onto the body of the shadow. The shadow's strength was naturally very strong, but when it came to the power of the divine soul projection, he could only exert a small part of his own power. At this moment, when he rashly collided with the big hammer, he trembled and floated back. The sword light in the void rippled again, and the scattered starry sky eternal stone that was released when he rushed out of the window just now quickly gathered. The light flashed. Countless forces collided, and the strength overflowed. Kami no Su let out an inhuman scream. Zhuxiaoduo spat out a mouthful of blood, but the shadow in front of him also retreated abruptly. With a flash of sword light, Zhuxiaoduo became one with his sword, and with a whoosh he rushed out. When hundreds of people were about to surround him, he rushed out like lightning, broke through the vast white clouds in the sky, and turned into light spots and sped away. The big hammer that suddenly appeared had already been put away. Other than the shadow, no one else had seen it. In his hand was the space-shaking gong that he had just obtained, and Kami no Su's 3 fingers were still tightly clasped on the edge of the space-shaking gong. Zhuxiaoduo did not mind that it was dirty, and with a flip of his wrist, he directly threw it into the space ring. Until the moment Zhuxiaoduo left, the surrounding space became dense, and the hundreds of people with the burning body order, who were lying in ambush, finally surrounded the scene. But it was too late. Chase! Someone shouted madly. Countless figures chased desperately, and in all directions, there were also people who desperately turned into flowing light and chased after him. Too strong. Hai Hunshan looked in the direction where Zhuxiaoduo had left, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. From the moment he came out of the window to the moment Zhuxiaoduo escaped, the entire duration of the fight was less than 6 seconds. And in this short 6 seconds, the combat power that Zhuxiaoduo had shown made the top geniuses of the Umno Alliance fall silent. They were shocked and even trembled a little. Fortunately, you didn't use your soul-wounding arrow. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he would have taken away 2 treasures in a row. Hai Hunshan looked at Sha Hun, who still looked miserable. Sha Hun only felt that his divine soul was in turmoil, and the hand that was holding the soul-wounding arrow was also trembling slightly. Just now, when he was thinking about it, he did not participate in the battle in the end. But the moment Zhuxiaoduo attacked, he clearly felt a vibration from the depths of his soul. That was a kind of emotional fluctuation of horror. He also clearly felt a monstrous resentment for not using his soul-wounding arrow. It seemed that Zhuxiaoduo had already regarded the soul-wounding arrow as his own. And Zhuxiaoduo was especially angry now that his soul-wounding arrow had been taken away by someone else. It was probably this kind of anger. Especially at the last moment when Zhuxiaoduo broke out of the encirclement, he looked at Sha Hun with eyes full of anger and unwillingness. That resentment, even though they were thousands of meters apart, Sha Hun could still feel it clearly. However, Sha Hun could not understand how Zhuxiaoduo's resentment came about. Is this your thing? Why are you angry? This is my family's treasure, which has been preserved by my family for countless years. Why are you so angry because you didn't get it? Why are you still heartbroken? But he really felt that the soul-wounding arrow was no longer his. That kind of panic went straight to the bottom of his heart. After thinking for a long time, Sha Han finally understood. In fact, Zhuxiaoduo's anger and Kami no Su's anger were for the same reason. Why didn't you make a move when the plan had already been set? But the mentality at that time was different. Kami no Su's anger was, if you had acted according to the original plan, wouldn't Zhuxiaoduo be left behind? But Zhuxiaoduo's anger was, if you had acted, wouldn't the soul-wounding arrow be mine? I tried my best to get your plan from the Thunder Cat, but when it came to the last moment, you didn't act according to the plan? How dare you? Well, this was Zhuxiaoduo's anger. Sha Han took a deep breath. In this world, there is actually such a weirdo. After listening to Hai Hunshan's words, Sha Han took a deep breath and answered after a long time, fortunately, I didn't act and didn't fall into their trap. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. But you, why didn't you act? At this moment, although Hai Hunshan expressed his understanding and approval of Sha Han's decision not to act, he was still puzzled by his overall actions. Just now, everything happened so suddenly. If it was him, he probably wouldn't have thought much about it and would have acted as soon as he saw the opportunity. That was the plan. I didn't dare, I really didn't dare. Sha Han smiled bitterly. If it was any other enemy, my soul-wounding arrow would have killed them immediately. But the enemy was Zhuxiaoduo. The moment I acted, I instinctively thought of another layer. Based on all the information we have, I believe everyone can see that this guy has no bottom line, or even no bottom line. He even disguised himself as a woman, sold his body, and fooled the Thunder Cat. What more despicable and shameless things can he not do? Sha Han said, he already knew all our plans through the Thunder Cat. Since he still dared to stay, the only reason is, he is jealous of all our treasures. When he rushed out, he obviously had half a second of time, but he would rather give up that precious half a second and choose to stay and set a trap for the treasures. And in the end, he really took the space-shaking gong away. Sha Han sighed. Sha Han suddenly felt that Zhuxiaoduo's temperament was somewhat indescribable. What kind of person was he? He could even do something as despicable as cross-dressing as a woman, which was despised by all the experts. Moreover, he was able to make the Thunder Cat, a playboy, fall head over heels for him. This kind of moral integrity, there was really no one else. Sha Han thought about it and felt his scalp tingling. Anyway, if it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it. That what's more, he was clearly out of danger, but he would rather risk his life and fall into the trap again, just to create a chance to snatch away a treasure. That this kind of greed, to be honest, was enough to make all the young masters of the Umno Alliance gasp in amazement, and feel ashamed of their inferiority. They were even completely speechless. You are really not afraid of death. You would rather die than suffer a loss trying to take advantage of others. Looking at the young masters who were leading their men to chase after them, Hai Hunshan and Sha Han couldn't help but be silent for a long time. Kami no Su's body floated down from the sky. The 3 long tendons on her right hand were drooping, and her facial muscles were twisted in pain. Her whole body was twisted in a weird way. That she and Zhuxiaoduo were fighting over the ownership of the sky-shaking gong. In the end, she was cut by Zhuxiaoduo's sword Qi, but because she was in a hurry, she didn't cut her fingers. Instead, Zhuxiaoduo used brute force to pull Kami no Su's 3 fingers over, and only then did she break them. That the pain of cramping in the truest sense of the word was not something an ordinary person could endure. Kami no Su was in so much pain that her mind was in a daze. Even her body was being pulled out of shape. That the spiritual sense of the elder in her body was smashed by Zhuxiaoduo the moment it appeared. Now, it was dissipating bit by bit, gradually disappearing. This was not the worst. The most miserable was the Thunder Cat. The mighty cat was standing in the air in a daze. Her face was lost, and she didn't even have the slightest bit of spirit left in her. Because she found out. Although she now understood that this lady was actually Zhuxiaoduo in disguise, but the Thunder Cat was frightened to find that she couldn't get out. Chapter 981. The Thunder Cat was completely speechless and even frightened. My heart was taken away. Yes, I have played with a lot of women. I'm known as a playboy. The number of women who have slept with me is at least a few thousand, if not 10,000. I'm very free and easy. After playing with them for a few days, I told them to get lost. This is the first time I have fallen in love with someone. The first time I have fallen in love with someone is actually a man. Even if he is a man dressed as a woman, he is still a man. He left just like that, but The Thunder Cat suddenly cried loudly in the air. Tears and snot flowed down his cheeks. Because I found out. I still love. Hai Hunshan and Sha Han came in front of the Thunder Cat. Looking at the Thunder Cat's sad face, they couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Then they patted the Thunder Cat's shoulder and said, Okay, don't be sad. You have sold us all out. But if you are like this, we will not be able to find you for revenge. Fortunately, you still have something to gain. Although Hai Hunshan's words were a joke, it was also the truth. One must know that Thunder Cat had revealed all the crucial information to the target of everyone, A's Wuxiao duo. This was the reason why the situation had changed so drastically. Even if all the blame was placed on Thunder Cat would have nothing to say. However, until now, the two of them felt that although the Umno Alliance had suffered a great loss, it was still not serious enough to hurt them. Speaking of the one who had suffered the most, it was still the Thunder Cat who had suffered the most. If the two of them were in the Thunder Cat's shoes, they would have thought of committing suicide. The Thunder Cat smiled bitterly and said, It is my fault. It is all my fault. I was blinded by lust. I actually fell head over heels in love with a man. Whether you are wrong or not, it has come to this. Hai Hunshan's ugly face was kind. A man is blinded by love. It is understandable that he has fallen in love with someone for the first time. But the loss you have caused has become a fact. Hai Hunshan said, Let's talk about it later. Shahan nodded. Understanding was true. Everyone was a person who rolled in a pile of women, but the usual venting for fun was different from the true feelings of true love. Putting himself in their shoes, if this matter were to fall on him, the degree of the blow to his heart would be unimaginable. However, understanding is one thing. The losses caused by reality are still reality. Naturally, you have to bear the consequences. No matter what your standpoint was or what your original intentions were, your true feelings had caused the deaths of many people and delayed the grand plan. Furthermore, Kami no Su's treasure had been lost. These were all things that had to be compensated for. In this regard, your attitude had to be correct. Otherwise, how would he survive in the future? The Thunder Cat said dejectedly, Understood, I will explain it to my brothers. Shahan sighed and said, All right. What the two of us want to ask is, your heavenly lightning mirror hasn't been deceived, right? The two of them couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. In the Thunder Cat's current situation, it could be said that even if he lost his life, it would be a very normal thing. Even more, they were deeply surprised that Wuxiao duo didn't take away the Thunder Cat's life. Heavenly lightning mirror. The Thunder Cat swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a sobbing voice, Just now. It was taken away. She said she wanted to see. Woo. Shahan and Hai Hunshan looked up at the sky helplessly. This guy, as expected, did not guess wrongly. He actually gave it away. Thunder Cat. Shahan finally couldn't help but say, You can be considered as one of the most despicable but not romantic men. You don't lack any intelligence, you. In the end, there were still some things that he didn't understand. You, a person who had always treated women as playthings, how could you have such a heavy emotional wound? The Thunder Cat looked into the distance in a daze. His expression was a mixture of indescribable fear and hopelessness. After a long time he said, Your heart, has it really been moved? Your love, has it really been moved? Have you ever been in love with 1,000 flowers? Hai Hunshan was completely dumbfounded. But, you have been cheated by someone, that person is a man. The Thunder Cat was speechless. I know. I hate him. I can't wait to tear Wuxiao duo into pieces and burn his bones into ashes. But I just can't forget his cross-dressing image. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and sighed, Could it be that I have played with too many women in my life, and am too despicable? That's why I have met with such retribution. Meeting such a despicable person, and from then on, it will affect my whole life. Hai Hunshan and Shahan were speechless again. These two were extremely smart and ruthless people. How could they not understand that although the Thunder Cat was cursing with certainty, every word was sonorous, but the hatred in his bones was not strong. On the contrary, there was a faint sense of freedom. Faintly, there was a sense of enlightenment. Then, the matter of chasing Wuxiao duo, will you still participate? Hai Hunshan asked. No. The Thunder Cat smiled bitterly, I have to go home. This time, I have lost my master, lost the family treasure, and caused a lot of losses to everyone. I have become the #1 joke of the 12 families of the Umno Alliance. He looked afar, lost in thought, and after a long time he said, I have to go back to the family to receive my punishment. Besides, today's losses, the losses until now, I will sort them out and send them to my brothers. Also, this time when I go back, I want to find someone and get married. The Thunder Cat smiled, The days spent in the flowers should end. Haha, we have feelings but we can be hurt. But those women we have been with, how many of them are heartless? This time. It's really my retribution. As for the chase of Zhuoxiaoduo, haha, so be it. The sky thunder mirror. I will give it to him as a gift. After saying that, he smiled bitterly, turned around and waved his hand and left. With a whistling sound, he took all the guards of the Lei family and left without looking back. The two of them just looked at the Thunder Cat, the culprit of the failure of the encirclement, leaving without a trace. The two of them sighed to each other. For a moment they couldn't tell what they were feeling. Hai Hunshan sighed after a long time and said, maybe the Thunder Cat is right. In the future, let's not do this kind of sin in the area of love. What if one day we get this kind of retribution and the karma is not good? Sha Hun coughed and said, it seems that the Thunder Cat is one step ahead of us and touched the love barrier. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse, and whether we should be happy or worried. Hai Hunshan nodded silently. The love barrier. The two of them had yearned for it, but when it came to the real thing, they were inevitably a little timid. How many high-level warriors in the whole continent had fallen in front of the love barrier? Not to mention others, among the 12 great shamans there were a few. The Astral Souls Continent's king of the right, Yu Dongtian, was unable to pass the love barrier and stopped as a king. And the king of Zhuolu, Yun Zhonghu, was deeply in love, and could only choose to try to break through with his wife. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to go further alone. Countless powerful warriors had married and had children, and established families. But who knew that these warriors had never touched the love barrier? What was the love barrier? No one knew where the love came from, but it was deep and they could never forget it. Even until death they would still be brooding about it. This was the love barrier. Many powerful warriors were known to have broken the hearts of countless women in their lives. They seemed to be free and unrestrained and didn't care about anything. But once these people met a woman who fell in love with them at first sight, they didn't even dare to have any contact with her and turned away. Then they used endless years and regrets to kill their feelings. Because once the love barrier was crossed, it would be a lifetime. It was either transcendence or depravity. There was never a third possibility. Who could be sure that they could transcend from such feelings that seeped into their bones and souls? No one could be absolutely sure. Since ancient times, those who could transcend the love barrier were either heartless people with a heart of stone, or lovers who would never change until death. If they were like ordinary people who only had a few decades of life, the so-called love barrier was insignificant. If they couldn't pass the love barrier, it would at most be a few decades of wasted time, and in the blink of an eye. But powerful warriors with profound cultivation. How long would their lifespan be? Once their love was moved, it would last forever. Among them there were many examples. The non-poisonous shaman was poisoned to death because of his wife. After that, he swore to take revenge and called himself non-poisonous. His original intention was to exterminate the poison-using family. However, after he took revenge, he devoted his whole life to the study of poisons. Although he became a great shaman because of this, but similar examples included the Great Ice Great Shaman Dan Kong, Emperor Zhai Xing, and the demon ancestor of astral souls. It's easy to enter the love barrier but difficult to get out. Sha Hun sighed softly and said, actually, speaking of the love barrier, I really envy the sky inspecting throne of astral souls. For so many years they're probably the only exception. Hai Hunshan sighed. Do you think the Thunder Cat will be able to get out of the love barrier this time? Sha Hun squinted his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. But he sighed again, to let him meet such a weirdo it's really difficult. Hai Hunshan was also annoyed and amused at the same time, but then again, his love barrier this time is completely hopeless. Not only is he an enemy but he is also a man. It's a joke to say that he will never change his mind. But to say that his heart is as hard as steel, and he will definitely turn his back on him. Ah, damn it. If the Thunder Cat can get out of the love barrier in the end, the curse of love will be broken. Sha Hun said thoughtfully, this kid will be a blessing in disguise. He will have a bright future. But the premise is that he has to kill Zhuoxiaoduo with his own hands, and completely cut off the love barrier. Only then will he be able to fulfill his wish. The love barrier is hard to overcome, it's not just a saying. That's right. They have all gone to chase after Zhuoxiaoduo. Let's go after them too. Okay. Speaking of which, why did you stay for so long? Then why did you stay for so long too? The two of them smiled bitterly at each other, and they had a tacit understanding. Chapter 982. The reason why they had stayed for so long was actually very simple. Both of them were the smartest among the smartest. They were the type who could infer many things from one instance and see 3 steps before taking a step. Now that they had seen Zhuoxiaoduo's true battle prowess at such a close distance, they were no longer confident that the men they brought with them would be able to keep Zhuoxiaoduo here. The most obvious reason was that this guy had too many trump cards in his hands. His battle strength was beyond their imagination. When Kemi no Su was ambushed and the sky-shaking gong was taken away, not only was the Sea Soul gown destroyed in an instant, but the divine sense protection on his body was also affected. However, Kemi no Su still suffered considerable injuries. This could only mean that even the divine sense protection was forced back or even destroyed by Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo's strength was evident. This place was still within the Umno Alliance. It would be difficult for Zhuoxiaoduo to escape, but with only their men, there was no effective way to stop him, let alone kill him. No. They had to rely on the army. In the past they did not feel it, but now they realized that the restriction of the human dead order was too great. Above the sky realm they could not attack, and Zhuoxiaoduo's true battle strength was obviously beyond the average sky realm master. Previously, the two of them could only watch helplessly as more than 10 experts at the pinnacle of the Guishan realm were killed by a single sword strike. How could they fight? Even if they were shocked by the sky-shaking gong's attack, Zhuoxiaoduo was able to recover faster than so many experts at the pinnacle of the Guishan realm. This was his ability. What's more, when Zhuoxiaoduo had just charged out, he had encountered the encirclement of 16 origin returning realm experts. Moreover, they were all prepared to die and had already activated their true chi, ready to self-destruct at any time. Even if they were not as professional as the Burning Body Order, their battle prowess at that time was still far superior to normal. However, the sound of seeking death was enough to intimidate most people. Sha Hun and Sea Spirit Robe knew that if they were the ones involved, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape from the encirclement of these 16 people. However, the reality was that Zhuoxiaoduo had first attacked them with hidden weapons and then repelled them with his majestic spiritual energy. Hidden weapons had never caught the attention of high-level cultivators. However, in the hands of Zhuoxiaoduo they still showed their brilliance. He had clearly just entered the royal god realm. This kind of combat power made Sha Hun tremble with fear. He even felt a sense of fear before the battle. And this fear before the battle was also partly reflected in the fact that the soul-wounding arrow did not attack according to the established plan. It was true that he had a clear understanding of Zhuoxiaoduo's true intentions and gave up on attacking. However, it was not without the element of fear that Zhuoxiaoduo would backfire on him. Big Brother Hai, dare I ask, when you were breaking through to the returning profound realm, how many times did you suppress the agitation of your true essence? Sha Hun asked Hai Hunshan. At the 9th time it was the most difficult. Because at that time, it was said that 9 times was the limit. But there were also some who said that it was possible to break through 9 times. Hai Hunshan said, so after the 9th time, I endured and did not break through. My father and the 3 elders continuously guarded me for 3 months. I persisted until the 12th time when I was sure that I had reached the limit and could not continue. Only then did I break through to the returning profound realm. Sha Hun nodded silently. I did suppress 11 times, but the family said that it was 9 times. But with our current combat power at the peak of the returning profound realm, how are we compared to this Zhuoxiaoduo who has just broken through to the royal god realm? Sha Hun asked in a low voice. Far inferior. Hai Hunshan shook his head repeatedly. We are not even on the same level. Now I even dare not attack him alone. When he said this, Hai Hunshan's tone was full of helplessness. Then how many times should Zhuoxiaoduo have suppressed the agitation of his vital essence? Sha Hun asked closely. This was the fundamental reason why Zhuoxiaoduo was so powerful. Sha Hun was already an outstanding rising star of the Umno Alliance family. His own strength was far superior to his peers. Facing Zhuoxiaoduo, who was a whole level lower than them, not only felt inferior, but also did not dare to fight with him. Then how deep was Zhuoxiaoduo's foundation? What level was it? Then the two fell into silence at the same time. After a long time Hai Hunshan said, at least, more than 25 times. Sha Hun nodded slowly, at least. But Zhuoxiaoduo's aptitude, how is it so much higher than ours? Even compared to the countless geniuses since ancient times. He was so much stronger? What's the reason? It's inexplicable. Sha Hun asked. Hai Hunshan furrowed his brows. Even geniuses with full astral souls or primordial souls wouldn't be able to reach such a level. There must be some sort of fortuitous encounter. That's right. Sha Hun said, well, there's another possibility. In the legends, those legendary figures who were born with the fortune of heaven and earth were favored by heaven and earth. They were blessed by heaven and earth, and their foundation was naturally formed. It said that back then the Dragon Emperor, Demon Emperor, Sorcerer Ancestor, and the others were all favored by heaven and earth. And before their fortune, such as the Dragon Bloodline, Phoenix Bloodline, Demon Bloodline, and so on, burst out, they would be stuck at a stage. They kept cultivating and suppressing it again and again. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through. In fact, heaven and earth were suppressing it for them, helping them to cultivate and strengthen their foundation. In the process, they didn't feel much pain, and it's completely different from us suppressing the restlessness of our true yuan. Sha Hun said, have you heard of this legend? Hai Hunshan's expression changed. You're saying that Zhou Xiaoduo is also? Even if he isn't, I'm afraid it's almost the same. Of course, it's also possible that he obtained some kind of spiritual treasure. Sha Hun said, it can also achieve the same effect. For example, the Khanate Gourd, Huang Sword, Donghuang's Bell, and other such legendary items. Hai Hunshan, duh. Sha Hun said softly as they hurried, don't take it lightly and think that I'm exaggerating. I'll tell you the most accurate thing. I wasn't interested in killing Zhou Xiaoduo from the beginning. What really interested me was the secret on Zhou Xiaoduo. That's the real purpose of my trip. He turned to look at Hai Hunshan. Brother Hai, don't tell me that you're only doing this to gain merit. That will only make me look down on you. Hai Hunshan laughed dryly and said, that's for sure. However, from the looks of it, we might not have a chance. Sha Hun smiled bitterly. If we had a chance, how would we have this conversation? Both of them sighed at the same time. It had to be said that Sha Hun's words were all true, the absolute truth. If they had a chance, why would they have a heart-to-heart talk? They could just hold it in and do it themselves. Brother Hai, let's work together, Sha Hun said. Haven't we always been working together? Hai Hunshan frowned. Don't play dumb with me. I'm talking about working together in the truest sense. Sha Hun said seriously, it's only limited to the two of us working together, not the two families working together. Hai Hunshan thought carefully for a long time and said, even if we work together, the chances are still not high. In any aspect. I understand what you mean. Think about it, I have an idea. Sha Hun didn't say it out loud, but communicated with him telepathically. Hai Hunshan listened calmly and kept nodding his head in silence. As time passed, the frequency of their communication became faster and faster. The guards behind them followed silently. However, it was undeniable that everyone's thoughts had quietly changed. At this moment, the thought of capturing Zhou Xiaoduo to make a name for himself could not be said to be non-existent, but it was already very faint. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo was still running away. Along the way he was reflecting on himself. No, this won't do, I'm too greedy. I must change my temper, I must change it. This time, if I had chosen to run away honestly, there wouldn't be so many consequences. Why did I want to get 2 more treasures even disregarding my life? This won't do. If I had escaped directly at that time, I would have only needed to throw out a bit of laurel honey at the right time to attract the pursuers to the greatest extent, and then create some illusions, and then hide in the space-destroying tower to lie low for a while. What a perfect situation, but I had to find trouble for myself. If it was just to get rid of the pursuers behind him, it would be a piece of cake for Zhou Xiaoduo. A few Tianyuan teleportations would be enough to achieve the effect. However, it was almost impossible for the current Zhou Xiaoduo to avoid the divine thoughts of those experts in the sky. Although he could hide in the space-destroying tower and be safe for the time being, he would expose one of his trump cards directly, and there would be countless hidden dangers in the future. The enemy only needed to lock onto this area, and then send an army to besiege him. Then he would really be dead. After all, the space-destroying tower could not move by itself. Where he disappeared from, he would still be at the same place when he reappeared. If the enemy knew about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the only thing Zhou Xiaoduo could do now was to run as fast as he could, wholeheartedly running away. However, he was in the territory of the Wizard Alliance after all. There were enemies everywhere. His location had been transmitted in a completely transparent manner. In just a few hundred miles, he had already encountered 7 to 8 battles. Although these interceptions and battles at this level couldn't cause him any harm, they couldn't even stop him from moving forward. However, Zhou Xiaoduo knew that his situation was getting more and more dangerous. Once the encirclement was successful, even if he did not have the heaven-mending stone, he would be exhausted to death here. No matter how invincible he was in the same realm, and no matter how invincible he was in the Sky Realm, could he fight the entire Umno Alliance by himself for a moment? That was absolutely impossible. Not to mention that there was still the Burning Body Order, the trump card against him. It's all because of your greedy personality that the current situation is so bad. Zhuxiaoduo was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He slapped himself hard on the mouth. He only thought that he could not fight when he was in the Sky Realm, but this was of no help to the current situation. Why can't I move my legs when I hear about treasures? How many times have I reminded myself? Why can't I learn from my mistakes? With your greedy personality, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Zhuxiaoduo's tears were flowing, and he regretted it as he ran. Zhuxiaoduo was very clear about his personality, but he had never encountered any real danger. Zhao's greed was also to strengthen his foundation. Therefore, Zhuxiaoduo did not take it to heart, and reminded himself many times to change. However, when there were benefits he still could not control himself. Growing up in an ordinary family, Zhuxiaoduo had a natural stinginess and greed, and his possessiveness for money and resources was incomparably huge. However, this time because of his greed, he directly put himself in a situation where he would die. Zhuxiaoduo deeply knew that he had to change. If he could return alive this time, this problem of greed must be corrected. I can be greedy. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was, I cannot let greed threaten my life. Otherwise I have to give up. As long as I can return alive, I won't dare to be so greedy anymore. Zhuxiaoduo swore bitterly. This was another growth for Zhuxiaoduo, but this growth was in exchange for a desperate situation. The transformation of his temperament could not change the current bad situation. The entire land was the enemy's territory, thousands of miles away, and there was no help. Above the sky, the Strong's divine consciousness was monitoring. Zhuxiaoduo was a little confused. What should I do? High up in the sky. Lei Changtian obviously also noticed the awkward situation his grandson was in. He was also speechless about this. Obviously, everyone who saw Zhuxiaoduo's personality was aware of it, and they trembled with fear. Greed. Too greedy? Now, it was obvious that although Zhuxiaoduo was still running for his life, he was already in a desperate situation. The entire Umno Alliance land was like a huge prison. Millions of experts were gathered here. Even if Zhuxiaoduo had the ability to reach the heavens, it would be difficult for him to escape from such a situation. Lei Changtian now had the urge to go down and take his grandson away. It seemed that things had come to this point. This kid's ability to cause trouble was too strong. Flying heavens and above were not allowed to attack, but the other party's instructions through telepathy were both against the rules. What evidence do you have to prove that I attacked? I didn't attack, I just moved my mouth at most. If I don't attack, it'll be bad. Lei Changtian took a deep breath and prepared to fly down, grab him and fly away. He would tear the space apart and return to the Sun-Moon Pass in a few seconds. Just as Lei Changtian was about to fly down, suddenly, a black cloud rolled up from the horizon, blowing towards them like a hurricane. His speed was extremely fast. A wild laugh came from afar. Ha! It's my turn now, ha! On the edge of the black cloud, there were layers of yellow halos that flickered unpredictably. Lei Changtian was completely stunned, and his expression changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, that black cloud passed by everyone and arrived in front of the void where Lei Changtian was hiding. It cackled weirdly. What is this? What is this naughty kid trying to do? Chapter 983. At this moment, Lei Changtian felt chills all over his body, and a chill went straight to his heart. No poison. It turned out that the no-poison shaman was here. He had gone too far. Looking at the world today, there were no more than 3 people who could make Lei Changtian, the patriarch of diabolism, feel fear and retreat. The first was the Flood Witch. Lei Changtian wanted to kill the Flood Witch even in his dreams. Until now, when he dreamed about his 36 brothers dying in the hands of the Flood Witch, Lei Changtian was so angry that his teeth hurt. However, Lei Changtian also knew that even if he spent his whole life, he would never be able to kill the Flood Witch with his real strength. The best result might be to take her away with him by self-detonation. The second was Zhu Changchang. This guy's strength was far above Lei Changtian's, and he was as unrivaled as the Flood Witch. However, the main reason that made Lei Changtian retreat was that this guy had stolen his daughter's heart. He suddenly turned from a little brother to a cheap father-in-law. Bah, he was Zhou Changchang's real father-in-law. How was that cheap? In short, he just didn't like this Zhou Changchang. What could he do? Therefore, although Zhou Changchang didn't dare to meet him, he was also very unwilling to meet him. He was embarrassed? He was embarrassed too. The third person that Lei Changtian didn't like and had to retreat was not Taoist Lei of the Tao League, nor was it Emperor Zhai Xing of the Astral Souls, nor the other seven swords of Taoism, Ice Ming or other great shamans. It was the no-poison shaman in front of him. Lei Changtian was even more afraid of this person than the flood witch and Zhou Changchang of the sky inspecting throne. Today, if there were no significant changes, even if the flood witch bumped into Lei Changtian, she wouldn't fight with him. Her life was rarely in danger. Zhou Changchang was his son-in-law, and he was more embarrassed than anything else. Especially now that he had given birth to a grandson, what could they do if they really met? Could it be awkward? Only the no-poison shaman was the one that really gave Lei Changtian a headache. This guy was full of poison and it was impossible not to hate him. He tilted his head and looked down. His divine thoughts could still feel that Zhou Xiaoduo was constantly fleeing. Lei Changtian's move was naturally to take a risk. He pulled Zhou Xiaoduo and left directly. Now that the no-poison shaman was here, the situation had changed. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? However, with this move, the black fog around the no-poison shaman suddenly increased by dozens of times. The dense fog rose and spread out for 10,000 meters, like a black cloud covering the sky. Obviously, he understood Lei Changtian's intention and made a corresponding move. If Lei Changtian acted rashly, he would naturally act too. Then, the no-poison shaman's gloomy voice was heard. "Brother Devil, what are you looking at?" Lei Changtian took a deep breath and said, "No-poison shaman, long time no see. I didn't expect that with your status, you would come for such a small matter. It really surprised me." The no-poison shaman said lightly, "The devil ancestor has graced the Umno alliance with his presence. If no one at the level of a great shaman came to accompany him, it would be rude of the Umno alliance. Why is the devil ancestor not willing to drink tea with me? Talk. I have nothing to talk about with you. Not interested. But I am very interested in talking with you. We can talk through the night and for a long time." The veins on Lei Changtian's forehead bulged. "No-poison shaman, you want to stop me? What do you want to do?" The no-poison shaman narrowed his eyes. "You want to take that kid away?" Lei Changtian's long hair fluttered in the air. He said word by word, "What?" The no-poison shaman said lightly, "Seeing you here proves that you are the initiator of this game. Now that the game is about to start, how can it end halfway? If you really interfere, I will immediately poison him to death. Do you think your actions are faster or my poison is more poisonous?" He looked into Lei Changtian's eyes and said word by word, "Do you want to try? I bet my poison is more poisonous." Lei Changtian smiled coldly. "You bet that you don't dare to do it?" The no-poison shaman said, "I don't dare to do it? You mean this kid's identity? Isn't this kid Zhou Changzhang's son? In other words, your grandson. He, the son of the Sky Surveyor Minister and Rain Demon, the grandson of the Demon Ancestor, the king of Zhuolu and Yun Zhonghu's Jr., the Heavenly King of the Right, Yu Dongtian's family friend, the nephew of the Star-Plucking Emperor. He. Sure enough, he has a good background. But are you sure that I don't dare to do it?" This guy actually knew everything. Lei Changtian felt a chill run down his spine. "Since you know my nephew's background, you should know that if you poison him, you will be in big trouble." The no-poison shaman said faintly, "You are wrong about one thing. Now the follow-up of this matter, my actions do not depend on me but on you. As long as you do it, I will do it. Even if everyone in the world is afraid of the Sky Surveyor Minister's Wu Changzhang, I am not afraid. I will take any revenge. Guess if I run to the Astral Souls continent to release poison and plague, who can do anything to me? Boss Flood is very powerful but he cares about the big picture so he has a lot of scruples. But I, the no-poison shaman, always have no taboos because the so-called big picture is never in my eyes." The no-poison shaman said coldly, "Those juniors don't know that you are behind them. You threw your grandson to our Umno alliance to gain experience. It seems like you are putting him to death. If he doesn't have a shocking breakthrough, he will die. But in fact, with you as a backup, how can those juniors do anything to him? But if you want to gain experience for your grandson, you shouldn't use the lives of millions of us to gain experience. Now that you don't want to gain experience, you want to take people and leave just like that? Is there such a good thing in the world?" Lei Changtian smiled faintly and said, "What if I say it is so easy?" His whole body was surrounded by black light, and he was ready to fight to the death. No matter what, his grandson could not die here. Even if he had to die. This time he had gone too far, but his grandson could not die no matter what. No poison shaman, if I drag you to die with me, what are your chances of survival? Lei Changtian's aura continued to rise with an unprecedented craziness, and a hysterical aura spread out. Even though the no-poison shaman was the most lawless person in the world, but facing the demon ancestor's attitude of risking his life, his heart suddenly felt weak. The no-poison shaman suddenly laughed strangely. Old demon, the game you are leading has already started, you must play to the end. So far, our side has never violated the rules, and has not sent any cultivators above the sky realm to participate in this battle. We have always abided by the rules of the human favor writ. But now, if you act rashly and end this battle, you will be breaking the rules. I may not be able to stop you alone, but you can only hide for a while. When the flood boss comes out, he will naturally seek justice. Previously, the Tao League broke the rules of the human favor writ, and a heavenly king died. Guess who will be unlucky if you break the rules this time? Lei Changqian's face suddenly changed. The no-poison shaman was right. If he forcefully took Swishaoduo away, it would indeed be breaking the rules, and it would be breaking the rules in front of the no-poison shaman. There was no way to hide it, and the flood which would definitely hold him responsible after the matter. As the saying goes, it is better to be known than seen. As long as he was not seen or caught with his own hands, there would be room to maneuver. But now it was already seen by everyone. Even if he could escape for a while, how would he settle it after the matter was over? At this time, another voice said gloomily, I bet that even if the old devil breaks the rules, he won't be able to leave today. Who dares to bet with me? Then a third voice also sounded, and me, I also bet that the old devil won't be able to leave today. At least, he won't be able to leave with his nephew. Hearing the sudden sound, Lei Changqian's face suddenly turned as white as snow. The Zhumang Grand Shaman. The West Sea Grand Shaman. At this moment, it was actually the three Grand Shamans of the Umno Alliance who came together and trapped him in a triangular formation. If Lei Changtian was alone here, even if he was surrounded by the three Grand Shamans, he would only need to pay a small price to escape. It would not be difficult. But to escape with Zwishaoduo and ensure Zwishaoduo's personal safety was something that he could not do no matter what. At this moment, the three Grand Shamans came together and moved together. Even if Lei Changtian was the demon ancestor, he knew that he was definitely not a match for these three people. In the whole world, there were at most three people who could face these three people at the same time and not be at a disadvantage. The Sky Patrol Minister, the Flood Witch, and at most, the number one person in the Tao League, Taoist Thunder. But this definitely did not include the demon ancestor. Even if he really risked his life or even self-destructed, it was impossible for him to take these three people away, let alone escape with Zwishaoduo. The other two could kill Zwishaoduo 10,000 times as long as any one of the three entangled him and created a gap for him. I've been running rampant for my whole life. Could it be that when I'm old I'll actually trap my nephew with my own hands? Lei Changtian's heart was frying. What do you want? Lei Changtian took a deep breath and said, draw a line. The West Sea Grand Shaman said lightly, what do we want? We didn't want to do anything from the beginning to the end. Just let this game go on. Just like your original plan, let your grandson, Zwishaoduo, escape to the Sun-Moon Pass with his own strength. Isn't this your requirement for him to gain experience, isn't it? The West Sea Grand Shaman said jokingly, in that case we won't make a move. We'll just drink tea and watch. Let the people below decide the winner and loser based on their own abilities. If he dies here, we'll allow you to take away his corpse. If he manages to escape, we will not violate the rules and attack him. This is a token to protect our relationship with Boss Flood. It can also be considered as helping you complete the Gu rearing plan. Other than saying that your nephew is awesome, we will not pursue the matter of the shaman's dying. He looked at Lei Changtian with a faint smile. What do you think? Bullshit. How can he fight against all the martial artists below the sky realm on your continent? Lei Changtian was furious. Then who told you to throw him over? The Zhumang Grand Shaman laughed. Chapter 984. That is to say, you must kill him here? Lei Changtian's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were about to crack. Hey brother Lei, what are you talking about? This is what you did. We're just cooperating with you to train him. Zhumang Great Witch smiled, full of schadenfreude. It's rare that you have so much confidence in your grandson. We also want to witness the first person of the new generation of the astral souls. What kind of style is he? Will he soar into the sky and rise to the 9 heavens, or will his legend come to an end? West Sea Great Witch said, Brother Lei, do you know? Right now, we are all waiting and hoping that your grandson will be able to fight his way out with his own strength. This is a miracle, a legend that can be recorded in history. Although the words of the West Sea Grand Shaman were filled with mockery and schadenfreude, there was still some truth in his words. There was no other reason. His Wuxiaoduo could really fight his way out from here. It would really be an unprecedented achievement. It would also prove that in the future he would definitely surpass the Flood Witch's existence and officially rise. As a warrior, it was also a precious life experience to be able to witness the rise of such a peerless figure. Not to mention, this existence that might rise was like a child in the palm at this moment, and it was easy to kill him. Lei Changqian's internal organs were burning and he was helpless. He had already secretly sent out the soul-suppressing divine sense, wanting to summon reinforcements. However, his actions were like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no response. Brother Lei, give up. Poisonous Great Witch smiled faintly. Now, in all the range that you can see, you've fallen into the restriction of my burning soul sector. Also, I've also launched the chaotic divine sense. Zhu Meng Great Witch said faintly, even if Brother Lei's divine sense can escape the poisonous burning soul sector, I don't know where it has been sent to at this moment. In short, it won't reach the ears of the people you want to inform. Lei Changqian's body began to tremble faintly, and his chest rose and fell. Just today there was a big explosion at the network hub, and the network was paralyzed for a long time. Since your nephew's incident happened, all internet connections to astral souls have been cut off. Furthermore, the frontline troops have also begun to attack the Sun Moon Pass with all their might. The great shaman Zhu Meng said, the Sun Moon Pass is currently fighting a team from the Tao League. The soldiers belonging to the astral souls have already retreated to recuperate. Even if the news spread, do you think the Tao League will easily send the high-level combat power of the astral souls to help? Countless coincidences are happening at this moment. Everything is pointing in the direction that is most disadvantageous to you. This might be the will of the heavens, Brother Devil. Heavens will my ass. Heavens will has allowed my nephew to rise in the Umno Alliance. Lei Changtian was furious. Brother Devil, it's rare for us to meet each other. Why do you have to hurt me and kill me? Since you have nothing to do, why don't the 3 of us accompany you to drink tea and chat until we can either witness the birth of a miracle or witness the fall of a genius? The 3 of us know that Brother Devil is completely disheartened and wants to fight with his life on the line. But if you fight with your life on the line now, not to mention that the chances of winning are slim, the timing is also not right. It is too early. After all, your grandson is not dead yet. What if there is a miracle? Brother Devil, what do you say? When your grandson is really going to die, it's not too late for you to fight desperately. Don't you think so? Besides, if you fight, you will break the token of favor. Of course, we will fight as well. However, it's not considered breaking the rules. After all, you are the one who planned and attacked first. The great shaman of the West Sea was full of kindness. He kept saying that he was thinking for Lei Changtian. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian took a deep breath and said coldly, Fine, fine, fine. Let us wait and see. Witness the birth of a miracle. In his heart, he still had a glimmer of hope. Zhuxiaoduo was a heaven-defying monstrous genius that surpassed his peers. He even surpassed those who were 1 or 2 levels higher than him. He was not just an ordinary genius. As long as those below the flying heavens didn't fight, this kid was really invincible. He might have a chance to escape. Although the hope was slim, there was still a little bit of hope. As the great shaman of Zhu Meng said, it was really too early to fight desperately. If he couldn't control himself and made the first move, his own life and death would be secondary. He was afraid that he would trigger the killing intent of Wu Du and the other 2 great shamans. Once they attacked Zhuxiaoduo, then his grandson would truly have no hope. Brother Devil, please. The great shaman of the West Sea took out a tea set from the space and started to brew tea to entertain them. His movements were very leisurely. The 3 great shamans sat cross-legged. Their expressions were carefree and relaxed. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian took a deep breath. His expression suddenly became extremely calm. He sat cross-legged and even smiled faintly. He picked up a cup of tea and said, I don't need to say it. The 3 of you understand. In a while, if we are really in a life-or-death situation, we might go to hell together. Or we might be separated by life and death. After a lifetime of fighting, today is finally here. I toast the 3 of you. I hope we can be enemies again in the next life. The three great shamans straightened their backs at the same time. They picked up their teacups and said solemnly, "Yes to Brother Devil." If it really comes to this point, then the three of us sincerely wish Brother Devil a successful life and a smooth journey. Lei Changtian laughed and drank the cup in one gulp. The three great shamans each took a side and drank the cup. In the sky, the four people's auras were secretly attracted. Wind and thunder were faintly heard in all directions. In a secret space inside the continent of astral souls, the power of the divine consciousness that was almost condensed into a substance had already completely sealed this space. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were sitting in it at this moment. However, each of them still had two complete divine consciousnesses wandering in the air. As they wandered, they chased each other. However, there was also a delicate and slow fusion. The divine consciousnesses were communicating and talking non-stop. It became more and more intensive and became a continuous murmuring sound. It was like the chanting of the Buddhas in the Western world. In this space, it surged back and forth violently. That was the perfect fusion of the origin primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit. It was like a person who lived a complete life in this world and a complete life in another world. The divine consciousnesses of different experiences in these two worlds had to complete the fusion before the person's consciousness could be considered complete again. In the beginning, the origin primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit were different existences. Even if their essence was the same, it was difficult for them to merge. There were three people here: the origin primordial spirit, the second primordial spirit, and the original physical body. But now, both the origin primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit had turned into almost illusory existences. A considerable part of them was slowly fusing into the original physical body that had been sitting in the lotus position all this time. Now, it was the most critical moment. Once the fusion started, it could not be stopped. Outside, Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch, was personally guarding the place. In the beginning, he could still check the situation of the continent. However, at this critical moment, Yu Xingqian did not dare to leave even a single step. This was really the most critical moment. This was the moment when the Zhuo couple was the most vulnerable and most afraid of being disturbed. In fact, when the Zhuo couple was in seclusion, even Yu Xingqian did not know where they were. He was only summoned by their divine consciousnesses at the most critical moment. The responsibility of guarding the place was undoubtedly great. As long as the two of them could successfully come out of seclusion, it would be the time when the astral souls would truly rise to power. From then on, they would not have to worry about facing any enemy. This was too important for the astral souls. They could not afford any mishaps. News from the front line came in little by little. The UMNO Alliance has launched a large-scale attack? The Tao Alliance's army has just arrived? They've gone to the front line? Don't trust the Tao Alliance's combat power too much. We must be prepared to support them at any time. The UMNO Alliance's attack is fierce? Be careful. All information transmission has been blocked? The UMNO Alliance has fallen into a state of no communication? How is this possible? Something doesn't seem right. Yu Xingqian felt that something was wrong. Investigate carefully and confirm the situation. The UMNO Alliance needs to transmit information themselves. They can't rely on manpower to do so. There must be a reason for this situation to suddenly happen. Even if there's a malfunction, it can't be so easily cut off. I heard that one of the UMNO Alliance's central hubs was blown up due to some unforeseen event. Even the central hubs in various places have experienced a series of explosions. The UMNO Alliance probably suspects that our people caused the destruction, so their offensive is unusually fierce. They suspect that it's a retaliatory war. The Tao Alliance's first wave of troops has already been defeated. The second and third waves are all pressing forward. They're in the midst of a fierce battle. We want to support them, but the Tao Alliance's Jade Sword Heavenly King seems to be angry because the battle is not going well. He refused to accept our request to fight together. He just wants us to wait for an opportunity. Monarch Zhai Xing read through the news and did not feel that anything was wrong. After all, the UMNO Alliance's inland had been destroyed. It was understandable that the front lines were in a frenzy. Speaking of all communications being cut off, this was a heaven-sent opportunity for the astral souls. If communications were cut off, the command system would not be too smooth, right? If they fought now, what advantage could the UMNO Alliance have? As for the Tao Alliance's Jade Sword Heavenly King's anger, it was more understandable. The astral souls had been fighting for tens of thousands of years and had achieved great results. How could the Tao Alliance be defeated just like that? This jade sword Heavenly King's self-esteem must have been hurt, right? Yu Xingqian felt a sense of schadenfreude. You haven't been on the battlefield for many years. Now that you're here, you're at a disadvantage, right? Who asked you to shut the door and act all high and mighty like a big shot that you're not convinced? Now it's your turn. Feel the pressure we've been enduring for countless years. Pay close attention to the battle situation. Don't let it become a landslide. If there are signs of a retreat, we'd rather destroy the Dao Alliance's defeated troops. Understood. Chapter 985. Further behind, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the rest were still making use of the time to train and improve themselves. They were trying their best to digest the resources they had obtained during this period of time. Everyone's combat power was increasing by leaps and bounds. This included Yu Yan'er, who was the weakest previously. Now, even if she were to fight against Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, and the rest, she would not be at a disadvantage. The gap between the students was gradually widening. Regarding this situation, Wen Xingtian, Yi Changqing, and the rest were a little regretful. However, there was nothing they could do. They knew that in the process of a genius growth, there would be different opportunities. On the path of a genius, there were often very few peers. Among those who started together, there would inevitably be countless people who would gradually fall behind. This was something that could not be helped. Compared to Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, and the rest who could not keep up with Li Chenglong and the rest, the other girl, Zhen Piapiao, although her cultivation speed was not as fast as Li Chenglong and the rest, she was not too far behind. At least, she was still in the range of catching up. What was even more amazing was that this girl was so hard-working in her cultivation. It had really reached a level that made all men feel ashamed. Every day she would cultivate and fight in the most extreme and desperate manner. Her experience was filled with extremely dangerous missions. She was constantly going out and fighting. The number of injuries on her body increased one after another, and her aura grew sharper and sharper. When she first entered the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, she had the appearance of a delicate young lady from a big family. It was completely gone. What replaced it was a kind of silent sharpness that was unstoppable. Her attitude towards others was also becoming more and more indifferent. She cultivated from day to night, really risking her life to improve. Every night, she even directly used meditation to replace sleep. She allowed her body's meridians to always be in a state of high-intensity absorption of spiritual energy. And the reason why she did this was because of one sentence. You will be left behind. Once you are left behind, you will never be able to see it again. Therefore, Zhen Piapiao risked her life to catch up. She did not want to be left behind. Once she was left behind, she would never be able to catch up again. That night, Zhen Piapiao hesitantly took the cultivation resources from Gao Qiao. There was also an exquisite little bottle with 2 drops of a special substance in it. It was a dream product that had been extinct for countless years, laurel honey. It was truly something that was hard to find in the heavens, hard to find in the mortal world, something that couldn't be bought no matter how much money one spent. Finally, Zhen Piapiao couldn't help but ask, Sister Qiao, why are you helping me like this? This question had been hovering in Zhen Piapiao's heart for a long time. Gao Qiao, as a new upstart in Fenghai City, was a real power figure even in the Zuoxiao Duo group. She was second only to Li Chenglong, the second person in the Zuoxiao Duo group. Why did she have to take care of him? Secret manuals, combat techniques, movement techniques, resources. They were all generously provided to him. As long as Gao Qiao had it, she would share it with Zhen Piapiao. Zhen Piapiao had never understood. Why did Gao Qiao do this? If Gao Qiao was a man, she might suspect Gao Qiao's motive. Was Gao Qiao pursuing her? But Gao Qiao was a woman. Moreover, even if a man pursued her, to be able to give her 2 drops of laurel honey at one time was too generous. Zhen Piapiao felt that she couldn't repay such a favor. Today, at this moment, she finally asked this question that had been hovering in her heart for a long time. Why did you do this? Gao Qiao was obviously stunned by this reasonable and expected question. After thinking for a long time, Gao Qiao finally showed a bitter smile and said faintly, Perhaps I don't want myself to be so lonely. Don't want herself to be lonely? Was she lonely? Was she lonely? Zhen Piapiao had never found Gao Qiao lonely. On the contrary, Gao Qiao lived every day to the fullest. Just like her, there was almost no time for rest. She didn't fully understand this sentence, but Gao Qiao obviously didn't want to say anything more, so this exchange could only be stopped here. Thank you, Sister Qiao. Come on. No matter what, don't stop cultivating. Work hard to catch up with us. Work hard to keep up with us. Gao Qiaoer encouraged. Understood. Zhen Piapiao took a deep breath. I've already broken through to the God-reigning realm and suppressed it 9 times. Her eyes were shining. Sister Qiaoer, I won't fall too far behind. Keep up the good work. At the shore of black water, Yu Moyan rushed forward with his sword, beheading a king-level demonic beast with one strike. The dense evil aura overflowing from the sword was almost condensed into a substance. Murderous aura. Yu Moyan cultivated the cultivation method that he had just obtained. He only felt that the evil aura in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, more and more agitated. It was as if it had risen to the point where he craved to immediately throw himself into the battlefield and crazily fight and kill at any time. It seemed that only the passing of life and the splashing of blood could make him truly excited. Duguyen was also cultivating and making progress. She followed Yu Moyan's every step. As the two's cultivation improved, the aura on Duguyen's body also became sharper little by little. The original gentleness had become something that only appeared in front of Yu Moyan. At least in the eyes of outsiders, the original obedient, cute, docile and kind girl had completely transformed into a sharp weapon. And it was still changing, becoming more and more ferocious, sharper and more arrogant. It was difficult to compete with her. The reason why Duguyen changed like this was because she was the first person to sense Yu Moyan's change. She didn't choose to stop Yu Moyan's change and she didn't even say a word. Instead, she immediately followed a change. After experiencing the white-headed mountain, Duguyen deeply understood that in the current chaotic world, life and death were only in an instant. If you didn't kill, you would be killed. Murderous aura and evil aura in the current world might not be a bad thing. Since you cultivate this cultivation method, you might become a devil in the future. Then, let me cultivate this cultivation method with you. If you become a sage, I will accompany you to defend the world. If you become a devil, I will accompany you to wreak havoc in the world. On the other side. Li Zhangming hugged the bell as he woke up. He could feel that his great dream divine technique had once again improved by a level in his previous dream. However, the process was still as muddled as before. Smacking his lips, he didn't dare to slack off and continued to cultivate. Soon, he entered a state of forgetfulness and then fell asleep again. Rumble. A huge mountain suddenly collapsed and smoke and dust filled the sky. After the dust settled down and everything calmed down, Pai Yibao walked out of a broken hole as if he didn't exist on a normal day. His face was still plain and ordinary. At this moment, he was strolling in the forest, as if his whole body had integrated with the surrounding trees. No one would notice that there was actually a living person walking around here. Also, he didn't have a sword in his hand. The sword had been broken. He couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, in his hand, in his palm, was a bow. It looked very simple and unadorned. It was unknown what material it was made of, and it didn't have a bowstring. At first glance, it looked like a defective product. A bow without a bowstring, what kind of bow was it? But Pai Yibao hugged this bow as if he was hugging a peerless treasure. He loved it so much that he refused to let it go. But, other than this bow, he also missed someone. He walked out of the cave, flew to the peak of the mountain, identified the direction, and flew all the way to Fenghai. I haven't seen them for a long time, I really miss them. Puff puff puff. Wuxiao's nimble cat sword was like a storm, shooting sword light in all directions. Once again he broke out of the encirclement. More than 10 people who had besieged him previously had already turned into corpses. Blood splattered everywhere, and before they could fall from the sky, Zuo had already turned into a flash of lightning and rushed away. In the previous round of bitter battle, Zuo had used all of his strength. He crossed 2 deep valleys in succession, and rushed into the continuous forest on the other side like a meteor. Zuo's forehead was full of sweat. After a series of pursuit and ambushes, he finally broke through to the position where he was about to reach the Red Sun Mountain range. Zuo displayed unprecedented caution. Along the way he had already killed countless enemies. However, whenever there was a slight urgency, Zuo actually did not collect the spatial rings. As for the need to waste a lot of time talking to obtain the luck points, Zuo did not even think about it. That was too extravagant. Now was the time to focus on survival. It was not the time to think about other things. Where there is life, there is hope. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He tried his best to control the situation. He did not allow any enemies to get close to him, nor did he give the enemies a chance to form an encirclement. Although he was constantly attacked, Zhuoxiaoduo was always calm. He left as soon as he came in contact with them. When he could escape immediately, even if there was a chance to kill all of the pursuers, he would not linger in the battle. Zhuoxiaoduo felt that his fighting experience and comprehension of life had improved by more than one level after this chase. In fact, the latter was even better than the former. What is greed? I am very open-minded now. What is money? What is luck points? I don't care about them. Cough. What spatial rings? They are just worldly possessions. If I throw them away, I don't care about them at all. Cough. My life is the most important thing. Yes. But so many good things have been lost. Lost. My heart. Haha, what's the big deal about that? I don't care about them. Chapter 986. However, this was the interior of the Umno Alliance. Zhuoxiaoduo was neither as knowledgeable as Li Chenglong nor as familiar with geography as Fang Yinhua. At this moment he was desperate to escape and gradually panicked. Although Xiaolong was scouting, this was the first time Xiaolong had seen such tropical vegetation. He did not understand the danger involved. The vegetation in front of him was only the beginning of this mountain range. It was bright and colorful and seemed a little abnormal. However, there was no other way to go. He could only choose to cross it. After all, this was the best way and direction to save the most distance. Who cares, this place is really a good place. Let's not talk about other things, just the fact that it's easy to hide is the biggest advantage. I can also take a breather. Zhuoxiaoduo rushed in without any hesitation due to his excitement. The Red Sun Mountain Range had always been the hottest place in the 3 continents. It was also known as the Flaming Mountain. The temperature in the core area was extremely high. Flames rose and almost no plants could survive. In the surrounding area, the vegetation was lush and dense to an unbelievable extent. Any random wild grass could grow to a height of more than 10 meters. Trees that required a few people to wrap their arms around could also be seen everywhere. In such a vast area, there were countless natural treasures and many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. The hot climate all year round bred too many unknown poisonous creatures and gave birth to too many dangerous places. At first glance, there were some places that did not seem dangerous. However, once adventurers entered, there would be less than 1 in 100 who would survive. The Red Sun Mountain Range was famous for its hot climate all year round. It was also a paradise for adventurers in the Umno Alliance. A place of death. Every year, every day, countless adventurers would silently lose their lives in this place, and countless adventurers would make a fortune out of this place. This was because everywhere one looked, there were opportunities to make a fortune. The opportunity to make a fortune mentioned here was not only referring to the extremely difficult to obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures that warriors needed, but also to the many trees that could be seen everywhere after going deep into this place. After being transported out, they would be polished into beads, which was a kind of literary toy that ordinary people in the Wizard Alliance continent liked the most. After playing with the beads for a period of time, they would show the color of the starry sky. Playing with them in one's hand was like playing with the whole universe. As the beads rotated, the stars shone brightly, deep and mysterious. Even at night, when one could not see his fingers, there were still stars blinking constantly. It was really full of the texture of the starry sky. Moreover, as one played with them for a long time, it would emit a strange fragrance. The older the tree was, the more valuable it was. Because of this characteristic, it was called the wood of the starry sky. Even martial artists liked to play with this kind of tree. But when it came to cutting down this tree, even a divine cloud warrior would have to risk his life. It was all because there were unimaginable dangers under the tree, and under the ground. Under a random withered leaf, there could be a large number of poisonous insects. The poisonous insects that were used to staying near the wood of the starry sky had the characteristic of ignoring any spiritual energy defense. Once they bit into the flesh, even a divine cloud warrior might not be able to survive for more than half an hour. It was extremely difficult to treat them. However, the Red Sun Mountain Range had always been the hobby of the Fire Witch and the Poison Witch. They would wander here from time to time. The reason why they only came here often was that the 2 great witches did not dare to live here for a long time. The degree of danger could be imagined. After experiencing countless battles, Zhuoxiaoduo finally couldn't avoid getting close to this area. Being chased to the point where he couldn't find a place to hide, he didn't even think about it and just rushed in. However, he did not know that this was the Umno Alliance's forbidden area. Seeing Zhuoxiaoduo rush into the colorful forest, Many of the Umno Alliance warriors who were chasing him were greedy and followed him in. However, there were more people who all stopped at the same time. They were at death's door. Did they really want to risk their lives to try? As for the Wizard Alliance's life-forbidden zone, everyone who was knowledgeable and considerate had always been fearful of it. If they died in the battle with Zhuoxiao Duo, at least they could be regarded as heroes. They sacrificed their lives for the future of the Umno Alliance. They would be treated well and it would be good for their descendants and families. If they caught or killed Zhuoxiao Duo with their own hands, it would be a great achievement. However, if they died inexplicably in the mouth of poisonous insects, they would not be treated like this. Although most of the warriors of the Umno Alliance had strong physical bodies and many of them did not think too much about it, they were not afraid of death. They were even more fearless in the face of foreign enemies. However, they were not willing to die in such a worthless way. They were all high-level cultivators. Which one of them was able to cultivate to the level they were at today for nothing? Therefore, many warriors who had come spontaneously either chose to go back or take a detour to the other side of the Red Sun Mountain range to lie in ambush. If they went back now, although they would not gain anything, at least they would be able to retreat safely. Those who went to the other side were full of hope. If Zhuoxiao Duo was really lucky and broke through this forbidden area, they might be able to take advantage of him. In the minds of these people, this forbidden area and the Death Mountain range were much more terrifying than Zhuoxiao Duo. Even if Zhuoxiao Duo died in there, they would just treat it as a trip. Even if they gained more experience, there would be no harm in it. Compared to these warriors who cherished their lives more, there were still many people who decided to go in after some consideration. What if Zhuoxiao Duo was poisoned in there and cut off his head and turned it into a merit? They had to take advantage of this situation. Riches and honor were found in danger. Opportunities and risks coexisted. How could this be just a saying? In addition to the scattered warriors, the first group of 300 people who had the burning order rushed in without hesitation. Then there was another group of people who carefully entered the Red Sun Mountain range after carrying many self-defense items. In the time it took to have a meal, 50 to 60,000 people had rushed in from all directions. Since this place was called the Forbidden Area and the Death Mountain Range, this was the first time so many people had rushed in for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the number of people entering was increasing rapidly. Countless faint ripples in the Red Sun Mountain Range gradually spread out. Countless tiny poisonous insects that were hibernating were disturbed and began to retreat into the depths of the forest. Although the poisonous insects in the Red Sun Mountain Range were extremely poisonous, because of their small size, they would definitely die if they were bitten. Now that there was such a commotion, the natural instinct of living creatures to seek luck and avoid calamity reacted and found a more secluded place to rest. It was probably because of this that the large number of people who had rushed in from the Umno Alliance was bitten by the poisonous insects at the first moment. At this moment, Zhuoxiao Duo was rushing in from the heat waves rising from his body. Just as he entered the boundary of the Red Sun Mountain Range, he realized that something was wrong. He rushed to the side of a small river that looked very clear. Just as he was about to wash his face and hands to relieve his tiredness, he was shocked to find that the bottom of this clear river was covered with eerie white bones. Moreover, these bones were showing signs of slowly dissolving bit by bit. Although the process was slow, it could be seen with the naked eye. Zhuoxiao Duo immediately felt his hair stand on end and his heart trembled with fear. When he carefully observed the clear river in front of him, he was shocked to find that this small river was filled with tiny insects that were no different from the water. If Zhuoxiao Duo had not been certain that there was something wrong with this small river, he would not have noticed it at all. Rustling sounds could be heard all around. It was the sound of the poisonous insects that had been disturbed and had begun to flee in panic. With a puff, a python that was as thick as a bucket, with hard scales all over its body and a single red horn on its head, jumped straight into the water. It seemed that it intended to swim to the other side of the river. But the moment it jumped into the river, there was a miserable howl. Without warning, the python began to roll violently. Zhuoxiao Duo clearly saw that at that moment. The moment the python jumped into the river. No, even when the python's body was still in midair, countless silk threads began to rush out of the water and wrapped around the python's body like water vapor. When the python really entered the water, the scales on its body no longer had the ability to protect its body. Its flesh began to fall off, and the small river was instantly dyed red. However, another tiny thing surged over. In less than 5 breaths of time, not only did the python disappear, even the surface of the river that was dyed red with blood swiftly regained its clarity. The surface of the river gradually regained its tranquility, and only a white skeleton lay at the bottom of the river. It was still slowly decomposing, and the last trace of it was gradually disappearing. Zhuoxiaoduo, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, felt his scalp go numb, and his eyes almost popped out. What kind of poisonous insects were in there? How could it be so strange? A python that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms was swallowed up in such a short period of time, including its skin, flesh, and even blood? Zhuoxiaoduo was still in shock. Suddenly, he felt some movement under his feet as if there was something in the soil. When he lifted his feet to take a look, he was shocked again. He saw two all-like ant-like things drilling out of the ground where he was standing just now. At this time, half of their bodies were already exposed. Looking at his boots made of animal skin, there were actually 7 or 8 holes drilled out of them. What the hell? Zhuoxiaoduo was even more shocked. He looked at the ground again, and saw that there were some withered leaves near where he was standing just now. He activated his true qi and flipped them in the air. He saw with his own eyes that the layer of leaves on the ground was suddenly covered with thousands of flying insects. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't dare to stay any longer, nor did he care about exposing himself. He operated the flaming sun scripture with all his might, and an extremely hot wave surged, instantly burning these disgusting little things to ashes. In an instant, the air was filled with a burnt smell. It's too dangerous. This is just the beginning. What kind of broken place is this? Zhuoxiaoduo gritted his teeth. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he reckoned that he would run into the army that was hunting him. He would definitely be surrounded and killed. Although this place was dangerous, it didn't mean that there was no way to deal with it. Zhuoxiaoduo made up his mind and operated the flaming sun scripture. He wrapped his entire body and walked all the way into the forest. Everywhere it passed, there was a burnt smell. Originally, there was nothing in the air, but wherever the blazing sun divine art passed, the smell of charred meat would rise up. Look over there, Zhuoxiaoduo is over there. An excited shout came from behind. Before the voice had died away, there were already people rushing over from all directions. From the way these people rushed over, it was obvious that they were very experienced in entering this forest. Everywhere they passed, their feet didn't touch the ground. They waved the weapons in their hands as if they were flying. All the branches and leaves in front of them had to be cleared before they could move forward. It was obvious that they were doing this to deal with the insects at the bottom of the leaves. There were also people who were constantly sprinkling some kind of pungent powder. Under the infusion of their yuan power, they sprinkled it over a radius of hundreds of kilometers. They continued to sprinkle it over and over again. At this time, there was a constant flow of dense mist in the air. It seemed that there were things that couldn't stand the smell and flew away. However, the individual was too thin and there were too many of them, forming a smoke-like appearance. Zhuoxiaoduo actually didn't go far. He was secretly observing what these people were doing. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. As someone who had entered this kind of jungle for the first time, he knew better than anyone that he was in the dark here and had no experience at all. He had to learn seriously. These people's knowledge and experience of this place were what he urgently needed at the moment. He couldn't keep using the burning sun divine art to burn all the way. That would only exhaust himself to death. Even if he had the continuous supply of the heavenly stone, it wouldn't be enough. The most important thing was that if he used the burning sun divine art for a long time, he wouldn't be able to hide his whereabouts. Just imagine how dazzling and eye-catching would Zhuoxiaoduo be when he was wrapped in heat waves and flames all the time. Zhuoxiaoduo. Die. A long roar shook the sky. The 3 people above him ignored all the poisonous insects and rushed down unscrupulously. About 10 meters in front of Zhuoxiaoduo, they exploded with a loud bang. An unprecedentedly huge wave of air suddenly attacked. Crazy. Zhuoxiaoduo cursed loudly. His whole body, which was floating in the air, was completely unable to stabilize. He was pushed back a few hundred meters by the sudden wave of air. There was no room for resistance. Zhuoxiaoduo's body broke countless trees as he retreated. Countless hidden poisonous insects suddenly fluttered like catkins in spring. They rushed up crazily and covered a radius of 10,000 meters. Hundreds of millions of poisonous insects were attracted by the fresh flesh and blood. They rushed towards Zhuoxiaoduo and madly bit him. Chapter 987. Fortunately, Zhuoxiaoduo was still using the flaming sun divine skill to protect himself from being bitten by the venomous insects. Many of the venomous insects here knew that they would be incinerated if they got close, but they still rushed over to bite him. Even the heat wave of the flaming sun scripture had to bite desperately before it was incinerated. This made Zhuxiaoduo's hair stand on end. In the process of being forced back, Zhuxiaoduo was shocked to find that many of the venomous insects here had the characteristic of ignoring spiritual defense. If not for the fire attribute of the flaming sun divine skill, which could incinerate the venomous insects indiscriminately, he would have died in the process of retreating. But even if the fire attribute of the flaming sun divine skill was weak, it was still consumed in the process of being engulfed. Seeing this, Zhuxiaoduo did not dare to be careless. He increased the output of the flaming sun divine skill. He never thought that someone would use such an extreme method to deal with him. They would rather sacrifice their lives and self-destruct in vain. Moreover, they would not cause any effective harm to him. But they still used this method to force him into the area where a large number of venomous insects were hibernating. However, this method had an immediate effect on him. Zhuxiaoduo had a terrible headache. Fortunately, the disadvantage of this method was also revealed. This method was an indiscriminate attack in a large area. The venomous insects did not only attack Zhuxiaoduo. Besides affecting the person directly involved, Zhuxiaoduo, it also affected many others. In an instant, crazy curses were heard from all directions. There was also a series of screams, one after another. They had been attacked by the venomous insects because of the sudden change. But all of this did not matter to the person with the burning body order. As long as Zhuxiaoduo could die, it did not matter if he was bitten to death by the venomous insects. It did not matter if more people were to die with him. Zhuxiaoduo's combat power is too strong. We can't kill him. If we can't get close to him, we will be killed by Zhuxiaoduo. So we might as well self-destruct from a distance. We used the craziest wave of vitality to injure Zhuxiaoduo and send him flying. We even used this method to incite all the venomous insects. No matter which one it is, if Zhuxiaoduo is bitten to death, our explosion will not be in vain. There were many venomous insects that were unique to the Flaming Sun Mountain range. Their bodies were almost transparent and invisible to the naked eye. If one was not careful, they could enter the nose along with breathing. Once they entered the brain, there was no chance of survival. As the poisonous insects covered the sky and covered the earth, many Jianghu people ran for their lives and scattered in all directions. However, the current craziness was only the beginning. The Burning Body Order masters, there were another 20 people who rushed in without a care for their own safety. As long as they saw Zhuxiaoduo's shadow in the depths of the forest, they would immediately self-detonate without a second word. In less than 100 breaths of the Flaming Sun sect, buzz buzz buzz. There was a strange vibration sound. It was the sound of too many venomous insects flapping their wings at the same time. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, all the venomous insects on the trees, in the water, in the air, underground, were stimulated by this series of movements. Intentionally or unintentionally, they formed a dense web of venomous insects that connected the sky to the earth. This kind of mutual destruction attack was undoubtedly extremely vicious. But it was extremely effective against Zhuxiaoduo. Although they were still far away and only the aftermath of the self-destruction was affected, the power was still enormous. It still shook Zhuxiaoduo's qi and blood. What was worse was that the air was filled with tiny venomous insects. Zhuxiaoduo did not even dare to breathe directly. If he breathed, he might inhale a lot of venomous insects. All he could do was hold his breath and endure it with all his might. The Flaming Sun Divine Art continued to operate. Zhuxiaoduo held 2 pieces of top-grade Astral Soul's Jade at all times to replenish his energy supply. He was still reluctant to use the Heaven-Mending Stone. That was a real life-saving item. He could not use it like this. Even this was not enough. When he could not hold on any longer, Zhuxiaoduo had to enter the space of the Tower of Annihilation. He took a few breaths and drank a few mouthfuls of spiritual water. Then he came out immediately. He did not dare to delay for too long. Even though the difference in the flow of time between the Tower of Emptiness and the outside world was not small, his disappearance was already a flaw. If he continued for a little longer, he was bound to be targeted by someone with ill intentions. Once the people under the Burning Order nearby gathered here, how could he deal with these people under the Burning Order who were in the state of ignited explosives when he appeared again? Against them, there was no need to talk about fighting. What was there to fight? Just self-destruct. During this time, Zhuxiaoduo entered the Tower of Annihilation twice to take a breather. The first time he came out, there was only one person outside. Zhuxiaoduo wanted to try to kill the other person before he self-destructed. Reality proved that he thought too much. The moment the other person saw him, he self-destructed. Zhuxiaoduo fled madly into the depths of the forest. When he came out of the Tower of Annihilation for the second time, there were 3 people under the burning order gathered nearby. The moment Zhuoxiaoduo appeared, they all self-destructed. Zhuoxiaoduo was shaken to the point that his qi and blood were surging. His vision was blurred. His condition was worse than before he entered the Tower of Annihilation. However, he did not dare to stop. He continued to run and did not dare to enter the Tower of Annihilation again. Zhuoxiaoduo faintly had a thought in his mind. The crisis of death that he was facing was getting closer and closer to him until he was completely annihilated. After experiencing it personally, he finally understood the horror of such extreme tactics. Even if you had invincible combat strength when faced with such extreme tactics, you would not be able to fight head-on, wait for you to draw your sword, use your hammer, or use your poison. As long as I see you, I will self-destruct. No matter how invincible or awesome you are, it is all useless against me. Because I am already destined to be a dead man. The meaning of life is to self-destruct at the last moment. There is no other way. All the invincible tactics were just to turn the opponent into a dead man. But the opponent had already considered himself a dead man. What could he do? The self-destruct tactic that could only be used in desperate situations was directly used as a common tactic. How could he fight this? He did not even have a chance to fight. No wonder so many geniuses are killed as long as they are targeted by the burning order. Very few are lucky. Zhuoxiaoduo felt chills all over his body as he ran. He was really terrified. If this continued, he would be played to death by such tactics sooner or later. He would be completely annihilated. Especially in this jungle environment, he did not even dare to get hurt. As long as there was a small wound on his body, it would attract tens of billions of poisonous insects. Moreover, they were the kind of treacherous poisonous insects that could not be seen. I'm asking you, are you scared? There were many poisonous insects that were unique to the Red Sun Mountain range. The color of their bodies was almost transparent. They were almost invisible to the naked eye when placed in the air. If one was not careful, they could enter the nasal cavity along with one's breath. Once they entered the brain, there was no way to save them. This kind of desperado, no. This kind of heroic warrior, there are too many of them. Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was filled with fear. The burning order is so scary. There were not just 1 or 2 desperados like this, but thousands, tens of thousands, and this number was only a small part of them. The fundamental reason for their existence was not to build a combat army formed entirely by the peak of the returning mysterious realm, but to create a human-shaped bomb at the peak of the returning mysterious realm. They were already old and close to the end of their lives. Their bodily functions had deteriorated greatly. Compared to the real peak of the returning mysterious realm, their combat strength was just SOSO without self-explosion. But when it came to disregarding life and death, they were truly disregarding life and death. The meaning of their existence was to use their lives and that shocking explosion to realize their ultimate value. And they saw it as the highest glory. There was a rustling sound. With a sharp whistling sound, a figure shot out from the dense forest on the left. In an instant, it was in front of Zhuoxiaoduo. Without saying a word, it slashed down with a saber. The momentum was astonishing and the saber chi was biting cold. Its power was even greater than that of the previous people under the burning order. Clang. The sword collided with the saber and there was a crisp sound. Zhuoxiaoduo was not surprised. Instead, he was happy and even a little excited. Finally, there was someone who was willing to fight head-on, and no longer those desperados who use self-explosion to attack. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo even felt a little flattered. Oh my god, there was someone who was willing to fight. And no longer those firecrackers. The person who came was really powerful. He was only at the peak of the returning mysterious realm, but with the combat strength of this peak, even Zhuoxiaoduo felt that this person was not ordinary and would be difficult to deal with. In terms of combat strength, he was at least at the level of Yi Changqing or maybe even a level higher than Yi Changqing. At least, if Zhuoxiaoduo only used his sword, he would not be able to kill him in an instant. Well, at this stage, if Zhuoxiaoduo did not kill a peak of the returning mysterious realm expert in an instant, then he was really powerful. He was comparable to the likes of Yi Changqing or even better. At the end of the collision, after one move, the person who came was instantly suppressed by Zhuoxiaoduo. The drizzle sword attacked densely, and the person used the splashing wind saber technique to defend himself. However, he still felt a chill all over his body. The tip of the sword was about to pierce his chest and throat at any time, and the tip of the sword could cut off his 6 sons at any time. Another whistling sound was heard, and another 6 people rushed out with their sabers and swords in their hands. Sword light and saber chi spread out in all directions. Facing these 7 people, Zhuo Duo had his own plans. The situation was under control, and he even had the time to pay attention to the mist and powder scattered in the air when the 7 people appeared. He looked at what kind of bottle it was, what was written on the bottle and the characteristics of the bottle. After thinking for a while and confirming that he had remembered everything clearly, he was going to use all his strength to end this battle. This was Zhuo main purpose. The hidden weapon sword technique attacked powerfully. The jade gourd, the hexagram, and the soaring dense sword light were infinitely flamboyant. However, just as Zhuo Duo was about to unleash his full potential, intending to end this battle, the 7 people on the other side suddenly laughed in unison. As if they had been prepared for this, they hugged each other in the nick of time, and with a whoosh they started to spin rapidly. A crazy momentum suddenly erupted. A trap. This was actually a trap. Chapter 988. What the fuck? Seeing this, Zhuo Duo was shocked. He knew that things were not going well, so he turned and ran. But then he thought about it and felt that it was not safe. If he ran, he would definitely be killed by the explosion. Anxious, he ran into the Tower of Annihilation like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. There was a loud bang. Zhuo Duo felt as if his back was smashed by a giant hammer. In an instant, his internal organs were burning. He fell to the ground of the Void Extermination Tower and coughed out mouthfuls of blood. I've been plotted against. This time Zhuo Duo did not hesitate. He directly touched the Skymending Stone with one hand. The Skymending Stone was always the most suitable for healing injuries. A trap. How could such a fight be a trap? Zhuo Duo groaned and gritted his teeth. However, he still admired them from the bottom of his heart. They are really good men. They actually used their own lives to construct this trap. They are all scheming people. They knew that I didn't understand this jungle and wanted to gain experience from them as soon as possible. Therefore they simply rushed out and used these powders to attract me. They wanted me to have the idea of robbing their powders and robbing their experience. Then, at such a delicate moment, they gathered together and blew themselves up. What a scheme. What a decisive move. If I didn't have the Skymending Tower and if I didn't change my mind, I'm afraid I would have been plotted against by them. Zhuo Duo was drenched in cold sweat. They used their own lives to construct the trap. They used their own lives to fight. They used their own lives to make the explosion. They used such a deep scheme to turn themselves into a mass of brilliant fireworks and create a chance for victory. How heroic. The damage caused to Zhuo Duo by the explosion was unprecedented, and it was also the heaviest he had ever suffered. If he did not have the Skymending Stone to prolong his life and heal his injuries, this self-explosion alone was enough to consign Zhuo Duo to eternal damnation. Zhuo Duo rested for a while in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. After confirming that his injuries had recovered, he emerged again. Unsurprisingly, he encountered a series of self-detonations again. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, exploded the moment Zhuo's head popped out. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation or neglect. Then the entire forest was engulfed in a mushroom cloud. But this time, Zhuo Duo was prepared. Zhuo Duo was an old comrade of Zhuo Duo. He carried the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel on his back, protecting himself from head to toe as if he was carrying a giant turtle shell. Violent shockwaves crashed onto the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel. With a crisp, dang sound that sounded like the sound of a bell, Zhuo Duo, who was carrying the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel, was pushed 3,000 meters away by the shockwaves. Luckily I was quick-witted. Not only can this thing dig holes, it can also be used as a shield. Forcefully swallowing a mouthful of blood, Zhuo Duo activated the Flaming Sun scripture to strengthen the shovel. With each shovel he dug out a huge piece of soil that was more than 10 meters long. Then he drilled his head into the soil. As the Flaming Sun scripture continued to burn, the poisonous insects underground were burned to death one by one. He continued to dig until he reached a depth of 170 to 80 meters. Finally, there were no more poisonous insects wreaking havoc. Zhuo Duo still did not dare to relax. Like a crazily spinning drill, he continued to dig down. It was as if he was going to dig through the entire Umno Alliance. He dug for more than 1,000 meters in a straight line. Then he dug dozens of meters horizontally. Finally, he found a direction and continued to dig. Forget it. I have completely given up on the idea of going up to the surface. It was rare for Zhuo to be convinced. These Umno Alliance warriors that he met were all standard desperados. It was no wonder that the two continents had been fighting for so many years at the front line of the Sun Moon Pass. The fighting had been so fierce. Just this bravery alone was enough to make Zhuo gasp in amazement and sigh at his own inferiority. He even somewhat admired them. That kind of respect for the enemy arose spontaneously. Who would self-destruct without regard for their own lives? Who would be willing to part with the boundless secular world? Everything that he had fought for in this world for his entire life was given up so decisively. This kind of courage, this kind of sacrifice, even if it was to deal with him, was worthy of respect. I might as well dig a little deeper. Then, I will hide in the Tower of Annihilation for a while. Then I will ask Xiaolong to help me find a way. I don't believe that they have the ability to see through Xiaolong's special existence. When I really need to come out, I will come out from underground. During that time, I just need to go up to the surface to check the direction. Then I will come back down and continue to dig. Such a good man. It's such a pity that he self-destructed for me. But I don't have the time now. They won't listen to me either. Zhuo was really ruthless this time. I'm not going up. I'm not going to train anymore. I'm going to dig all the way back. I'm scared. I'm scared. What can you guys do? It had to be said that Zhuo's idea was quite useful. After all, not everyone cultivated the Flaming Sun divine skill. They also had a big shovel made of peerless materials like the heavenly witchcraft copper. They also had a ridiculous amount of supplies. Also, there was the Tower of Annihilation that could provide a place to rest at any time. The underground of the Flaming Sun mountain range was never a good place. It was even more dangerous because the vision underground was even worse. Nothing could be seen and it was easier to be attacked by poisonous insects. Ordinary people would not dare to dig a hole to survive here. Zhuo really did use this method. He would dig furiously for a while before coming up to check if he was heading in the wrong direction. If there were enemies, he would fight them. If there were no enemies, he would continue digging. Well, the main reason why he did not let Xiaolong scout the way was because this place had already been enveloped by the divine senses of countless Dao integration stage and ascension stage cultivators. Although Xiaolong did not seem to have a physical body, it could still be detected by the divine senses of high-level cultivators. If it was not necessary, Zhuo did not want to let it take the risk. He did this again and again. In one breath, he dug for more than 50 kilometers. Later on, he even found an underground river. The poisonous creatures in the river were like carts. However, Zhuo had the Flaming Sun divine skill. As long as he did not enter the river, he could only advance along the riverside. With the protection of the Flaming Sun divine skill, he was safe. He quickly leaped forward. Who would have thought that I would have such abilities? Someone under the burning order? Self-destruct? Come on, come and blow me up. Zhuo, who felt that he had succeeded in his scheme, was very pleased with himself. He was in high spirits as he yelled in his mind. High up in the sky, the great shaman of poisonous poison and the others were all dumbfounded. They were speechless for a long time. Brother Devil, this grandson of yours. Could it be that he was born in the year of the rat? He dug so skillfully. The shovel in his hand seems to be made of heavenly witchcraft copper? Wasn't this kid born when the guy's surnames were transformed into the mortal world? But looking at his wealth, it doesn't seem like it. The great shaman of West Sea's facial muscles were a little twisted. How can you spoil your child like this? Heavenly witchcraft copper. Half a ton is used to make a giant shovel? What the fuck? I've never seen such a shameless martial artist who is proud of himself instead of being ashamed. How can such trash be listed as a person under the burning order of human relations? What a disgrace. The great shaman of Zhu Meng's eyes were full of contempt. Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Lei Changqian's expression became relaxed. He said, what do you mean by moral integrity? Is moral integrity more important than life? Not ashamed but proud? I'm proud to have such a smart grandson. How is it shameful? Look at your smug face. Don't we, the martial artists of the Umno Alliance, know the importance of life? During this chase, there have been 40 to 50 people who self-destructed one after another, right? The great shaman of poisonous poison snorted and said, only your grandson knows the value of life? Are we all stupid? Lei Changtian crossed his legs and said, then you have to think of a way yourselves. Don't tell me that all my grandsons are stupid enough to self-destruct like you guys? What kind of logic is this? Ah. Okay. You gave me this number. There are 3 of us here. I'm not afraid of you going crazy. The great shaman of poisonous poison narrowed his eyes and said very unhappily, "Let's wait and see. I'll hold up the number I gave you. Let's see if the sky will fall." Lei Changtian picked up the teacup. His expression became relaxed and unperturbed. "I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I was scared to death these few days. Fortunately, this little bastard is really capable. He didn't die from the explosion. And now he can come up with such a clever plan. He really has a family background." Pooh, family background. My family doesn't have such despicable methods. He must have inherited it from the Zhuo family. Grandson, since the plan has worked, don't come out. Just keep digging underground. Dig all the way back to the Astral Souls continent. At most, it will take a little longer. Lei Changtian prayed silently in his heart. As long as it took a little longer, the other side would definitely notice the abnormality of Zhuo's disappearance. At that time, there would be room for manipulation. He could imagine that even if his grandson could return safely this time, his daughter would probably go crazy. As long as the child goes back, I'll continue to recuperate in seclusion. I haven't recovered from my internal injuries from flood in the past. I'll just cough. Anyway, I won't go back to send the child back to you. Just throw him to Yun Zhonghu or Yudong Tian. Let them send him back to you. Lei Changtian, who gradually calmed down, began to think about the follow-up. He was counting his chickens before they hatched. After all, he was the demon ancestor recognized by the 3 continents. It was normal for him to scheme against people. Could he throw the blame to Yudong Tian? He tried not to take the blame for this. But soon, Lei Changtian began to lose his composure. In the distance, a yellow light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Red Sun mountain range like a meteor. "It's here." The poisonous witch said lightly, "Brother demon, we, the boundless witch, are the inheritors of thick earth Zhu Wu. We have a treasure that can overturn mountains and fill seas. That earth-penetrating seal, don't tell me you've forgotten?" Lei Changtian's face twitched. He said sternly, "The favor token has a rule. We can't fight above the heavens." "Be careful, we won't fight above the heavens." The poisonous witch laughed. "I'm curious how Zhuo Duo will hide under the earth-penetrating seal." Chapter 989. The Zhu Meng Grand Shaman chuckled. "Brother Mo, have you forgotten that we are all good brothers of Big Brother Flood? Why would we violate his rules? From the beginning to the end, we haven't done anything to Zhuo Duo. For example, what can you do to him now? Let's see where your good grandson can escape to this time. Turn over the place where Zhuo Duo is hiding. Let's see where this earth mouse can escape to." Lei Changtian immediately became restless and his expression slowly turned ferocious. "Are these 3 things forcing me to fight with my life? You 3 brats probably don't know that Master Mountain God's body is made of stone." Zhuo's underground location had already crossed the outer periphery and started to enter the central region of the Red Sun mountain range. Although there was still some distance to the central region, the heat here had already reached the point where it could melt gold and iron. As Zhuo Duo continued to dig and move forward, he gradually felt that the surrounding heat had a considerable effect on his Flaming Sun Sutra. He couldn't help but feel delighted. "This place is actually my blessed land. What a pleasant surprise." Zhuo Duo simply opened up his entire body and started to absorb the heat and spiritual energy with all his might. There were definitely not many natural places to cultivate the Flaming Sun Sutra like this. To me, such an opportunity is a gift from the heavens. As he absorbed, the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra on Zhuo's body flourished even more vigorously, as if a small sun had appeared underground. Countless golden flames spewed and burned from Zhuo's body. Somewhere deep underground, something seemed to have been startled by the power of Zhuo's Red Sun Sutra and Golden Sun Sutra. "I might as well walk slowly. I need to absorb more. There won't be such a good thing when I go back," Zhuo Duo thought as he cultivated with all his might. Just as he was thinking this, another shocking change occurred. Zhuo Duo suddenly felt the entire mountain range start to shake. A giant seal suddenly flew into the sky while emitting a blinding glow. A mysterious force appeared and sprang into the ground with a boundless aura. Translator, Zephizi Editor. Dioquine grand and vigorous aura suddenly filled the world. The West Sea Shaman proudly introduced with boundless longing and reverence. "This is the power of our Wu people's ancestor, Thick Earth Zhu Wu. This power is able to move mountains, fill seas and overturn the earth. It's a pity that our descendants are incompetent and unable to use their full strength. Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. Looking down, feeling the earth-shattering power and aura, he was already stunned. This is Zhu Wu's power? And only a little? It's too powerful that the Earth's power, Earth's power. The air in a radius of thousands of miles suddenly rippled like waves. A feeling of reunion after a long separation suddenly rushed into everyone's hearts. How could there be such a feeling? What kind of feeling was this? Everyone was stunned. Oh, reunited after a long separation? Why would I have such a feeling? Immediately after boom. The earth was overturned. Zhuo Duo still didn't understand what was going on. He only heard a loud explosion. The entire ground was flipped over and flipped into the sky. And Zhuo Duo, who was wrapped in fiery red soil and rocks, also flew into the sky without exception. What the? Zhuo Duo was horrified. He wanted to hide in this space extermination tower, but found that he could not move. It's over. In midair, more than 500 returnants mysterious experts were all pale and exhausted. Just now, when they used the Earth Extermination Seal, they had almost used up all their strength. In another direction, Tu Yunxiao, who was holding the God Spirit Seal, took the opportunity to use all his strength. And beside him, there were 3 other people who were continuously injecting energy into his body. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the God Spirit Seal. With a targeted posture, it rushed straight into the earth and rocks that were overturning the sky like huge waves, and firmly locked onto a blurry figure that was flailing about and falling down. Found it? Over there. Tu Yunxiao roared. Around, more than 100 burning body token elders who had been waiting for a long time, all rushed over with lightning speed from all directions. Everyone was duty-bound to not look back. Everyone was unafraid of death. This time there was only one explosion. In the central area, the moment the earth of the mountain range was overturned, the leading 10 people had already joined forces and rushed to the most central position. At this moment, everyone's faces were as pale as paper. Obviously they had pushed their yuan energy to the point of draining the pond to catch fish, exceeding the limit. But they did not hesitate and laughed in unison, "Brothers, let's go! Go!" With a loud sound, the 10 people directly self-exploded. There was another explosion, and the mountain range that was flipped over was blasted into dust once more. Zhuo Duo let out a miserable groan. Although he was thousands of feet away, he was directly flipped out by the Earth Extermination Seal just now. The spiritual energy in his body had been completely frozen, and he had no ability to dodge or move, nor did he have the strength to twist and turn. He could only passively endure the self-explosion of these 10 experts. His internal organs were once again displaced, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body was directly thrown up more than 5,000 meters into the sky. Although countless mountain rocks were blown to pieces and smoke filled the sky, Zhuo Duo appeared in such a complete state. No matter how he disguised himself, he was still extremely eye-catching. Zhuo Duo is over there. I see him. Blow him up. In the sky, several young masters were furious. Charge over there and blow him up. Hundreds of figures resolutely rushed towards Zhuo Duo. They were like moths flying into a flame, poignant and heroic. For the Umno Alliance. For the Wu people. An old man with white hair and beard rushed to the front and shouted loudly, "Brothers!" Countless old men followed closely behind, and as they moved in unison, they laughed and said, "Brothers, let's go! Let's go! Not alone. I'm not alone." Zhuo Duo floated and rolled in the air. Looking at the people rushing toward him like a phantom line, he could not move. At this moment he was at the critical moment of life and death. He could not help but feel furious. At this critical moment, Bai and Jiao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly appeared. Their spiritual energy exploded to the extreme, and instantly filled Zhuo spiritual ocean. With a clang, the sword of Empress Enviwa appeared. The power of an innate spiritual treasure, the aura of an unparalleled divine weapon, suddenly exploded. At this moment, Zhuo Duo suddenly felt that someone in front of him was watching him. In front of him? Watching him? Oh my god. Then, a mysterious spiritual energy rushed into Zhuo Duo's mind. His dantian suddenly responded, and his spiritual energy surged to an unprecedented level, breaking free from the earth-penetrating seal. In the sky, Tu Yunxiao was in charge of the spiritual seal. His eyes were like an eagle's. Through the miniature of the spiritual seal, he sensitively noticed that Zhuo Duo's eyelids fluttered. he could not help but shout, "Oh no, he's recovered. How can he recover so quickly?" Boom. The white-haired old man in the lead did not hesitate. He rushed at full speed and brazenly self-destructed. Zhuo Duo die. Boom, boom, boom. The 15 people who were about to reach the predetermined position all self-destructed at the same time. Zhuo Duo, who was in mid-air, was instantly submerged in smoke and dust and disappeared. It was as if he had been blasted into smithereens by this extremely violent chain of explosions. Not even his bones were left. The entire sky above Mount Crimson Sun was instantly covered by a rain of blood. The entire sky turned pink. In the sky, Lei Changtian was already fighting with the 3 great shamans. The wind and clouds were surging, and cracks in space covered the sky like a spider web. He chose to attack when the earth-penetrating seal was used and Zhuo Duo was flipped out. However, Wu Du and the other 2 gritted their teeth and forcefully endured Lei Changtian's attack. They did not let this demon ancestor charge out more than 1,000 feet. Wu Du Zhumang Shihai. In this life I will never coexist with the 3 of you. Lei Changtian roared with grief and indignation. His heart and liver were torn apart. At this moment, it was as if high-level martial artists and peak returnance martial artists did not need money. After those 15 people, more than 20 body incineration martial artists once again gathered together and self-destructed. The entire sky fell into a continuous, uncontrollable tremor. The space was in a fragmented state and did not calm down for a long time. Those cracks in space flashed with a sinister black light in mid-air. They were like giant mouths that could swallow all living things and annihilate all life. Smoke and dust continued to fill the air. Countless large rocks were still scattered and shattered. In the midst of this chain of explosions, the volcano beside them also began to erupt. It spewed out large amounts of magma that shot thousands of meters into the air. It seemed that this ecological environment was about to be completely destroyed by this series of unforeseen events, leaving behind a scene of devastation. At this moment, even the flying Tao integration powerhouses above his head were trying their best to avoid this area. The entire area, to put it bluntly, had been blown up into nothingness. All that could be seen was a gigantic black hole that had appeared due to the abnormally strong explosion. The surrounding space was still mottled and fragmented, and the speed at which it repaired itself was extremely slow. Is Wuxiao Duo dead? Countless people were waiting for this result to arrive. Logically speaking, under such a series of explosive attacks, even a Dao fusing expert would be dead without a doubt, let alone Wuxiao Duo. Furthermore, the few Guixian returning realm cultivators who were within the radius of the explosion were too close to the epicenter of the explosion. Before they could even self-destruct, they had already been torn to shreds by the shockwaves of their brothers' self-destructions. In a sense, they were like fish in a moat that had been caught in the crossfire. And each of these people was much further away than Wuxiao Duo. If they were not lucky enough, would Wuxiao Duo still have a chance to escape? The power of the most direct explosion had already come to an end, but the reverberations that filled heaven and earth were far from over. In fact, there were even signs that they were becoming more and more intense. As time passed, the 5 volcanoes that were originally unaffected by the explosion also showed signs of eruption under the continuous reverberations of heaven and earth. Moreover, the eruption was becoming more and more intense and it was getting out of hand. As black smoke filled the air, an earth-shattering boom sounded, and a fiery red light shot into the air. One of the volcanoes had begun to erupt. As the first volcano began to erupt, the third volcano also began to erupt. Countless streams of lava spewed out like a flood, converging from 5 different directions toward the depression in the middle. The lava in this area of the Red Sun Mountain range was very different from the lava that everyone knew. It was bright red in color, and there was even a faint trace of a scorching white color. Everywhere it passed, everything was incinerated and even space was completely vaporized. The originally surviving vegetation was completely incinerated by the scorching lava. No matter how resistant they were to high temperatures, they could not withstand the continuous surging of lava like this. The heat waves steamed, turning into a large amount of black smoke and white gas, raging up and filling heaven and earth. The huge basin in the middle had turned into a huge magma lake in an extremely short period of time. However, a huge amount of magma was still pouring into it. It was a shocking and spectacular sight. Looking at the situation, Wuxiao Duo should be dead. Because of the previous great change, the warriors who had first retreated and then turned back upon seeing this, all retreated desperately, avoiding this terrifying area that could kill people. In an instant, except for the rumbling sounds caused by the eruption of the volcanoes, everyone else's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. No one said a word. Several young masters rushed to Tu Yunxiao's side like a whirlwind and said, "Quickly use the soul seal to confirm the status of Zhuoxiaoduo's soul seal. Has it really disappeared?" These people were Hai Hunshan, Shahun, Shaja, Shayu, Kami no Su Yenziki, and the other one from the Boundless Great Witch family who was also the one in charge of the earth-penetrating seal, a young man who looked to be in his 30s. The core of the young master's side was led by these 8 people. Originally the Thunder Cat should be included. But now the Thunder Cat had already retreated. Of course there was still Shadiao, but Shadiao was really not the core. So he was just drifting outside. At this moment his eyes were shining, and he looked like he was ready to fight with the volcano. Tu Yunxiao's face was pale as he controlled the soul seal. He hurriedly said, "Please give me a hand. I just consumed too much spiritual power. With my current strength I can't control the soul seal for a long time." The few people next to him didn't hesitate. They hurriedly transferred their spiritual power to help Tu Yunxiao. The soul seal flashed a strange light again, and a white light shot straight to the bottom of the magma lake below. "He's not dead." Hai Hunshan was completely shocked. "It's already like this and this kid is still not dead? Preposterous. Preposterous." Shahun looked at the bubbling magma lake and his eyes stared straight. "He's not dead? He's still here? He's still here?" The new magma lake was so hot that the steam rushed up tens of thousands of meters into the sky. According to the soul seal's positioning, Zhuoxiaoduo, a big living person, was currently soaking in the magma lake. After being attacked repeatedly, he was still alive. Was this a joke or a joke? Everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck, what kind of vitality was this? He was too resilient. The 8 young masters froze in the air, not knowing how to react. High in the sky, the 4 people who were fighting to the death also stopped at the same time. It was because Zhuoxiaoduo's soul seal was still there, which meant that this kid was still alive. It's impossible. After so many explosions, he's still not dead? The non-poisonous which couldn't help but scratch his hair and murmur, "He's really resilient." The Zhu Mang which blinked and said, "My life is really tough." The West Sea which tilted his neck, "This kid is still alive." The demon ancestor Lei Changtian said, "Fuck. I was so fucking scared to death." The 4 people breathed a sigh of relief one after another, but the meaning of relief was obviously different. The 3 witches sighed, but the demon ancestor was glad from the bottom of his heart. He felt like he was hovering between life and death. The West Sea which squinted. "Are we still fighting? Why are we still fighting?" The non-poisonous which rolled her eyes. "You're really resistant to anesthesia. You're really tough. I don't think the situation is very good." Lei Changtian said, "Haha, I think we should continue to ride the donkey and read the songbook. Let's wait and see." He had no choice. He only had his brother now, and fighting against them was the worst strategy. There was no possibility of gaining any advantage. Even if he lost his life, he still couldn't defeat the 3 witches or take away Zhuoxiaoduo. Now that Zhuoxiaoduo was still alive, of course, he had to use this tactful method to settle this matter. "Drink tea. Drink tea. Is there wine? You're quite thoughtful. Do you want to change it on the dot?" "On the dot. Old demon, can't you do it? It's rare for everyone to get together. Of course, count me in. On the dot." As a result, the few people who had been fighting for their lives just a moment ago, and were almost playing with their lives, became drinking and chatting again. The forces of the Umno Alliance were still rushing over and more people were gathering. But now, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't do anything in the face of the lake-like magma lake in front of them. Among the people in front of them, the highest cultivation level was only at the peak of the profound returning realm. They really couldn't get into the magma lake to find Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo specialized in fire attribute cultivation techniques and had many supplies and treasures, so he wouldn't die in there. But do you really want to go in and try? Once the protective true essence couldn't withstand the high heat, you would be cooked after rolling twice at most. At this time, the 5 volcanoes around them finally stopped erupting. But no one knew whether it was the effect of the earth-penetrating seal or the volcanoes or the magma lake, but the terrain of the magma lake area showed a trend of getting higher and higher. What was even more incredible was that although the volcanoes had stopped erupting, the temperature of the magma lake didn't show any signs of decreasing. For some reason, it even continued to rise. The magma lake now gave people a subtle feeling that it was a super big bomb, and and it could explode at any time. The core area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range was about 20 miles away from here. That area was originally the hottest area and also the highest place. But now, the temperature of this magma lake that had suddenly appeared was shockingly higher than that of the core area. As time went on, the terrain of the basin area in front of them gradually rose faster and faster, and it became more and more obvious. It felt as if there was a giant below, holding up the entire magma lake and slowly standing up. Some people noticed that it wasn't just the magma lake area in front of them. Even the surrounding mountains were rising, and the surface of the ground was also changing. Under this continuous change, the original core area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range became lower. After a while, on the opposite side of the central area, in the direction of the tail of the magma lake, the mountain range continued to rise, causing the magma lake area to gradually show a trend of slowly tilting that everyone didn't know why, but they all stared with their eyes wide open. Their faces were full of astonishment, and they didn't know why such a change was happening. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even the few almighty figures in the sky were staring with their eyes wide open, not knowing what was going on. How could this be? Although the earth-penetrating seal was powerful, it couldn't possibly have such an effect. And just when the magma lake tilted to a certain extent, the magma finally began to overflow bit by bit, flowing toward the strange terrain of the central area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range. As the magma lake tilted, the magma lake began to flow outward. All the terrain and obstacles along the way were completely burned and flattened. Even a small mountain along the way that was in the way was only blocked for a moment as the magma lake continued to flow past. The small mountain was assimilated by the magma and also turned into magma, flowing away together. On this side, the magma lake that was still tilting up had already become a natural ladle. The magma in the ladle was surging out more and more rapidly. Rumbled at the continuously surging magma torrent announced that it had officially taken shape. It was abundant and unstoppable, and its momentum was unparalleled. A series of earth-shattering explosions and a series of unforeseen events occurred. The sea turned into mulberry fields and the landscape changed. At this moment, the massive magma torrent surged into the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range with the momentum of a tsunami. Originally, the terrain was the highest, but now it was reduced to the central area with the lowest altitude. This scene was simply a rare spectacle, and this rare spectacle was accomplished in a single day. However, this rare scene could only be maintained for a short period of time. At this moment, the difference between the height of the magma lake and the bottom had already reached a height of nearly 700 meters. Just like that, it poured down with a rumble. Under the baptism of the torrential magma torrent, everything below was either submerged or assimilated into a magma-like substance and flowed away. Many unknown rocks below were all like magma, and then the magma above continued to pour down like the Milky Way. Waterfall. Magma waterfall. After a while, specks of starlight suddenly rose in the mountain range. An inexplicable feeling quietly rose from the valley. Then, a mysterious and inexplicable red light suddenly soared into the sky, covering the sun and the sky. It actually caused the other areas of the whole world to fall into a strange dark state. Under the dazzling red light, it was as if even the sun had disappeared. Everyone could only see that the dazzling red light became more and more dazzling, and the range of its influence became wider and wider. Gradually the entire sky became red. The red light was so grand that it was extremely dazzling. It was extremely domineering. After a series of unexpected changes, the scene in front of them was so grand. In the sky, except for the 9 disciples of the great sorcerer, no one else could stand. And these 9 people stood in the sky with a confused look and couldn't move at all. The 8 of them were together and they were dumbfounded. There was also Sha Diao, who was standing alone in the sky on the other side of the sky with a stiff body. The 9 of them were scared out of their wits. How could this be? What's going on? Who fixed me in place? The others were forced to retreat by the red light, and they were isolated thousands of miles away. And the experts who were flying in the sky above were also teleported away with a confused look. Even they didn't know what was going on, and they were already thousands of miles away. All of this happened in a very strange way. And in a higher place, the 4 people who were drinking also showed a surprised look, and they all looked down. They saw the red light overflowing everywhere, and an indescribable scorching power, with the power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth, brazenly rushed up to an extremely high altitude. An unprecedentedly grand aura suddenly took shape, as if a majestic giant, whose head reached the sky and feet stepped on the ground, was standing in front of them. Get out! Although they didn't really hear such a voice, the 4 of them had such a feeling, and it was unusually clear and real. And the domineering aura they felt was even more earth-shattering, and heaven and earth lost its color. The three great sorcerers, Wu Du, Shi Hai, and Zhu Meng's expressions changed drastically. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian felt his blood and qi churning, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was flowing in the opposite direction. In an instant, his 5 internal organs were almost ruptured. This aura was clearly divided into friend and foe. To the three great sorcerers, it was only banishment, not even a light punishment. But to the demon ancestor, it had the intention to kill him. And with the power displayed by this aura, it wasn't rare or impossible to kill the demon ancestor Lei Changtian. Lei Zhangtian, the devil ancestor, let out a strange howl. He stood up, tore the space apart and flew backward. The 3 senior magi behind him were pushed out by that great power, following the devil ancestor's move. These 4 could be said to be the most powerful people in the world. If they really joined forces, they might even be able to fight against the Flood Witch. But they didn't have the slightest strength to resist, and they were thrown out of the current space by this aura. Such a scene, such an unforeseen event, if one didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they believe it? Oh. Lei Changtian spat out a mouthful of blood and he was dumbfounded. What's going on? The Flood is here in person. Even the greatly improved Flood doesn't have such power. What kind of power is this? What kind of power is this? The 3 great sorcerers looked as if they had seen a ghost. This is the power of Zhu Wu's level, this is the power of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's aura. But how is this possible? Zhu Wu Zhu Rong? Hearing the words of the 3 great sorcerers, Lei Changtian murmured almost unconsciously. Then, as if he was suddenly awakened, he raised his head and cried out, Zhu Wu! The 4 of them looked over again and they saw that in front of them was the space of extreme red light. A figure with a powerful posture that seemed to fill the whole world appeared. Judging from the height of this figure, he was at least a few thousand meters tall. His facial features were clear and his figure was majestic. Just by standing in the air and looking around, he naturally emanated a domineering aura of supremacy that filled the sky and dominated the world. The eyes of this figure glanced at the 4 people. Most likely, everyone here was like an ant, and only these 4 people were worthy of his attention. Picking the tallest one out of the shortest, they were just SOSO. Lei Zhangtian and the other 3 men suddenly felt as if they were suffocating. It was an indescribable sense of oppression. Really? Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. The non-poisonous great sorcerer almost stopped breathing, and he groaned with difficulty. He looked straight at the giant that filled the world, and his eyes were full of awe, respect, and yearning that this was the level of Zhu Wu's power. This was the level of Zhu Wu's power. That was his life's goal. This was the pinnacle of power belonging to the Wu people. That figure only glanced over here once, and then slowly turned around and merged into the Red Sun Mountain range. That huge figure dissipated bit by bit in the air and finally disappeared. However, the glaring red light of the Red Sun Mountain range became even more restless. The West Sea Great Sorcerer was dumbfounded. Suddenly, his mind became clear, and he activated the soul-shaking technique without hesitation. Second brother. Come quickly. Zhu Wu Zhu Rong has appeared. Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's divine consciousness projection appeared, but the great inferno sorcerer who had inherited Zhu Rong's bloodline was not here. What a pity. That giant figure slowly sank into the valley, and the increasingly hot flames rapidly rose into the sky. 9 streaks of red light turned into rainbows and swept up Sha Hun, Hai Hun Shan, and the others who were frozen in midair. Then they were forcefully dragged down into the valley. The entire space stabilized and the huge lava lake became calm. Not even the slightest bit of heat was left. All that was left was a fiery red lake that was tens of thousands of acres of flat land. The next moment, the sky suddenly returned to blue sky and white clouds, and the red sun hung high in the sky. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Tu Yunxiao and the other 8 people, as well as Wuxiao Duo, seemed to have disappeared from this world, disappeared. Under that lava lake. Lei Changtian almost had a cerebral hemorrhage when he saw this. He moaned as if he was about to cry, my grandson, is also down there. The great sorcerer and the others looked at each other and did not say anything for a long time. Only your grandson? What the fuck, we have a total of 9 people. Kami no Su from the Zhu Meng Great Sorcerer Clan. Sha Hun, Sha Yu, Sha Zhe, Kof, Sha Diao from the Golden Scale Great Sorcerer Clan. Tu Yunxiao and Tu Yunyun from the Boundless Great Sorcerer Clan. Yen Ziki from the Burning Candle Great Sorcerer Clan. Hai Hun Shan from the West Sea Great Sorcerer Clan. These direct descendants, the geniuses of the clan, were all sealed down here. What should they do? According to the ancient legends, the Red Sun Mountain was the place where the great sorcerer Zhu Rong died. However, that was just a legend. Moreover, there were many similar legends. The great sorcerer of raging fire would come here dozens of times every year, but he did not find anything. Why was there such a sudden change this time? A Zhu Rong ancestor of the Magus clan, what was going on? Chapter 990. The entire Red Sun Mountain range had undergone the most drastic changes in appearance. At this moment, disaster was everywhere and no one could survive. Billowing heat waves soared into the sky. The central area was as flat as a mirror, but it was crimson like blood. It looked like it could burn the sky and destroy the earth. However, if someone was close to it, they would feel the heat overflowing from it. It was no different from ordinary ground. However, everyone knew that below it was magma that even high-level martial artists could not resist. There was also the power of fire that was even more powerful than magma. The current situation was not only strange but also inexplicably strange. Above the boiling magma, there was a frozen surface. This was incomprehensible and unimaginable. Apart from this central area, the other areas within a radius of 1,000 miles were filled with raging flames. No one could survive. No matter how high one's cultivation was, even the demon ancestor and several great shamans would be isolated, let alone others. The monstrous power displayed by Zhu Rong was still enough to intimidate any powerhouse in this world even after so many years. No one could take half a step forward. As long as one got close, they would receive an early warning. It was the early warning of danger for high-level cultivators. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The overwhelming power of spirit power mixed with a sharp sense of killing intent made everyone on the scene clearly feel that if they kept moving forward, they would be attacked by the power the Zhu Rong ancestor of Magi had left behind. Across the entire continent, even the Flood Witch, who was known to be invincible, was not confident that she could resist this power and not die. Lei Zhangtian and the others could only look at the ocean and sigh. The West Sea Great Shaman and the others were anxious and worried about the safety of the many descendants of the Umno Alliance, but that was all they were worried about. Lei Zhangtian was different. His heart was about to explode. None of the four top masters dared to leave or act rashly. The current situation was very delicate. Except for Zhuo Duo, the people who were trapped in the central area were the descendants of the various great wizard clans. They were the leaders of the next generation. If they died in battle, it would be fine. However, if they died in the place of inheritance of the ancestral sorcerer, it would be a big joke. As for Lei Changtian, at this moment, Lei Changtian was increasingly regretting why he had acted so cleverly, causing his precious treasure to be trapped in this place. Her life and death were unknown, and her luck and fortune were unpredictable. If anything were to happen to this brat, not to mention how his elder brother and son-in-law would react, even his own daughter would hunt him down for the rest of his life. Moreover, they would have to perish together if they caught up. For tens of thousands of years, there was only one seedling in 1,000,000 acres of land. Therefore, the current situation was extremely delicate. The three grand shamans and the devil ancestor were all frozen near the left side, waiting silently at the edge of the boundary. Lei Changtian had already cursed himself 1,000 times in his heart. Lei Changtian, oh Lei Changtian, what is wrong with your brain every day? Back then he was hot-headed. He had brought his daughter to experience the world, and then he had lost his daughter. A good cabbage had been taken away by that damn Zhuo Changchang. Then, after a period of time, in order to improve, he was hot-headed. He chose the devil path regardless of the consequences and trained himself until he was neither human nor ghost. Even if he got the nickname of the devil ancestor, what was the point? No matter how ancestor he was, wasn't he still a devil? Then, in order to prove that he was still a pillar of the astral souls, a role model for the human race, and not weaker than the Imperial Monster Inspector or the Emperor Zhai Xing, he was hot-headed. He killed the genius of the Umno Alliance and lost all his brothers. Now, after cultivating for so many years, healing his old wounds and reappearing in the world, he still did not learn his lesson. He was hot-headed. He wanted to do his best for his daughter, but he was afraid that the couple would be too spoiled, so he personally took action to train his grandson. As a result, Lei Zhangtian was really regretting his decision. Could he not be hot-headed? On the other side, the great fire shaman who was in seclusion was also shocked by this sudden change. He was frightened. The great fire shaman of the West Sea Shaman. He was originally at the critical moment of meditation. After the guidance of the Flood Witch, He had already faintly felt the direction of the road ahead. He was no longer as confused as before. He could almost see clearly and move forward steadily. When he was inexplicably excited, the Great Fire Shaman came. The Great Fire Shaman directly spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly driven out of the mysterious state. He directly began to curse. Fucking West Sea. I haven't been able to find a way for so many years. Now that I have finally glimpsed the door, you old bastard, you scared me out. I will remember this account, and I will definitely calculate with you. Finally, the artistic conception still existed. The Great Fire Shaman anxiously replied to the Great Fire Shaman of the West Sea. Get out. Then he went back to seclusion. The Great Fire Shaman did not really pay attention to what the Great Fire Shaman of the West Sea said from beginning to end. His mind was full of new insights, and his thoughts were to quickly grasp the inspiration. If he could not grasp this kind of flash of inspiration, he might not be able to have a second chance in his life. 3 great shamans and a demon ancestor suddenly stood outside. Every day felt like a year, and they sighed from time to time. They looked at each other and felt that each other's eyes were the same color as their own. They were all at a loss and did not know how to deal with it. At this moment we are in the same boat. What can we do? The Great Fire Shaman of the West Sea sighed. The Great Fire Shaman of the Poisonous Poison Shaman also felt the same way. Now he was not as happy as he was when he first came out. His head drooped, and a small braid on his scalp, which almost lost all his hair, fluttered in the wind. I really didn't expect. The people on both sides of the opposite side would become a nest of snakes and rats. The Great Fire Shaman of the Poisonous Poison Shaman murmured. The Great Fire Shaman of the Zhu Mang said angrily, Damn, can you learn how to use idioms? How many years have I told you this? If you don't know how to use it, don't use it blindly. Otherwise shut your broken mouth. Lei Changtian rolled his eyes. Who is with you, snakes and rats? You lost those rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs, and you are depressed for a while. Even with your status, you won't even be depressed. Sighing is the end, but I... When the demon ancestor said this, his voice was choked and he almost burst into tears. Those two. I can't afford to offend either of them. A desolate feeling of having nothing left to live for suddenly filled his heart. There was nothing more desolate than this. In the future, my head will not be hot anymore. Zhuxiaoduo was fixed in the air by an inexplicable force, like a mosquito trapped in resin. He had no room to struggle. He could only look at the countless burning body orders around him, rushing towards him as fast as lightning. Everyone had a resolute and heroic look on their faces. It's over. It's over. Zhuxiaoduo was burning with anxiety. He activated all his primordial qi, genuine qi and spiritual qi. He tried his best to struggle, but he was suppressed by the combined power of the earth-penetrating seal and the soul seal. He could not move at all. Just as someone was about to die from shock, Little White, Little Nine, and the Sword of Empress Envihua moved in unison. The vast and mighty aura that originated from innate spirit treasures erupted in an instant, cutting off the earth-penetrating seal's entrapment effect. Zhuxiaoduo was finally able to break free. He wanted to escape into the Tower of Destruction immediately to avoid the earth-shattering explosion that was about to happen. Now that the battle was fierce and dangerous, it was a matter of life and death. Whether or not he exposed his trump card had become secondary. Everything was to save his own life. If he stayed outside, he would be turned into fireworks together with the burning body orders. Even if he managed to sneak into the Tower of Destruction in time, he would still have to bear the impact of the explosion. He might not be able to survive. Would he be able to escape this calamity? Just as the most extreme moment arrived, an extremely hot and indescribably terrifying power rushed up from the ground, once again locking Zhuxiaoduo in place and pulling him down. This power came very suddenly. Following the appearance of this power, the self-detonation attacks of the group of esteemed Immolation Ritz people also came crashing down. What made Zhuxiaoduo extremely surprised was that although the scorching energy had shackled him tightly, it had also blocked the self-detonation of the esteemed Immolation Rit, which was enough to kill Zhuxiaoduo 10 or 20 times over. It had blocked it so easily as if it was nothing at all. Oh, that's true. Zhuxiaoduo's heart that was still unwilling to die was instantly put down by half. He tried to stretch his legs, widen his eyes and straighten his back. Unfortunately, he still couldn't move at all. Just as Zhuxiaoduo didn't know whether he should be happy or sad, or should he be glad that he could survive such a dangerous situation. The Wahuang sword, which had worked together to break the binding of the earth-penetrating seal, let out a sword cry. Suddenly its aura became violent. As if it had seen its enemy from its previous life, it once again burst out with an unprecedentedly intense sword aura, roaring and rushing toward the hot power. Unfortunately, the moment of contact, the hot power only paused for a very short moment. Then, with a whoosh, it forcefully wrapped around the Wuhuang sword and pulled it down. The Wuhuang sword and Zhuoxiaoduo's aura were connected as if they were one. Of course, Zhuoxiaoduo was pulled down together with the Wuhuang sword. Whoosh! He was like a stiff salted fish. Fuck 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 fuck. Zhuoxiaoduo cried bitterly in his heart. He had always been willing to sacrifice his life, but at this moment he was cursing endlessly in his heart. Brother, I didn't intend to live and die together with the Wuhuang sword. It provoked you, so go and find it. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Why are you involving me? I'm an undeserved disaster, an unexpected disaster. That he fell all the way down, as if he was in a nightmare. After a long time, Zhuoxiaoduo only felt that his body had been passing through the vast volcanoes all the way. It was a subtle feeling that he couldn't reach the bottom. At this moment of despair, Zhuoxiaoduo's brain twitched. He didn't know why, but he unexpectedly remembered something Li Chenglong said during the Starry Mountain trial. Boss, if you encounter danger, go into the volcano's crater. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo only wanted to say, swollen, your mouth is too accurate. I really came in. But I didn't come in voluntarily. I was dragged in. I was dragged in. I was dragged in. I was wiped out. I really want to beat your crow's beak to death. Chapter 991. After an unknown amount of time, Zhuoxiaoduo finally felt his body come into contact with something solid. It seemed like he had bumped into something hard. Then he felt as if his whole body was falling apart. His chest felt stuffy and it was extremely difficult to breathe. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fainted. The only vague thought in his mind was, sigh, I really can't escape this time. What a pity, I haven't consummated my marriage with Nian Nian Cat yet. Then he lost all consciousness. The Wuhuang sword let out a clanging sound, as if it was a defeated soldier that had lost a battle. It stabbed into the ground beside Zhuoxiaoduo without any luster. Its glory was gone. Today I am a dragon in the shallows and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. Sob, 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 why aren't you strong enough? Of course, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't know that there were 9 people who were gnashing their teeth and rubbing their palms to kill him, but they also fell down one after another. After an unknown amount of time, Zhuoxiaoduo slowly woke up. Cough, cough. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Zhuoxiaoduo opened his eyes with difficulty. The first thing he did when he regained consciousness was to connect to the Tower of Void Destruction. As long as he could connect, he could use the Divine Stone to heal himself. At least it could help him continue to live. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was going on here. The Tower of Void Destruction, which was connected to his soul, couldn't be connected. But the space ring on his hand could still be used. He quickly took out 2 healing elixirs and threw them into his mouth. Then he opened his eyes and checked his surroundings. This place can't be connected to the Tower of Void Destruction. It's a place of trouble. I can't stay here for long. Zhuoxiaoduo rolled and got up. Then he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He was dizzy and stunned. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless sea of fire. In all 4 directions, there was a sea of fire that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the entire space that was as big as a small world, only the place where he was standing was not invaded by the fire. Zhuoxiaoduo frowned and tried to take 2 steps to the east, 3 steps, 5 steps. Following a loud explosion, a blue flame came burning over. Zhuoxiaoduo's flaming sun scripture was completely unable to resist it. He screamed out in fear and desperately raised his head back. He could only see black ash falling down before his eyes. His hair, eyebrows, and the fine hairs on his face. Fluttering, they turned into ashes. What the hell? What kind of fire is this? How can he be so overbearing? Zhuoxiaoduo touched his face and found that there was a layer of blisters on his face. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy to recover, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. This fire, he had only stepped out of the lightning pool slightly, but he had almost been burned to death. I'm cultivating a top-grade fire attribute cultivation method, but I still can't resist it at all? This fire, was its level so high? But in the next moment, looking at the endless sea of fire, Zhuoxiaoduo, who was standing in a place of despair, did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with a burning light. How is this a calamity? This is simply an extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens, right? As long as I absorb all of this sea of fire, my flaming sun scripture will definitely evolve to a whole new level. Then won't I be able to, fly into the sky? Then when I see Nyan Cat, won't I be able to, Zhuo looked at the sea of fire, his imagination running wild. His eyes were full of desire. But in the next moment his expression suddenly changed. Because the sea of fire was changing again. From all directions from the horizon rows of flames, like the tip of a black and purple flame spear, formed bit by bit, pressing over from afar with a heavy aura. Looking further, it was clear that there were still rows of them forming. The progress seemed to be very slow, but there were no signs of it stopping. Looking at the densely packed black and purple spear tips that gradually filled the sky and gradually approached, Zhuo felt a chill run down his spine. He could clearly feel that the lethality of each spear tip formed by the black and purple flames was many times stronger than the blue flames from before. With his small body there was no way he could withstand it. With the appearance of the black and purple flames, the sea of fire on the ground shrank bit by bit, retreating and gathering together to form even more powerful flames. They flew into the sky and formed the black and purple flame spear tips. As the flames on the ground gradually disappeared, the sky, including the top of his head, began to fill with the purple flame spear tips, layer by layer. After a while, Zhuo inadvertently discovered that not far in front of him, there was an extremely vast space. Mountains stood tall, filled with colorful clouds. The mountains were steep, and each peak towered above the clouds. It was a magnificent sight. There seemed to be someone murmuring, roaring and cursing in the distance. It also seemed that the war drums on the horizon were constantly beating. Suddenly, countless people appeared in the distance. They were fighting fiercely in a way that was far beyond Zhuo's understanding. The power of each of their movements was enough to destroy the world. This kind of power made Zhuo feel cold all over. His legs trembled and he was dumbfounded. One of the people who was covered in flames was the focus of this battle. He was constantly fighting left and right. He fought with people, dragons, phoenixes, Kirans, and a group of people. In any case, he was constantly fighting, destroying, killing and slaughtering living creatures that he was like a blood-stained warmonger, infinitely awe-inspiring. He didn't know how many enemies he had fought. In the last battle he was fighting with a person wearing a crown. That person took out a bell, covered him and then suddenly struck. The sound of the bell instantly shook the mountains and rivers. The whole universe seemed to be boiling because of this sound. Then, a desperate roar came from under the giant bell. Dong Huang. Then, with a tragic cry, an immeasurable sea of fire and a boundless sea of fire emerged under the bell. After a while, all these scenes started from the beginning again, and then repeated until the last battle when he was covered by the bell. With a shake, the sea of fire and the sea of fire appeared, and the cycle repeated. Zhuo seemed to understand. This place seemed to be just a broken sea of consciousness. That was why the Tower of Destruction, which was connected to his spirit, was cut off. That was why he could continue to use the space ring, which was connected to his spirit through the blood contract. Originally, the cycle of the scenes should be exactly the same, there was no difference at all. However, after observing for a long time, Zhuo slowly realized that the seemingly repeating scene was actually different every time. But if he didn't observe it for a long time or if he didn't observe it over and over again, it would be difficult to discover it. There were many people in the scenes who didn't appear before but appeared later. Or there were many people who appeared before but didn't appear again after that. The only possibility for this situation was that this broken sea of consciousness was very unstable and could collapse at any time. Moreover, the memory was a little chaotic. It was just that the original owner of this sea of consciousness was too strong, so before the sea of consciousness completely collapsed, it still had a power that was beyond estimation, beyond imagination, and beyond understanding. As for this level, it was far beyond what Zhuo could handle, so he simply focused all of his attention on the content of the images that were repeating over and over again. These scenes could be called ancient mysteries and the most precious information. Since he couldn't do anything else, he might as well take these as a reward. Maybe he could see a glimmer of hope from them. There was only one end of the scenes in the sea of consciousness, which was the fall of the giant bell and the appearance of the boundless sea of fire. There were many other scenes and there were many more involving outstanding people. There was a giant with a longbow. When he drew the bow and shot, the whole world suddenly turned dark. There was also a person who drowned the sky wherever he went. There was also a person who casually waved his hand and made the sky densely covered with thunder and lightning. There was also a person who raised a mountain from the ground and changed the sea into mulberry fields with a stomp of his foot. Of course, the one who appeared the most was the owner of this space, that was, the red-robed man. With a move of his mind, the raging flames would burn the world. He watched as the red-robed man fought and became stronger all the way. Then, finally, the great battle began. The sky was densely covered with divine beasts, dragons, phoenixes, and Kylan's sword. An earth-shattering battle unfolded. Later, it seemed that the person with the longbow was killed. For some reason, the red-robed man quarreled with the green-robed man who was originally on the same side. Then they fought fiercely and fiercely. Then both of them suffered great losses. The red-robed man rushed out alone angrily. Along the way he killed countless demonic beasts, divine beasts and holy beasts. There were also countless experts who looked like they were from the demon clan. Finally he met the person who was wearing a royal robe and a crown. That was the Dong Huang that the red-robed man spoke of. In the final battle, the two of them seemed to have only said a few words before they started to fight. The red-robed man was obviously not the opponent of the crowned man. Moreover, he had lost a lot of energy in the previous battles. The disparity in strength between the two of them was even greater. In the end, it seemed that the crowned man said something, and the red-robed man laughed out loud in disdain. Then they started to fight again. However, a giant bell fell from the sky and ended the battle. The sea of fire and the sea of fire appeared for a moment. The whole world turned into endless darkness. Then after a while, everything started again. Zhuo Duo watched carefully as he walked quickly on the ground. As time went by, the sea of fire on the ground had condensed into purplish-black flame spears in the sky. They were densely arranged in the sky. There were at least hundreds of millions of them, and the number was still increasing. Zhuo Duo ran quickly in the complicated terrain, trying to find a favorable terrain that he could use to hide himself. He was sure that the flame spears in the sky would fall sooner or later. As for the power of the flaming spears, even a single one of them was not something that he could bear, let alone such a huge number of them. Therefore he had to find a place to hide. Survival was the most important thing. This had been engraved in Zhuo mind for a long time. As time went by, Zhuo Duo saw the scene again and again. He had a vague guess in his heart. He was more and more certain that this realm was a space of inheritance left behind by a powerful person after his death. What a great opportunity! Zhuo's eyes were burning. Chapter 992. Of course, Zhuo Duo was still clear-headed. Of course, it was an opportunity. However, this opportunity wasn't something that could be obtained easily. Because this almighty being's almighty was a little too big. This kind of power was not only beyond his knowledge, but also beyond the knowledge of all the masters in this world. Also, he did not know the purpose of this space. Was he going to find a successor and pass down everything he had learned to the next generation like he had thought? Or was it to pass on some important information? He could not be sure. But one thing was for sure. As long as he could survive in this space, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits. Just those scenes alone were already valuable information. It was an eye-opener for Zhuo Duo, and he felt that it was extremely beneficial. Those were scenes from the primordial era. In the history of today's society, there were no longer any records of them. But the prerequisite was to survive. Based on the current situation, if the Almighty's goal was to find a successor, he would have to go through a test. That it was not something that could be obtained by just anyone. The test set by such an almighty being could not be described simply as harsh. Most importantly, he was from the Astral Souls continent. He did not have the bloodline of the Wu people. Not only could he not hide this, but it could also be the source of the danger. Therefore his life was still in great danger. But Zhuo's heart was filled with passion. As long as he could survive, the benefits would definitely be great. Just the power of this sea of fire was enough for him to improve his fiery sun technique by several levels. Could even transform to another level. Yes, he could also bring Xiao along to cultivate. He believed that it would be enough to supply him with more than enough. This was the purest power of the fire element that he had never seen before. If he had to compare it, the heart of the fiery sun was not even a little brother. It was just trash. I can make a fortune this time? It was a pity that Xiao was still in the Tower of Empyrean Destruction. Unfortunately, he had cut off the connection with the Tower of Empyrean Destruction. Now he only had one. She didn't know when it had become pitch black, like a defeated soldier. Huang's sword. Why else would I have looked down on you from the very beginning? Sai, you really don't have the slightest bit of face that a divine artifact should have. Zhuo Duo looked at the Wahuang sword with eyes full of disappointment. You're almost done for with just one touch. Tell me, what can I expect from you? What can I expect from you? Useless thing. The Wahuang sword drooped weakly. It really didn't have the strength to refute. Do you think I want to? When I flew out of the chaotic space, I was tricked by that bald donkey, and my soul was almost annihilated. Then I slept for tens of thousands of years. So, my original soul has already withered to the extreme. It has only recently recovered a little bit. But now I've bumped into an old enemy. My current strength isn't even 1/10,000th of my peak strength. What can I do? How can I beat him? As the master, if you don't become stronger and your cultivation is so shallow, how am I supposed to become stronger? You still have the face to say that I don't have face. You make it sound like you have a lot of face. Pooh. Little dog Zui, you're shameless. Zhuo Duo ran all the way like a fish that escaped the net. The terrain in front of him was extremely complicated. There were towering mountains, dense hills, valleys, and cliffs everywhere. If there was an ambush here, even if there were millions of troops, they could hide without leaving a trace. There are really places to hide, but this is not what I want. Zhuo Duo looked at the flaming spears in the sky and sighed in his heart. He carefully looked at the complicated terrain on the ground and guessed the frequency of the flaming spears falling. He felt that he had the highest chance of avoiding them. However, he didn't know the frequency of the flaming spears in the sky. If there were 10,000 of them, he would still die. Just as he was looking around and couldn't come to a conclusion, a bright light suddenly flashed in the sky. The next moment, a flaming spear was in front of him. Oh my God! Zhuo Duo was scared out of his wits. So fast. How could it be so fast? Amidst his shock, he hastily dodged and tilted his head. The rapidly descending flame spear nearly brushed past the tip of his nose and pierced into the ground with a pew sound. Immediately after, it exploded with a loud bang. The might of the explosion was even greater than that of the self-destruction of the Lord of the Burning Body Order. Ouch! Zhuo Duo screamed and was blown 40 to 50 meters away by the explosion. His body was charred black and his butt was charred. He spat out a big mouthful of blood. I was wrong. I was wrong. I forgot that the flaming spear was formed by a huge amount of fire. It will explode. That explosion just now was much more powerful than all the self-explosion of the Immolation Order, peak Immolation Order that I've encountered before. Zhuo Duo suddenly felt that his life was getting more and more dangerous. He ran back and forth like he was flying, trying to find a place to hide. The flaming spears in the sky were getting closer and closer. They could fall at any time and cause terrible damage. If he wasn't in a hurry, he would be risking his life. Just as Zhuo Duo was running around like a headless fly, he suddenly heard the sound of explosions on the other side. Zhuo Duo was stunned. He instinctively jumped into the air and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that on the other side, the flaming spears had begun to form a considerable offensive. The flaming spears fell one after another and exploded continuously. It was like a modern rocket launcher. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tens of thousands of cannons were fired at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. As far as the eye could see, there were 9 figures running desperately as if they had gone mad. They were quickly approaching Zhuo Duo. Since the two sides were not too far apart, the speed of those people was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had approached Zhuo Duo. As the two sides gradually approached each other, the flaming spears that covered the other side's attack seemed to be moving. One of the flaming spears even started to attack Zhuo Duo. What the fuck? Zhuo Duo was shocked and hurriedly dodged. In an instant he was flustered and exasperated. His heart was filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, he had already recognized the identities of those people. Haihunshan Kami no Su Shahun Shayu Shaja. And what was his name again? Shadiao? Tuyun Shao Yenziki. And it seemed like the last one. He didn't know that Zhuo Duo, who had always been scheming against others, cursed loudly for the first time in his life. A bunch of bastards. This place is so vast. Can't you run in any direction? Why did you have to come for me? You're fucking framing me? Zhuo Duo shouted as he ran, run in that direction. Everyone is too big of a target if we gather together. Those flaming guns are targeted at us. At this moment, it didn't matter if they were familiar with each other or if they were enemies. They had to think of a way to deal with the current situation first. Through the unforeseen event just now, it proved that those flaming guns were not only powerful, but also had specific attributes that were targeted. Hai Hun Shan and the others looked in the direction of the voice. Their eyes lit up and they shouted in unison, "Zhuoxiao Duo." Their voices were full of surprise as if they had discovered a new continent. Zhuoxiao Duo turned a deaf ear to them and ran for his life. He wanted to leave this group of people as soon as possible. He couldn't help but feel strange. Why were these people so excited when they saw him? What was going on? "Zhuoxiao Duo, don't run." Hai Hun Shan chased after him desperately and shouted, "Zhuoxiao Duo, brother Zhuo, don't run. We don't mean any harm. We just want to cooperate with you. Don't run." "Don't run?" Zhuoxiao Duo ran even faster. "Motherfucker. The situation is so dangerous now. If I get entangled with you guys, I will definitely be targeted by those flaming guns that were originally aimed at you guys. If any of you sneak a shot at me, I will definitely not be able to survive. Cooperation? I'll be damned if I believe you, you big toad." Seeing Zhuoxiao Duo run even faster, Sha Hun, Sha Yu and the others shouted together, "Zhuoxiao Duo, stop, we really want to cooperate with you. Let's discuss it. We are very sincere. Don't run." Their voices were urgent and anxious. "Why would I discuss it with you guys? Sincere? Sincere your grandma's leg." Zhuoxiao Tong didn't even look back. He raised his middle finger with one hand and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hai Hunshan's face was a little twisted. "He doesn't trust us, sigh." Sha Hun sighed and said, "Nonsense. If it were me I wouldn't believe it either. If it were you, would you dare to believe it?" However, as Zhuoxiao Duo left, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that the flaming guns in the sky were slowly disappearing. "It's all your fault." Hai Hun Shan looked at Tu Yunxiao angrily. "Why did you shoot at the sky for no reason?" Tu Yunxiao's face was full of Sparta. "I thought that since this is the place where Zhu Wu chose to inherit the legacy, the Wu people would definitely be given preferential treatment. It's understandable for me to give it a try." "You're thinking too much. You almost got all of us killed." Everyone looked at him with disdain. What kind of peerless expert is Master Zhu Wu? How could he give you preferential treatment just because of Zhao's relationship? Besides, do you think you have a fire attribute bloodline? How could you be related to Master Zhu Rong? Tu Yunxiao was unhappy. That bastard Zhuoxiao Duo ran so fast. Sha Yu gritted her teeth. "We really don't mean any harm now. We really want to cooperate." Sha Diao said coldly, "Forget it. Do any of you dare to say that you believe it? Anyone with a brain only knows how to run. Do you think Zhuoxiao Duo is brainless? Don't you guys have any brains?" This sentence was undoubtedly very effective. The 8 of them looked at him at the same time. They all felt that this guy's parents were right to give him this name. He was the weakest among all of them, yet he dared to mock so many people. He was truly an idiot who didn't know the meaning of death. Chapter 993. What can we do if we don't believe it? The only thing we can do now is to find Zhuoxiao Duo and cooperate with him. This guy has 2 of our treasures. Only by gathering all our treasures and activating them at full power can we be safe in the holy land of Zhu Wu. We have to pass the safety test first before we can get the inheritance. Hai Hun Shan sighed, but looking at the situation now, he won't even talk to us. How can we reach an agreement? Sha Diao frowned and said, "It's a pity that there are no beauties here. Otherwise we can use a honey trap or something." Sha Yu was a little angry. "Sha Diao, what do you mean? Am I not a woman?" Sha Diao asked doubtfully, "You?" He looked at Sha Yu from head to toe and said with an extremely disdainful expression, "Didn't you hear what I said? I'm talking about a honey trap, not a woman's trap. If you use the honey trap, the chances of Zhuoxiao Duo becoming impotent are higher." Sha Yu was so angry at Sha Diao's words that her face turned blue. "Am I that ugly? I'm so ugly that Zhuoxiao Duo will become impotent when he sees me. After 3 seconds, Sha Yu regained her breath and roared, "Sha Diao, you and I are irreconcilable in this life." She rushed over with bared fangs and brandished claws. Suddenly, a tragic civil war began. Sha Yu was so angry that she didn't care about her own safety. Sha Diao was also a martial arts fanatic. He didn't care about the difference between a man and a woman. Therefore, this battle was so tragic that it almost killed someone. The others who were present were sweating profusely trying to stop the fight, not to mention the people involved. After persuading them, Sha Diao felt wronged. "What did I say wrong? Which one of my words wasn't the truth? Look at her face. Which part of her matches the word beautiful? Right now, we're here to talk about cooperation with Zhuxiao Duo, not to deepen our feud with him. If we really let her go, we'll lose everything. What else can we do? Look at Zhuxiao's by face. What kind of hobbies can he have? Before he could finish his words, Xiaoyu, who had been enraged for the second time, rushed up again. Another round of fierce battle ensued. Everyone was speechless, but they didn't have the heart to persuade him anymore. Hit him, hit him, hit him, it'd be better if his brain juice came out. If one of them was killed, there would be one less and they would stop. Truth? Don't you know that in this society the truth is the most hurtful? While the two of them were fighting, the other 7 people were discussing at the side. This is Zhu Wu's secret inheritance ground. This is an indisputable fact, and for us, this is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Hai Hunshan said, if we can get the inheritance from here, we'll be able to soar to the sky, and even reach Zhu Wu's end realm in the future. But the biggest problem now is that we don't have enough treasures in our hands, which leads to a lack of soul oracle bloodline. We can't open the real secret area, and in terms of strength, we can't resist the fire spears in the sky. Now, our only hope is on Zhuxiao Duo, but the problem is that this guy is stubborn and we can't persuade him. Hai Hunshan's heart was full of melancholy. The current personnel allocation was lacking a lot of people. Among the 12 great families, only the Hai family, Sha family, Tu family, Shin family, and Yin family were in this secret area. Only these 5 families were left, which was less than half of the total. What's worse was that the Shin family's space-shaking gong had been snatched away by Zhuxiao Duo, so their strength was even weaker. Originally, there was still the Lei family, but for some reason the lightning cat's brain had gone haywire, and he actually fell in love with Zhuxiao Duo while disguised as a woman. This really made them speechless to the point that their hair stood on end. And this result caused the lightning cat to shut himself up and go home. Of course, now it seemed that the unforeseen event that day had its benefits. Zhuxiao Duo had cheated the lightning cat of the heavenly lightning mirror. This was bad news at that time, but in the current situation it was actually good news. Because the lightning cat's strength was relatively limited, he couldn't use the heavenly lightning mirror for a long time. And after this period of contact, everyone had an unprecedented understanding of Zhuxiao's strength. If Zhuxiao Duo used the heavenly lightning mirror, the effect would definitely be much stronger than the lightning cat's. Therefore this matter made them speechless. The treasures we have now are the earth-penetrating seal and God soul seal of the Tu family, Yanziki's Yin-Yang mirror, Shahun's soul wounding arrow, and Shaja's gold soul sword. There are only 5 treasures. Even if the immortal binding lock in my hand can be used as a deadly spear, it can only be counted as 6 treasures. Xiaoyu's soul wizard robe can also be counted as a treasure, but it can only be used for self-defense. So it can't be counted. So, at most it's just half of the treasures. It's not enough. So, we have to add the space-shaking gong and heavenly lightning mirror on Zhuxiao Duo to be able to gain something in this secret land. This is necessary. Hai Hunshan sighed. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Everyone already knew the number of treasures they had. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed their hopes on Zhuxiao Duo, an enemy who would never cooperate with them. That they were all descendants of great shamans, so they were naturally knowledgeable. Moreover, they had heard of this kind of space of inheritance before. After entering, they had used their own blood essence to combine the treasures. At first they were very excited. After all, it was a rare opportunity that was close at hand. However, after the excitement they felt melancholy. Not enough people had entered and they didn't have enough treasures. They couldn't even get the recognition of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's remnant soul. The most important thing now is to hurry and find Zhuxiao Duo. Both sides have to work together to break the deadlock. Yes, the most important thing now is to find Zhuxiao Duo. We'll talk about other matters later. The 9 people were united in their thoughts at the first moment, including Sha Diao, who was beaten into a pig's head, and Xiaoyu, who was beaten up. But even if we find Zhuxiao Duo, he still won't believe us. He'll still run away. Although we've only known him for a short while, we have some understanding of him. This person's cultivation is secondary. His life-saving Tao is powerful. His degree of cautiousness is beyond imagination. He won't take risks easily. Sha Diao, who had a pig's face, said. Everyone frowned. Although Sha Diao said it bluntly, the problem he mentioned was real. It was also a problem that everyone was worried about. The solution is thought of by people. Let's work together and think about how to stop Zhuxiao Duo from running away. Sha Yu, who had beaten up Sha Diao, was refreshed and high-spirited at the moment. She took the lead and suggested. Tu Yunxiao frowned and said, "This method is not easy to think of. If I were Zhou Xiaoduo, no matter what you say, I wouldn't believe you." Sha Hun squinted and said, "Whatever we say now is for later. Let's find him first. Building trust has to be done bit by bit. The solution can be perfected while we're looking for him. I think we're not the only ones who are at a loss about the current situation. Zhou Xiaoduo is the same. After all, this is Zhu Wu's land of inheritance. We still have ways to deal with it and take advantage of it. Zhou Xiaoduo, as a human of the astral souls, is at a disadvantage in this situation. If he doesn't cooperate with us, he'll die. At that time, this guy will have no choice but to try any method. Isn't cooperating with us one of the methods? And it's the most effective one." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Sha Hun said, "Of course this method is the worst for Zhou Xiaoduo. He won't make this choice until the last moment. Therefore, if we can take the initiative, we should try our best to establish cooperation in this direction. Naturally, there will be opportunities and success for cooperation. In the final analysis, we don't want to die. We all want to live. In the face of life and death, everything has to be compromised." Sha Diao said, "This sentence makes sense. Zhou Xiaoduo doesn't want to die, and we are all greedy and afraid of death. Naturally, we can cooperate." Everyone frowned. That was too light of a beating. You're the one who's greedy and afraid of death. However, this sentence made too much sense. They couldn't help but frown and nod thoughtfully. Zhou Xiaoduo dashed out like a wisp of smoke. His speed was so fast that he was just short of activating the Heavenly Yuan escape technique. Originally, with his current cultivation and strength, he could kill Hai Hunshan and the others alone. Zhou Xiaoduo was inclined to believe that these people couldn't use the power of the doppelganger. The reason was naturally the same as the Tower of Destruction. If he couldn't communicate with the Tower of Destruction, which was refined with his natal spirit, he couldn't use other related external forces. Therefore, Hai Hunshan and the others were not a threat to Zhou Xiaoduo at all. However, Zhou Xiaoduo still chose to escape instead of killing them. The reason was also very simple. After all, this is the place of inheritance of the ancestors of the Wu people. There may be bloodline connection. If I kill these guys here, who knows what the consequences will be. Everything should be safe first. Acting rashly is not a good idea. Moreover, there's no way to escape in this strange place. Who knows, I might need their help in the future. If I act rashly and end their lives, it might be the same as ending my own life. It's not good. Zhou Xiaoduo was still very clear-headed. What's more, Zhou Xiaoduo found that the flaming spears in the sky were not just targeted, they were too targeted. He didn't know if all of them were chasing him, but at least 80 to 90% of them were chasing him. Wherever he went, the flaming spears in the sky would follow him. Wherever he went, the spears would be pointed. It was too accurate. Whoosh, they all turned around in unison. Whoosh, they all turned around in unison. And they became denser and denser. The danger of death was getting more and more intense. However, they were only targeting him like this. The real fatal attack didn't fall for a long time. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that his butt was about to smoke. Could it be that they've already noticed that my astral souls are of the human race? But why haven't they attacked yet? Isn't it torturing to be so indecisive? I have nothing to do with your Umno Alliance or Soul Oracle. This is really strange. Chapter 994. Zhou Xiaoduo flew like a meteor, and used his fastest speed to roughly cover the entire area. All the terrains and hiding spots were deeply imprinted in his mind. Fang Yinua's method of familiarizing himself with the terrain is quite useful. In this situation, the more familiar I am with the terrain, the more chance I have. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Although there are many flaming spears in the sky, they can't just pass on their skills through the air. Zhou Xiaoduo's attitude was very serious. Zong Zong also said that being familiar with the terrain and adapting to local conditions is the most basic requirement for a general. Zhou Xiaoduo was pleased with himself. I feel that I already have the most basic requirement to be a famous general. Today is the day of the new legend. The next moment, a row of flame spears descended from the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo boasted that he was already familiar with the surrounding terrain. He dodged as he pleased and quickly moved behind a seemingly thick mountain wall. He was calm and composed. Then Zhou Xiaoduo cried. The mountain wall that he thought was sturdy was like an empty shell in front of the flaming spears. It would be better if there was no mountain wall at all. If there was no mountain wall at all, he could still focus on escaping. However, if he hid behind the walls that he thought he knew, he would only be stabbed and blown up. Amidst the continuous explosions, Zhuxiaoduo's back, shoulders, thighs, and buttocks that he was blasted into a bloody mess. His skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. He could only escape in a sorry state, more miserable than a headless fly. Damn, how can it be so unreliable? It's worse than tofu. Zhuxiaoduo was full of resentment. Fang Yinua's experience and Li Chenglong's theory are completely useless. A few hours passed. Zhuxiaoduo did not think about anything else. Because the large number of flaming spears above his head had gradually reached a height of a few hundred feet. They were almost within reach. How could he dodge? At this point, if they still couldn't get out, only death would be left. The entire sky was filled with flame spears, and the area covered by the flame spears was even larger than the ground. How was he supposed to dodge them? Just like at this time, Hai Hunshan and the others seemed to have found this place for fun. Their faces were as pale as paper. They followed Zhuxiaoduo all the way, running for their lives. Each and every one of them was exhausted. Indeed, Zhuxiaoduo's speed was too fast. He kept sprinting all the way without stopping. Hai Hunshan gasped for breath. Damn, you can really run. Didn't you hear us shouting? Your voice is hoarse from all the shouting, and your legs are broken from all the running. Why aren't you running anymore? Why don't you run? They were really angry and hurt. This Zhuxiaoduo was simply ignorant. He was stubborn and unreasonable. He did not have the slightest bit of trust between people. The 9 of them were full of resentment. They could not help but complain when they saw him. Seeing that the sky was about to attack, Zhuxiaoduo knew that he was doomed. He simply sat on a big rock and hugged his knees. He tilted his head and said, "Bullshit, it's all bullshit. How can you run if you don't chase after me?" Even if he ran, he would not be able to escape the attack range of the flame spears. He wanted to see how this group of people chased after him. Why did they act like they had no ill intentions towards him when they caught up with him? What was even more strange was that with the arrival of these people, the endless flame spears in the sky suddenly stopped. Although they continued to increase, they did not seem to be pressing down any further. They seemed to be waiting for something. The 9 of them held their knees and gasped for breath. Wait a minute. Let's talk after we catch our breath. Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "How can you call yourselves martial artists? Your lung capacity is too low. Look at how you are gasping. Don't you feel ashamed? The so-called direct descendants of the Umno Alliance, the descendants of the great Magi, is this all you've got?" The 9 of them rolled their eyes one after another. If it were not for you, would we be gasping like this? Do you think we want to be like this? They felt that they had lost all their people in their lives today. After a while, Shahan finally felt more relaxed. He took the lead and said, "Zhuxiaoduo, it's true that we are on opposite sides and are enemies. However, in the current situation, it doesn't matter whether we are enemies or allies. Survival is the first priority. What do you think?" Zhuxiaoduo said indifferently, "I don't have as many thoughts as you. Just tell me what you want." Shahan said, "There's one thing you have to believe. We are not under the burning order. We won't risk our lives for your life. So, even if other people can kill you with self-detonation, we won't. Brother Zhua, do you think I'm being honest enough?" Zhuxiaoduo thought for a while and said, "That's true. You guys are just a bunch of cowards. You won't be able to kill me with self-detonation." Shadiao couldn't help but refute angrily, "Who's a coward? But we have to keep our lives, keep our useful bodies and do more meaningful things, bigger things." Haha. Zhuxiaoduo crossed his legs and said, "All cowards and traitors say the same thing. If you don't dare to do it, you don't dare to do it. Why bother looking for excuses? I've underestimated you." Clang. Shadiao unsheathed his sword. Zhuxiaoduo narrowed his eyes. A murderous look appeared in his eyes. "Shadiao, shut up." Hai Hunshan stepped forward and stopped Shadiao. "Look at the situation now. Even if you're not afraid of death, we are. Why are you so agitated during the negotiation? What kind of bullshit is this? Are you trying to kill us all?" Shaja followed closely behind Hai Hunshan. He helped drag Shadiao away, then covered his mouth and pressed him to the ground. Kemi no Su and Tu Yunxiao sat on Shadiao's body without saying a word. They didn't let him move or speak. "I'm going to kill him. I'm not afraid of death." Shadiao roared crazily and struggled violently. There was only one thing in his mind: rush to Zhuxiaoduo and kill himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to prove that he wasn't afraid of death. However, he was held down by several people, and his mouth and nose were pressed into the sand. All he could do was whimper. Brothers, what? Don't lower yourself to his level. We're all sick of him. Sha Han smiled amiably. He was as close as he could get. Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was alarmed. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't care about Xiaodiao. He always showed his emotions on his face. However, Zhuoxiaoduo had always been wary of people like Sha Han. Because Li Chenglong was this kind of trash and an expert at that. Zhuoxiaoduo was very experienced. Let's get to the point. Sha Han narrowed his eyes. He chose the most straightforward way. Brother Zhua, as you can see, this is the Wu people's place of inheritance. We have a way to deal with it. But we don't have enough power to accept the inheritance. So far, we haven't seen any traces of the inheritance. Well, to be more precise, we haven't seen the location of the inheritance. This means that we don't meet the requirements, or we lack some requirements. To get this kind of inheritance, we have to go through a test of life and death. Now the test of life and death has come. Sha Han pointed at the flame spear above his head. Make it through and survive. Everyone here, including Brother Zhuo, will be able to benefit from it. But if we don't survive, none of us will survive. Sha Han said, I believe that Brother Zhuo feels the same way. Zhuoxiaoduo nodded slowly. His eyes became sharper and more serious. Brother Zhuo, it's reasonable that you don't trust us. You don't believe a word we say. Sha Han narrowed his eyes. His words were very organized. Because we are enemies. No matter how cautious we are, it's reasonable. To be honest, it's normal for us to fight to the death when we meet. But in a place like this, Brother Zhuo, you're a smart man. You shouldn't refuse to cooperate with us. Sha Han said. Zhuoxiaoduo tilted his head and looked at Sha Han. I think I need to ask Brother Zhuo a question to prove my judgment. Sha Han smiled. Tell me. Let's see if your question can move me. Brother Zhuo, you're invincible in the same level. It's easy for you to kill people 2 levels higher. Although the few of us are arrogant and proud, we are still frogs at the bottom of a well compared to Brother Zhuo. We are ashamed of our inferiority. No matter how much we don't want to admit it, it's the truth. Sha Han said slowly. With Brother Zhuo's current strength, it's easy for you to kill the 9 of us. He raised his head and looked into Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes. He smiled. But Brother Zhuo, why haven't you done anything to us? Zhuoxiaoduo thought for a moment and said, I feel that it's not good to kill people here. Sha Han clapped and smiled. That's right. After all, this is the Wu people's space of inheritance. Brother Zhuo has scruples. That's right. That's the most direct reason. Zhuoxiaoduo smiled. Another reason is that if I kill you but can't get out, won't I be lonely? I can still play with you. Play. His words made the 9 geniuses of the Wizard Alliance blush. Their hearts were heavy and their eyes were burning with anger. However, they could only suppress their anger and were unable to do anything. Too cocky. They really wanted to beat him up. If they could beat him, even if there was only a small chance, they would fight him. Only by punching him until he looked like a pig and no longer resembled a human would he be able to vent his hatred. They all felt that it wouldn't be difficult to persuade Zhuoxiaoduo to cooperate. The difficult thing was that they couldn't bear it. So, Brother Zhuo, after confirming the current situation, you don't want to continue to be enemies with us, right? Sha Han said, I believe that as long as it's not a last resort, you won't fight with us. If we can cooperate, why not? Chapter 995. Zhuoxiaoduo pondered for a moment and finally nodded. You can say that. As for the 9 of us, we are conceited geniuses. Each of us bears the responsibility of passing down the family's legacy. If the family's warriors and guards can self-detonate in order to kill the enemy, we will never do so on a whim. We will seize any opportunity and try our best to escape. This is not cowardice or fear of death, but each of us has our own mission and responsibility. San Soul spoke quickly, but his words were clear. So, Brother Zhuo, you don't have to worry about the first thing. We won't choose to die together with you. So, in this regard, you are safe. That's true. Zhuoxiaoduo nodded. He had seen through this long ago. But this guy actually added, actually, I'll be safe even if you guys self-destruct. The 9 of them were so angry that their noses became crooked. Sha Han took a few deep breaths before he started speaking again. Secondly, when we cooperate, if we do things like backstabbing and backstabbing. Sha Hun coughed and said, "This is the legacy space of our Umno Alliance's ancestors. Compared to Brother Zhua, our ancestors will only pay more attention to us. Our character is the first thing they will observe. If we really do something like that, it will be the same as giving up on ourselves and giving up on our qualifications. No matter if it is the human race, the Dao League, or the heroes of the Wu people, they will never pass on their legacy to scum who backstabs their comrades. I believe Brother Zhua will not have any objections to this." Zhua Xiaoduo thought for a moment and slowly nodded again. That is true. He looked at Sha Hun and felt that this guy was really smart. No wonder he was the same type of person as Li Chenglong. This seemed to be a clear sign that they would not ambush him, but in fact, it also eliminated the possibility of him backstabbing them. But his masters was someone you can control with just a few words? Therefore, Brother Zhua, we can cooperate. We can cooperate sincerely. Sha Hun said sincerely, "I don't think Brother Zhua will reject my proposal just because of a moment of anger. At the very least, we can work together and deal with the matter of this legacy space first." Zhua Xiaoduo frowned. "I need to know the real reason why you want to cooperate with me. Otherwise there's nothing to talk about." Sha Hun and the others smiled bitterly. "The reason is obvious. With our current strength, we are completely unable to deal with the destructive pressure coming from above us. We urgently need external help." Zhua Xiaoduo had an idea. After all, this is the inheritance space of the Umno Alliance's ancestors. Even if they don't give preferential treatment to the direct descendants of the Umno Alliance, they won't go so far as to kill all of you. Besides, even if your strength is weak, you have the projection of your ancestors' divine thoughts in you. Isn't that power closer to the source of Zhu Wu's power? Sha Hun, Hai Hun Shan and the others were speechless. They understood now. They seemed to understand even more now why this guy didn't do anything to them. I'm afraid that this is the real reason. This guy must be afraid that after drawing out the projection of his ancestors' divine thoughts, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Instead, he would be hurt. Ahem. Sha Hun, Hai Hun Shan and the others looked at each other. They couldn't make up their minds at that moment. Should they tell him or not? What if they told him that they couldn't use the projection of their ancestors' divine thoughts after entering this place? What if this guy suddenly went on a killing spree? Although he was smiling and smiling now, it wouldn't be strange if he suddenly changed his attitude. This guy was a wolf who could throw away his pride and dress up as a woman in public. He even flirted with others. If it was an ordinary person, they would at least have some integrity. But when it came to integrity, For's was Xiaoduo. Anyway, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance did not have any hope at all. As for trust, all those with Xiaoduo didn't trust them, they themselves didn't have any trust in Zhua Xiaoduo at all. This guy could even dress up as a woman and trick people into hanging themselves. How could they trust him? That was the same as not having any expectations of playing the lute to a cow. But if they couldn't answer this question now. Ahem, seeing this guy's expression turn ugly again, his eyes filled with distrust again. His previous amiable look instantly turned into a look of, "You guys want to harm me." Such an expression. It was really, forget it. Since everyone has the intention to cooperate sincerely, I might as well be frank. Ever since we entered this space of inheritance, our ancestors' divine thoughts can no longer be used. Furthermore, all treasures related to the soul can no longer be used. Hai Hun Shan made up his mind and told them the truth. In this situation, telling the truth was the best solution. Besides, if hiding this led to Zhua Xiaoduo not cooperating, everyone would still die. After all, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. The only difference was whether they would be killed by Zhua Xiaoduo or by this realm's trial. Either way, they would still die. It was better to fight for a chance to live. I see. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded. He looked relieved and his expression changed very quickly. Zhua Xiaoduo had already predicted that the other party's divine thoughts couldn't be used. Now he was just verifying his judgment and at the same time, fighting for more rights to speak for himself. But when this scene fell into the eyes of the 9 people, they were full of disgust. Where did you learn this amazing face-changing technique? Why did it seem like you could switch between several faces at will? It was like changing in a second without any warning at all. It was so natural. Zhua Xiaoduo pondered, his thoughts turning quickly. His own tower of annihilation couldn't be used, the other party's divine thoughts couldn't be used, and all treasures related to the soul couldn't be used. But why could the space ring be used? Strictly speaking, the space ring should be under the category of soul power. He still couldn't understand this. Now he might as well clarify this question. If that's the case, the space ring can't be used, right? Hai Hunshan blurted out, the space ring can still be used. The Umno Alliance's space ring all carry the power of the soul. It can still be used in this realm. Sha Hun's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and suddenly frowned. Brother Zhou, since you said so, does it mean that your space ring can still be used? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression turned to one of shock. They all turned to look at Zhou Xiaoduo. Just now, when Zhou Xiaoduo dodged the flaming spear and took out medicine from the space ring after he was injured, everyone clearly saw it. But Zhou Xiaoduo didn't avoid it, so they didn't pay attention to it and didn't take it to heart. However, the moment Hai Hunshan mentioned the soul ring, everyone immediately felt that something was amiss. That's right, Zhou Xiaoduo was a native of the Astral Soul's continent. The attributes of the space ring on his hand naturally belonged to the Astral Soul's continent. But how could it be used in the Sorcerer God's space of inheritance? This was very strange. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted coldly, rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Don't compare the trash in your hands with my baby. The space ring on my hand is a unique treasure I got from the Arcana realm. It's one of the most precious space rings in the world. Not to mention the Wu people, it can be used in the Shifter world, the Tao League or whatever. What's so strange about that?" Hai Hunshan frowned. He looked at Sha Hun thoughtfully and tacitly stopped asking this question. Zhou Xiaoduo's words were reasonable and flawless. Especially now that they couldn't afford to offend him, there was no need to get tangled up in this minor issue. Moreover, no matter what the truth behind the interspatial ring was, it was worthless to them right now. What they needed now was cooperation, a sincere cooperation without any barriers. Haha, no matter how mysterious the origin of Brothers Wu's space ring is, it has nothing to do with us. We said so much to clarify the current situation and express our sincerity. Now that we have shown our sincerity, it's up to Brothers Wu to decide. Do you want to cooperate or not? Do you want to cooperate or not? Hai Hunshan showed a rare hint of urgency. He raised his head and looked at the flame spear that was less than 100 meters away from him. He said, "Brothers Wu, if you don't make a decision now, it will be too late. I'm afraid we will all die here. Even if Brothers Wu is stronger than us, you will only die a little later. Do you really want us to go first and wait for Brothers Wu's arrival in the underworld?" Sha Hun, Sha Zhe and the others were also sweating on their foreheads. The flame spear's lethality was extremely terrifying. Regardless of the Wu people's bloodline, as long as it landed, everyone would be finished. Zhou Xiaoduo knew that the crisis in front of them was real and was getting stronger and closer. Looking at the flame spear that blotted out the sky, his heart almost stopped beating. He was more anxious than Hai Hunshan and the others. "I have never lost in fear of death. Can you be more afraid of death than me? What can you do when you go back? It doesn't matter to you whether you live or die. I don't believe that there are no other heirs in your family. Your heirs should thank you for making way for them. But I haven't consummated my marriage with Nian Nian Cat. How can I die like this? But. The more anxious you are, the more opportunities one have. At this time, isn't it a good time to extort? Negotiate. What I need to know now is, why do you want to cooperate with me? If I don't know the reason, how can I cooperate with you? How can you talk about integrity? Zhou Xiaoduo said. Kami no Su said angrily, "You want to know the reason, right? I'm telling you the truth. If you didn't steal my space-shaking gong and Thundercat Sky Thunder Mirror, we wouldn't have all the treasures in our hands and couldn't gather the necessary amount. Why would we cooperate with you?" The enemy who stole her treasures and seriously injured her was right in front of her. Moreover, the flame spear above her head was about to fall. Kami no Su really couldn't control her temper. Her tendons were dragged a few meters by this guy. If she didn't have enough treasures to heal her injuries, Kami no Su felt that she would die from the pain. At this moment, her brain was filled with anger. How could she hold it in? She said everything she wanted to say. Zhou Xiaoduo squinted. "What you said is wrong." "What's wrong?" Kami no Su said angrily. "Why didn't you steal my treasures? Why am I the one who stole your treasures?" Zhou Xiaoduo said eloquently, "Your words are worth thinking about." Chapter 996. Zhou Xiaoduo said earnestly, "Classmate Shen Wuxia, you really shouldn't be angry about this. You shouldn't blame the heavens and accuse others. You should reflect on yourself and work hard to improve yourself. You should hope for the day when you can take revenge." Kami no Su was speechless. Why did he give her a lesson for no reason? The bigger the fist, the bigger the argument. Zhuo Duo asked with a face full of surprise, "Are you still a martial artist? Are you not a martial artist? Why would you ask such a ridiculous and weird question? Do you think that you can't do anything to me in this lifetime? That you will never be able to catch up with me? That's why you give up and want to take advantage of me with your mouth?" Kami no Su was furious. This is clearly the logic of a robber. Zhuo Duo spread his hands. No, 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 no. Every word I say is reasonable and realistic. Do you think that I am your relative? That I have to visit you during festivals? Treat you politely? Bro, we're mortal enemies. We are two hostile races. Your thinking is simply ridiculous. Saying that you are naive is the most beautiful way to put it. I should say that you are an idiot. Wouldn't that be an insult to idiots? I don't think even an idiot would say something like that, right? Isn't it right for me to snatch what you have? Kami no Su was stunned. She was speechless for a long time. Zhuo Duo was exasperated. You should reflect on yourselves. Shahun took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Brothers' words are not pleasant to hear, but they are the truth. They are the most realistic words. Kami no Su was panting, but she quickly calmed down. Her agitated mood also calmed down. She took a deep breath and looked at Zhuo Duo. Yes, you are right. I was wrong. It is right for you to snatch what I have. It is also right for me to snatch what I have. It's just that I am not strong enough. I should not complain. We are enemies, that's all. Brother Zhua. Kami no Su nodded and said sincerely, I didn't see through you. For Kami no Su to be chosen as the representative of the main family, she was naturally shrewd. She was also a smart person. Just now, her anger had rushed to her head, and because of the many painful experiences she had gone through, she had not chosen her words carefully. At this moment he calmed down in an instant, already adjusting himself. Just this kind of bearing was already worthy of the Umno Alliance's title of Outstanding Descendant. Zhuo Duo narrowed his eyes and said, Don't you see it now? If you can correct your mistakes, you are a good child. The veins on Kami no Su's temples throbbed, but she immediately smiled bitterly. Yes, it didn't sound good. There was also mockery and sarcasm. But this was the reality. They were enemies, not your parents. There was no reason for them to spoil you. After another round of verbal advantage, Zhuo Duo had a better idea of what was going on. It seemed that the other party urgently needed the two treasures in his hands. What I am interested to know now is, how do you want to cooperate? Zhuo Duo asked. As long as you contribute the sky-shaking gong and the sky thunder mirror, then you can control them yourself. If you can't control them, we can also help. First, we have to get through this life and death crisis. Hai Hunshan said seriously, we promise that we will never embezzle. The treasures in your hands are yours. If we violate this promise, may the heavens and earth destroy us. Zhuo Duo looked at the flaming spear pressing down again. He felt that the air in the whole space was almost burning, and the whole ground was already starting to emit smoke. It was only because they were all high-level warriors that they could temporarily withstand it. But it was really just barely holding on. Besides, other than himself, the others probably couldn't hold on for much longer. The most obvious evidence was that their hair was all curled up. He said, Everyone has the same goal. We all want to live. Then let's cooperate. Although I still don't trust you, I am not afraid that you will embezzle my things. Hai Hunshan said anxiously, then. But there is still a problem that needs to be said first, and that is, after we get through this crisis, we can enter the arcane realm and obtain the inheritance. Then, how will the subsequent benefits of this opportunity be distributed? Who will take the majority? Zhuo Duo asked. Everyone was stunned. In front of them was a fierce battle. It was already a great thing to be able to survive, but this guy still had the mood to think about benefits and so on. He was really desperate to take advantage of others. He would rather die than suffer a loss. In the past, people used to say that he was greedy for money, but this guy was more greedy for money than life. This depends on each person's fate, Hai Hunshan said. Everyone nodded desperately. After entering, it would naturally depend on each person's fate. What else was there to say? Zhuo Duo snorted and said, That won't do. In the current situation, it won't work without me. So, I want to take the majority. On what basis? Shadiao was furious. On the basis that I am Zhuo Duo. On the basis that if you don't agree, we will all die together. Zhuo Duo was high-spirited. We martial artists of astral souls are never afraid of death. I Zhuo Duo, am even more unafraid of death. How many people in the world are as generous and heroic as I, Zhuo? Zhuo said, anyway, I want to take the majority. This spear is coming down. Shaja's eyes almost popped out. I want to take the majority. Absolutely not. Hai Hunshan was furious. Then we would rather die with you. We would rather die together. Everyone shouted together. Only you, Zhuo, are not afraid of death? Who among us is afraid? Although we don't want to die. If you push us too far, then we will die together. Zhuo saw that he had pushed them too far and frowned. Look at all of you. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Is this the attitude of cooperation? I was just joking. These guys, it seems like they are really not afraid of death, but I am really afraid. Zhuo rolled his eyes and said, how about this, I won't take the majority. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and thought to themselves that this guy was indeed the most afraid of death. They had made the right bet. But no matter what, I still want to take some advantage. Zhuo said indignantly, am I supposed to help for nothing? This is the Umno Alliance's space of inheritance. My bloodline is different. Once I enter, the chances of me not getting anything is simply too high. Am I supposed to just watch you guys take the benefits? Am I supposed to get nothing? Everyone was stunned. It was not that Zhuo did not have any concerns. In fact, they were huge. The difference in bloodline could easily get Zhuo out. There was a high possibility that this guy would not get anything. What should we do? I'm not greedy. Just give me 30% of what each of you gets. Zhuo said. Bullshit. Everyone was furious. What's the difference between this and you taking the majority? If each of the 9 of us gets 30%, you will get 7%? The others will get 7% each? How can you say that? 20% each. It couldn't go any lower. I'd rather die. Zhuo was very emotional. He waved his arms to show his determination. 10% each, no more. Tu Yunxiao shouted angrily. After he shouted, he saw that the other 8 people were looking at him angrily. Deal. Sure enough, Zhuo made a prompt decision and closed the deal immediately. Tu Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Shahun and Hai Hunshan looked at Tu Yunxiao speechlessly. You're actually Shadiao, aren't you? When did you change your soul? In the current situation, Zhuo is more afraid of death than we are. If we delay any longer, he will agree to it himself. You're giving away 10% for nothing. And it's still 10% for everyone. What's the difference between this and taking the majority? Tu Yunxiao was dumbfounded and stammered, This. Zhuo said unhappily, 10% for everyone, 90% for all of you, and 90% for me. How can I take the majority? Isn't this too fair? Shadiao murmured, yes, everyone gets 90%. It's very fair. He scratched his head and vaguely felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Shahun was so angry that foam appeared on his mouth. Does Zhuo really not get anything when he goes in? What if he gets something? This fucking. Everyone was speechless. A few of them who hadn't thought of this suddenly realized. They cursed at once. That's too sinister. That's too shameless. Zhuo himself had said that the astral souls might not get anything from the Soul Oracle legacy, but it was just a possibility. What if they did get it? Besides, if they couldn't get it, why would he appear here? The moment they thought of this, the 9 of them suddenly felt so depressed that they wanted to die. They had been fooled. They had been taken advantage of. Just now, Zhuo had led them on, and they hadn't thought of this at all. 10% for each of you. You've all agreed. This is the space of the sorcerer god, and your ancestors are watching you. You can't go back on your words, Zhuo said. Everyone hung their heads dejectedly. All right. It's a deal. Since Tu Yunxiao had agreed to it, it meant that everyone else had agreed to it as well. As members of the Umno Alliance, they valued promises more than the heavens. They could only hope that Zhang Shen's bloodline would really be rejected in the space of the Soul Oracle legacy. Let's begin. Shahun said. Wait a moment. Zhuo continued, also. If we were to cooperate, who would have the final say? Who would be the boss? There isn't a unified command here, so we have to decide on this beforehand, right? Otherwise, wouldn't the cooperation be a mess? What's the point of that? I'm already used to being the boss. The faces of the 9 of them warped even further. This fellow sure was ambitious. His words were clearly implying that he wanted to be the boss. However, there were 9 of them here. Even if you were to become the boss, it would only be in name. So what? Isn't it just a matter of minutes for us to make you a figurehead? Sha Han said, Brother Zhua, it's not that we don't agree to it, but your understanding of our fighting style and the usage of our treasures is limited. Isn't it difficult for you to command us? Zhua Xiaoduo replied matter-of-factly, What's so difficult about that? I'm in my own home, so I don't know anything about my brothers. However, I have an advisor with me, so I'll just be in charge of being the boss. The 9 of them were rendered speechless once more. To think that you're a figurehead in your own home as well. Just because you want to be the boss, you're reduced to a figurehead. Is this the so-called spiritual leader? To think that you're still so excited about it. If that's the case, wouldn't this matter be much easier to deal with? No problem, no problem. You'll be the boss then, all right? Hai Hunshan felt as if he was being roasted alive. He hurriedly said, Brother Zhua, it's too late. Zhua Xiaoduo frowned and tilted his head. What did you call me? Zhua. The 9 of them shouted at the same time, It'll be too late if we wait any longer. The densely packed flaming spears were only 50 meters away from the top of their heads. Everyone was so anxious that blisters appeared on their lips. Zhua Xiaoduo cupped his hands and smiled, Hello, brothers. Hello, Zhua. The 9 of them shouted until their throats were hoarse. While he was greeting Boss Zhua, he could not wait to rush up and strangle this Boss Zhua to death. They wanted to strangle him and ask, Why are you so calm? Why are you so calm? Zhua, can you hurry up? Hai Hunshan's hair caught on fire. He hurriedly tried to extinguish the fire, but there was still smoke rising up. It was a spectacle. Moreover, similar spectacles were also accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed on others, with more than enough to spare. Zhua, hurry up. Those who had treasures on them were already holding them in their hands. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their emotions were surging. Zhua Xiaoduo stood up and took out the sky-shaking gong and the sky thunder mirror. He raised them in front of his eyes and said, How do I use these things? The urge to rush up and beat him to death burned in their hearts. They were eager to try, but they forced themselves to hold back. This was too infuriating. This was too infuriating. Can you drag it out a little longer? Can you? If you drag it out a little longer, you'll become a starting point platinum like your father. This should be. They hurriedly explained. I'll explain this sky-shaking gong. Kami no Su was the most miserable. She had lost the protection of her treasure and was about to faint. She had to teach Zhua Xiaoduo how to use the sky-shaking gong as fast as she could. Before she could finish, Zhua Xiaoduo threw the sky-shaking gong to her. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. You can use it and return it to me when you're done. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Kami no Su was stunned. She held the sky-shaking gong in her hand and felt the aura of the treasure merge with her body. She felt much better in an instant. Although she knew he was an enemy, she still couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you for your trust. Kami no Su said solemnly. How do you use this sky thunder mirror? Just one sky-shaking gong isn't enough, is it? Zhua Xiaoduo ignored her and continued to ask. In less than 2 seconds, everyone clearly explained how to use the sky thunder mirror. Sha Han couldn't wait and shouted loudly, Zhua, I'm the military advisor. Everyone, please take your positions according to my instructions. Whoosh. Everyone straightened their bodies and waited for the battle. Boss Zhua, you're the strongest among us. Stay in the middle and look around. Those who don't have any treasures to protect them, please take care of them. When I give the order to attack, activate the heavenly thunder mirror and release lightning at maximum power. Sha Han spoke at an extremely fast speed, but his enunciation was still very clear. Even Sha Han himself felt that this was the only day in his life when he was eloquent. If he kept speaking at this speed, he could guarantee that all the sharp-tongued people would retreat. Hai Hunshan. Here. According to the legendary Great Formation of Heavenly Beings, empty the positions of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong and Huda Zhu Wu. The rest of you take 9 positions with Zhua as the core. Okay. The 9 people responded in unison. As the incomplete formation was built, they all operated their cultivation methods at full strength. In an instant, an inexplicable aura was suddenly activated. Suddenly it soared into the sky. At this moment, the biggest surprise that Sha Han and the others felt happened all of a sudden. This huge surprise shocked the 9 people to the point that they went crazy on the spot. Chapter 997. As Shahan and the others pushed their cultivation to their limits, their auras surged to their limits. All kinds of complicated auras filled the area and surged into the sky. The formation was connected, and the 9-colored light gathered around Zhuoxiaoduo, who was at the center. Zhuoxiaoduo only felt that the aura on his body suddenly appeared to be in a natural state. The cultivation technique of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was actually circulating on its own, flowing against the current and flowing through his entire body. This was the unique aura of a flood that could destroy the world. It was as though the boundless sea had suddenly encountered a hurricane that surpassed the limits of the world. Huge waves surged violently, and when the waves reached their most intense, a terrifying power that could destroy the world was born. All of a sudden, the gates of hell appeared behind Zhuoxiaoduo, and it opened up in a flash. A boundless torrential flood surged out. Countless vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts let out mournful and ferocious shrieks, looking extremely ferocious. An innumerable amount of white bone soldiers came out in groups. It was as if there was no end to them and there was no end to them. They charged into the sea of flames in the sky. The power of the flood that had appeared suddenly merged with the power of the others. There was no gap between them at all, and they merged together perfectly, forming a powerful torrent. Then, the power of the flood took over the dominant position. Mixed with the unique power of the 6 great shamans and the 9 descendants of the direct lineage, the power of the flood soared into the sky. The sudden surge of powerful aura actually forced the flame spear in the sky back by 10 meters. What kind of frightening might was this? It shook the heavens and shook the earth. As long as they continued to work hard, they would be able to clear this life and death soul oracle trial. But what was even more shocking was that Hai Hun Shan and the others were dumbfounded. The heck? The 9 of them were completely dumbfounded. Originally there were only 5 clans here. How did it suddenly become 6? And the power of the flood that appeared at the end, that was clearly the power of the direct lineage of the flood which. No, that was clearly even more pure than the aura of the direct lineage of the flood which, more authentic, more powerful. This aura made everyone involuntarily think of the legendary the Flood Witch. Not only did the overwhelming aura not show any signs of weakening, it even seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. At the same time, the gates of hell also seemed to be affected by the bloodline power of the primordial spirit, causing it to become clearer and clearer. Oh my God! Even San Soul, a wise and steady man, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at this moment. There was no need to even mention the others. This kind of aura could only be emitted by a member of the Hong family who couldn't be any more direct. Shazhe Shayu Shadiao Haihanshan Tuyunshao Tuyinyun, Kami no Su Yenziki, and the others were so shocked that they forgot to circulate their energy. Their minds were completely blank as though they were struck by lightning. Boomed at the towering waves surged up once more, and the flame spear array charged towards the sky. Then Haihanshan and the others were all in a daze. Then the original supporting force instantly disappeared, the shackles of the flaming spear array were all gone, as if they had been provoked, and even more so, as if they had met their nemesis in their previous life. They took a slight step back and then, with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas, and the Milky Way pouring down, they brazenly fell. A blurry roar suddenly sounded in the air. It was a roar that seemed to come from the depths of one's soul. Gong gong. This roar was really blurry. It sounded more like a buzzing roar. Then, the flaming spear array in the sky fell down crazily, and the monstrous waves were suppressed in an instant. Zhuoxiaoduo, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt that he could be crushed at any time. He roared in exasperation, "What are you all doing? Staring at each other without doing anything? Damn it. How dare you say that you didn't cheat me?" At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo really felt wronged, extremely wronged. He felt that he had been cheated. He had been so careful, but he was still cheated. He was so kind, how could those guys bear to do that? Where was the basic trust between people? These guys pushed him up and then they retreated. Damn it, he was cheated so badly that he couldn't die in peace. He was heartbroken. When everyone woke up from their dream, the flame spear array was already above their heads. Instantly they were scared out of their wits. "Array rise." Shahan's voice changed. It was heart-wrenching. "Quick." Everyone who woke up from their stupor tried their best to gather the power of Zhuoxiaoduo, who was in the middle, and rose up again. "Activate the treasure." Shahan's voice was hoarse. Zhuoxiaoduo was the fastest to react. He activated the heavenly thunder mirror in his hand, poured all his strength into it and shot it out directly. Instantly, countless lightning bolts shot out from the heavenly thunder mirror, and its power was unparalleled. Then the earth-penetrating seal and the divine spirit seal of the two family emitted a bright light. Yan Ziqi's yin-yang mirror, Sha Hun's soul-piercing arrow, Sha Zhe's golden soul sword, and Hai Hunshan's immortal binding lock were all activated that they converged into a dazzling light, which was mixed with the unique attributes of the Wu people's techniques and divine spirit power. It collided with the flame spear array in the sky. The flame spear array in the sky seemed to have sensed the unprecedented power of this attack. After a collision, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The flame spear array immediately retreated a few hundred feet, and the scorching heat was also retracted. The source of this explosion was, of course, Zuo was doing. Everyone's ultimate strength soared into the sky, and it actually broke the powerful and invincible flame spear array into countless pieces. At this moment, the explosive power that had broken out of the encirclement had caused the sky to clear up. Although this was partly due to the fact that the flame spear had sensed the aura of the sorcerer tribe's treasure and bloodline cultivation method, it did not directly attack. However, the power of this attack that Zuo Duo had activated had reached a terrifying level. At least, Hai Hunshan and the others knew what was going on. If they only combined their strength, even if they had enough treasures, they would only feel a little better. It was impossible for them to counterattack the flame spear array or even destroy a lot of flame spears. This was something that had already been tested before. If that wasn't the case, why would he need to beg Zuo Duo for help? It's done. Hai Hunshan and the others sighed in amazement in their hearts, but at the same time they were overjoyed. The heavy stone in their hearts was finally lifted. The land of Zhu Wu, the soul of Zhu Rong, the flame sea overturning the sky, the palace of inheritance. This was a legend that had been passed down in the Wu people for many years. Today they finally met it. According to legend, back then, Dong Huang felt that Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's soul was too strong and didn't accept the inheritance. Therefore he purposely let go of Zhu Rong's remnant soul and allowed it to be passed down to future generations. Of course, this was just a legend. The Wu people of the monster race were also enemies. Whether or not Dong Huang of the monster race was really so kind as to let Zhu Rong's remnant soul pass down his inheritance was a matter of opinion. But now, after coming to this place, they felt that this legend was actually true. At least, this was the real land of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance. An ultimate attack filled with the power of the Soul Oracle and the Wu people should be enough. Hai Hunshan looked at the flame spear array above his head and couldn't help but wonder. But why aren't the flame spears in the sky retreating? The attack just now should be enough to prove that we are qualified to receive the inheritance, right? Everyone was surprised by the current situation. That's right. Just now, they clearly felt the recognition of Lord Zhu Wu's remnant soul, and the danger had already passed. But why were the flame spears still hanging in the sky? The danger wasn't completely over yet. This didn't seem right. Everyone turned their heads in confusion and looked to the other side. They saw Zuo Duo looking at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. Everyone looked over suspiciously and saw that the tip of the flame spears in the sky had all gathered neatly and were all pointing in the same direction. And that direction was the tip of Zuo Duo's nose. Zuo Duo, who was being pointed at by thousands and billions of flame spears, instantly became cross-eyed. What's going on? Zuo Duo was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. You tricked me? You must have tricked me. Zuo Duo instinctively felt that he had been tricked. He was inexplicably indignant and sorrowful as he lashed out. So this was the reason. I was kind and painstakingly helped you get through the danger, and then nothing happened to you. Instead, all the attacks were directed at me. Because I have the bloodline of the human race? Because I don't have the bloodline of the Wu people? So that's why. How vicious. How despicable. How shameless. Zuo Duo was furious. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Sha Hun and the others with extreme hatred. He was so angry that he wanted to eat their flesh and skin, grind their bones and scatter their ashes. He was absolutely irreconcilable. Little did he know that Hai Hunshan and the others were also completely dumbfounded. We really don't know what's going on. According to what we know, as long as we pass the test, everything will be fine. The flaming spear in the sky should fall down and turn into a sea of fire again. Then the inheritance palace would appear, and those who meet the requirements would be able to enter and inherit Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's legacy. Nitrogen. Why did Zuo Duo have such a problem? Don't look at us and don't look at us like that. We really don't know anything. The 10 people present were all dumbfounded. They were at a loss. Duo also realized that this group of people didn't know anything. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to disguise themselves so well. Especially that Xiaodiao. It was even more impossible for him to be so sincere. Otherwise his acting skills would be too good. Moreover, all 9 of them were so good. It was a gathering of award-winning actors and actresses. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky gathered rapidly. Soon a human face appeared. It was the face of the red-robed man. Yes, it was the face of the supreme of all flames and flames, Zhu Wu Zhurong. The eyes on this face were full of uncertainty and doubt. He looked at Duo for a while and then disappeared immediately. Then the endless flaming spears swooped down towards Duo. They were aimed at Duo himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Chapter 998. Shockwaves rolled, destroying the heavens and earth. It seemed like it would not give up until it turned Duo into minced meat. Hai Hunshan and the others were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Their hearts were swollen from fear. However, when the energy came down, it suddenly sent Hai Hunshan and the others flying with a bang. It was clear that it was not going to deal with them. It was going to deal with the most handsome one in the middle. With a bang, the 9 of them were sent flying in 9 different directions. Boom boom. The flaming spears in the sky were only aimed at Duo. They were densely packed and crazily bombarding him. Furthermore, for some reason they actually restricted Duo's space to dodge. He wanted to dodge, but he was directly confined by the space. Throughout the whole process he could only meet force with force. He was passively attacked, blasted, and beaten up. Duo roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Today I'll be screwed by you guys. The cat spirit sword was the first to attack the flaming spears. Kami no Su shouted from afar, although there's no hope for you today, I Kami no Su swear on my life and soul that this has nothing to do with us. This is not our plan. He didn't know if Duo heard him or not, but he could see that this guy was already fighting with the flaming gun without any fear of death. He was wholeheartedly focused on dealing with the dangerous situation. The flaming spears were powerful. Duo roared in anger and staggered left and right. However, he was also desperately attacking with his sword. Although he was giving it his all, he was still suppressed to an absolute disadvantage in an instant. Hai Hunshan and the others turned their heads and looked at Kami no Su. Did I hear wrongly? Kami no Su was still calling for Zhua at a time like this? What kind of mentality was this? The cooperation was over and the crisis was over. Shouldn't she treat him like a piece of toilet paper and throw him away after using him? Could it be that this kind of person was still worth lingering over? Could it be that this fellow was so satisfied with being tortured by that fellow that he couldn't bear to do so? Kami no Su panted and looked at everyone's gazes. She said angrily, "What are you looking at? Is it strange? Could it be that you've forgotten your own promise?" Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was a promise. In this inheritance space, they would always respect Duo as their boss. You only called me Zhua once? Can we afford to lose face in front of our ancestors? That's right. We can't and we shouldn't betray you at this time. Sha Hun said, that was an oath in front of ancestor sorcerer. Kami no Su said, it doesn't matter if I can't or if I shouldn't. In any case, I can't afford to lose face like this. He took a deep breath and stuffed a healing pill into his mouth. He said, the oath is still ringing in my ears. I'm going. We Wu people since ancient times honor our promises. We promised Duo that we would respect him as our boss in this inheritance space. Now we haven't left yet. You're going to save him? Sha Yu frowned. Yes. Kami no Su said, my words are like the wind. I have no regrets even if I die 9 times. Right now we're still in the inheritance space. He's my boss now. There's no reason for me to watch my boss risk his life and do nothing. Moreover, this is after he saved us first. After we leave, no matter what our stance is, how we fight to the death, how we act, these are all matters after we leave. But in here he's my boss. I've acknowledged him. Kami no Su said indifferently, no matter how unwilling I was when I acknowledged him. But I acknowledged him. I acknowledged him as my boss and he did indeed help me through life and death. Then I naturally have to go save him. I'll risk everything and do everything I can to help him. If I save him, I'll have no regrets even if I die. You're really going to die. Sha Yu said angrily as she looked at the crazy lightning of the flame spear. Kemi no Su is right. This time the one who agreed was actually Xiaodiao. Xiaodiao said, Kemi no Su, you're a man. Let's go together. I've already made the oath, so we should follow it. No matter how much of a bastard this guy is, how annoying he is, and how much I want to kill him in this inheritance space, he's my boss. I'm going to. Hai Hun Shan, Shahun, Shajer and the others laughed out loud almost at the same time. Even if we die here today, we can't let the sorcerer tribe's tens of thousands of years of pride be lost on us. Wuxia is right. Even if we die, we can't let our ancestors lose face. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tu Yunxiao had already charged ahead. Even if we die in the hands of Zhuo Duo on the battlefield in the future, we can't lose face today. Xia Yu smiled bitterly, but there was still pride in her smile. As expected of the brothers of the Wu people. You're a man of your words, and you have no regrets even if you die 9 times. Let's go together. The 9 descendants of the witch tribe laughed out loud in unison. With their treasures in hand, they charged forward and charged into the vast sea of fire. Zwa, we didn't let you down. Kami no Su shouted, after we get out, let's fight to the death. Since I called you Zwa, let's live and die together. Zwa Xiaoduo was in a critical moment, but it wasn't a moment of life and death. This was because he keenly sensed that although these flaming spears still looked terrifying and had the power to easily kill him, in terms of actual lethality, they were much weaker than before. They no longer looked like they were going to directly kill him and leave him some leeway. It was more like stretching himself to the limit, squeezing himself as much as he could, and testing his limits? Or what? Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to resist the urge to take out his final trump card, the 99 Cat Hammer. He only circulated the 1,000 Soul Nightmare Hammers mantra and used the monstrous power he created before to resist with all his might. He wasn't stupid. Since this power could merge with the power of the other Umno Alliance disciples, it was naturally the best way to deal with the current situation. After all, this was the Wu people's space of inheritance. The Flaming Sun Sutra couldn't be exposed now, and the Flaming Sun Sutra would definitely not be recognized. Since the offensive had already turned into a controllable range, it was best not to use his final trump card, the 99 Kitty Hammer. The previous changes, whether it was the space ring that shouldn't have been able to be opened or the sudden appearance of the flood, were already very eye-catching. If he rashly used the 99 Cat Hammer again, it would definitely be noticed by those brats. It was better to keep this trump card. If he woke up when he found out, how would he hit them in the future? They were still enemies in their bones. He wouldn't use it unless his life was at stake. He didn't dare to use the cat spirit sword in his hand, the Wahuang sword. The Wahuang sword seemed to have a grudge against the owner of this space. If he used it, he would probably be in trouble. With Xiaoduo pushed all the power in his body to the limit. At this moment, the qi in his dantian was like a raging wave, going against the momentum and counterattacking the flaming spear array in the sky. The cat spirit sword's tip was pointed at the rainstorm sword technique. Every move, every style, every sword strike, every attack accurately struck the tip of the flaming spear. In the continuous exchange, Zhuo Xiaoduo could clearly feel that the consciousness in the sky was constantly growing uncertain, doubtful, and hesitant. It was a special feeling of, is this brat down there? Why is he so strange? Luckily, it's just a remnant of my soul, so my cognition is limited. If it was just a little bit clearer. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape today, and would have died who knows where. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was full of thoughts. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. While he was thinking, the flaming spear in the sky had fallen again. In the roar, Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed again and again. The power of this wave of attack was actually much stronger than the last time. It was an extreme posture of wanting to squeeze Zhuo Xiaoduo to the limit until he was smashed to pieces. Moreover, as the power of the huge waves driven by Zhuo Xiaoduo became stronger and stronger, the flaming spear in the sky faintly showed a subtle feeling that it was forcibly suppressing the fire, but was about to be unable to suppress it. The attack was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the offensive was getting more and more explosive. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to parry, but the cat spirit sword, which had reached the level of a spirit weapon, let out a burst of mournful cries. The sword light gradually scattered and scattered, and it was no longer a threat. As time went on, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt more and more pressure. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer, and he had no choice but to use his hammer. He didn't have any hope for Hai Hunshan and the others. He was already in a dead end, and the other party who had escaped was lucky if they didn't attack him. Why would they come in to help? After all, they were on opposing sides after all. At this moment, A loud roar came from outside. Zwa. We didn't let you down. After we get out, let's fight to the death again. Since I called you Zwa, let's live and die together. With a violent roar, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance stepped into the raging flames again, and entered the battle aggressively. Sha Han shouted, "Everyone take your positions." Zwa Xiao Duo was still hesitating. The previous Du Tian God-killing formation had been formed in seconds. Then, it was the same power of the cultivation methods of their respective clans. It was the same people. It was the same treasures. They showed their power again, and the power was no less than before. There was an additional momentum of advancing courageously. Zwa Xiao Duo subconsciously cooperated. The monstrous flood gathered all the power of his side, and rushed to the sky, shaking the flaming spear formation again. Boom. This time, the power of the attack was actually several times greater than the previous one. Because this time they were really working together and they really didn't hold back. Moreover, their hearts were bright and they were fighting with a clear mind. It was full of generosity and fierceness. The 10 of them didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and they cooperated seamlessly. In the sky, the flaming spear formation was suddenly stopped by the attack. A blurry thought suddenly appeared. Vaguely, it seemed that someone was murmuring in the sky, and asking in a low and melancholic voice. It seemed to be asking himself, and it seemed to be asking the heavens, and it also seemed to be asking everyone. Could it be that I was wrong? Was it wrong or not? Back then? Was it me or you who was wrong? Wrong. Sigh, I was wrong after all. In the legends, when the 12 great shamans met with the higher-ups of the astral souls, the heavenly king throne, and the others, most of the time they were chatting happily. When they got together, they talked about everything. They could even discuss the flaws of martial arts and research the path of martial arts together. This was not without reason. This was indeed a group of lovable enemies. He also realized that this group of Umno Alliance's juniors, at least in terms of human nature, were already capable of doing things that others could not. With a promise, they could easily abandon life and death and move forward courageously. To be fair, if he were in their shoes, Zwa Xiao Duo would not dare to say that he would be able to keep his promise. However, this not dare to say already made Zwa Xiao Duo feel a little ashamed. Although the actions of the other party had already been seen by countless people as fools in today's society. However, Zwa Xiao Duo knew that since ancient times, the ones who were able to do magnificent things and leave behind immortal legends were fools like this. Smart people would not be able to create an eternal legend. At this moment he looked at the 10 people in front of him with new eyes. He thought of the lone bamboo mountain, the overwhelming number of soldiers who rushed towards his Umno Alliance and self-destructed like locusts. The number of people who were burned without hesitation was shocking. At this moment, Zwa Xiao Duo was in a daze again. He thought of these things and understood these things. However, at the same time he also thought of the boundless cemetery of heroes behind the Sun Moon Pass. He could not help but sigh in disappointment. He said in a low voice, "In front of great benefits, friends are tested. In a battle of life and death, brothers are tested. In the sword and sword, there is a different kind of hero's love." He solemnly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of you can be considered heroes. Thank you for the compliment." Hai Hunshin's bulbous nose twitched. He laughed very heartily. He flicked his tongue and spat out a mouthful of phlegm with black smoke. He said, "Although I am ugly, I have never belittled myself, and I will not deny that I am a person." Zwa Xiao Duo could not help but be surprised when he heard this. He blurted out, "Hai Hunshan, how can you be so ugly?" This matter was really puzzling. Logically speaking, the Hai family had been passed down for so many years. With such a great power, it was impossible for them to marry an ugly girl. Generations of excellent genes had been passed down. No matter what, it was impossible for them to produce Hai Hunshan's appearance. Apart from Hai Hunshan, the other 8 disciples of the Umno Alliance were all outstanding. Even Sha Yu could not be considered a peerless beauty, but she was still very beautiful and extraordinary. Hai Hunshan smiled faintly. "The reason is not for outsiders to know." Kami no Su chuckled and said, "I know about this. If Zhuo is interested. Hai Hunshan was furious. Don't say it. Zhuo Duo was suddenly overflowing with interest. If Kami no Su continued, he would not be interested. However, Hai Hunshan's interruption made Zhuo's gossipy heart burn like a flaming gun in the sky. Tell me quickly. Tell your boss. Boss, I am very interested. Everyone rolled their eyes. This guy was indeed addicted to being a boss. Zhuo Duo looked at the flaming gun in the sky slowly descending. The sea of fire in the distance gradually formed again. Vaguely, a huge palace was slowly taking shape. However, it was still illusory. There was still some time before it was fully formed. During this period of time, since he had nothing to do, he might as well listen to more gossip. It was an entertainment program. I love to listen to the unhappy things of others. Tell me quickly. Let's have fun together. Zhuo Duo said excitedly. The 9 people looked at each other. This guy's gloating attribute was definitely maxed out. Hai Hunshan's face darkened. His threatening eyes swept across the faces of the other 8 people. His eyes clearly said 2 words, who dares? Everyone shrunk their necks under his menacing gaze. Zhuo Duo frowned. Suddenly he strode forward and grabbed Hai Hunshan by the neck. With a bang he pressed him to the ground and sat on his head. He exerted force. Hai Hunshan's head was directly sat on the ground. He couldn't even make a sound. Say it, Zhuo Duo said with a smile. Hai Hunshan has acquiesced. As he said, he grabbed Hai Hunshan's right hand and made a peace sign. Then Zhuo Duo shouted, yeah. Then he said, you see, right? Hai Hunshan is so happy. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. They didn't know whether Hai Hunshan was happy or not, but they saw that he was very happy. It is said that when Hai Hunshan was young, he went out to gain experience and accidentally encountered a great demon at the bottom of the sea. That great demon was at the critical moment of nirvana and becoming a saint. Hai Hunshan was disturbed by it. Cough, that was a sky-swallowing toad. A sky-swallowing toad that was almost at the saint level. Then the big demon flew into a rage. He directly covered Chu Yang with the toad clothes he had just taken off. He was deceived for half a month. Even the ancestor of the West Sea went there in person, but the big demon didn't buy it. He only left a sentence saying, if you want to digest my 7 treasures toad clothes, you have to wait a long time. At that time the ancestor of the West Sea asked, when? The toad demon said, if you want to remove the Saint Toad clothes, you have to wait until the heaven falls. Zhuo Duo finally couldn't help but twitch his mouth and laugh. He said, the old toad said something about nirvana and becoming a saint. Maybe it's true since he doesn't give face to senior magi. But since ancient times, although the righteous path has been through a lot, the evil can't suppress the righteous path.